I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, 'cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Last time we saw these teams, they were battling it out for a spot in the challenge. Now they continue their fight for the spots in the coveted World Championship. Which teams will rise to the top? Well, we're about to find out. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Going till a player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
Welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series. It is day number 1 of the challenge season for COD Mobile NA, and I am excited to jump into all of the action here today. I am your host, Glitter Explosion, and of course, we have our amazing crew on the sofa here with us. We've got Bobby Plays, Beef Mommy, and I Hold Shift. Are you ready to dive into this region?
I'm absolutely ready. I think I and a lot of the COD Mobile community have been looking forward to the North American action. Obviously, this is where our top 2 teams in the entire world were from last year. There's no question there's a lot of talent, and I'm excited to see the action.
I mean, a lot of people are saying that NA is top heavy, and we kind of saw that in stage 3, but I think it's about to change, especially since we had roster mania last week. I feel like these changes are definitely going to improve some teams' chemistry.
The best in the world very well may still be here in this region, but the question is which of these teams will be the best in the region first and foremost. So yeah, with a lot of changes coming through, a lot of mixed results as we kind of look through stage 3 qualifiers, it's kind of anybody's game right now.
Yeah, that's why it's going to be a very exciting summer, which means everybody at home, if you haven't done so, it's still day one, so you got plenty of time, but you need to follow us on social media so you can stay up to date with all things from this challenge season, Snapdragon Pro Series related. We've got a Twitter, an Instagram, a Facebook. Make sure you're on all of our live streams with us so you don't miss a single second of the action. And of course, if you're part of the community and you want to hang out some more, we've got a brand new Discord where you can do exactly that. Discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. Head on over there, get yourself joined up, hang out, chat all things COD Mobile. It's a pretty cool place to be, so make sure that you do it. Now, it's day number 1 for NA, which means we need to do the refresher for everyone in case you're new here and you don't know how this entire tournament works. Bobby, explain the format to them.
Stage 1, rank play to qualify. Stage 2, rank play with friends, and the top 128 teams advance to Stage 3. We watch the players play all the way down to the top 8, who we're going to be seeing now in Stage 4, playing in our round robin to ultimately get into that top 4 and try to lock in one of those 3 spots for North America to make it into Stage 5.
All right, and like Bobby's mentioning, sure, there's some spots to the World Championship on the line here, and everyone's going to be battling tooth and nails for those. But it's not just those. We still have some cash on the line for just this stage alone, Mommy.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of these teams want that cash money because when it comes to competitive, you definitely want to have a little bit of something. That is the whole reason why they want to go into Stage 5 as well, is to win that coveted $1 million for the lion's share. But for now, we do have $2,250 for that first, and all the way down we have $500. So you're not going to be leaving empty-handed here.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet deal if you ask me. Obviously, they're going to be wanting to be in those top 3 spots, most money and making it through to World Championship. We'll have to see who ends up being there, though, as we take a look at what we have in store for you all here today. And I'm talking about that schedule because we have some pretty great matchups to kick off the day here, Shift.
Yeah, we do. And it's one of those things that with round robin play, getting into the top 4 could possibly, you look back to week number 1 and say woulda, coulda, shoulda. So LG ARP should be an interesting one. LG currently, I think we're all going to agree, is looking like the top team right now in North America. But with all the roster mania that's been happening, anything can happen. And I wouldn't sleep on ARP to come out and be a possible favorite overall to make it to playoffs. But I think we all got our eyes on match number 2. Simplicity going up against Tribe. Simplicity was the team to knock Tribe down to the lower bracket in Stage 3. So a little bit of revenge on the line here for Tribe in our first 2 matches.
Like I said, it's going to be a very exciting way to kick off the entire challenge season for NA. But you guys have mentioned it a couple times. Roster mania happened recently, and you mentioned that match number 2 is going to be a little bit of a doozy, specifically talking about Tribe. Bobby, let's talk about Tribe in that roster mania a little bit because people might have missed some stuff.
Yeah, it was just roster changes all over the place. Obviously, you guys probably saw a few days ago, Tribe announced they're picking up the Seminole roster. Now, the Seminole roster does have some changes from what we saw in Stage 3. Blur exiting the team, making his way on over to that Simplicity roster, and instead, Tribe picking up Raballo from the DICE roster. Now, there's a lot going on with all these guys. Obviously, Bolu's one of the people that were probably expecting to have our eyes on, but from what I've heard, he's actually going to be a sub on this roster, which is going to be a big surprise to a lot of people. But there's no question there's a lot of young talent to go around with the rest of these players as well.
Jez in particular, right? I mean, we had our eyes and every single time we had a chance to talk about Tribe, we were talking about Jez being the possible future of COD Mobile. So now with Tribe not being currently the favorite in North America, I got my eyes on the young man to try to step this team up.
I like it. I like it. All right. Well, we've got to talk about Tribe a little bit more here, Mommy, just for a hot second, because I think you're the only person we didn't get to hear your thoughts on with this new roster, and I might have a little bit of surprise in store for you guys as well while you're giving us your thoughts on Tribe.
Definitely a big question mark was if Blur leaving will be a huge impact on Tribe this time around and picking up Raballo, because when it comes to Raballo, he was pretty much the golden boy of DICE. He was doing an amazing job at the respawns, at those S&Ds as well, and now him being picked up and also filling a really big gap that Tribe and definitely Blur left that. I'm interested to see how he's going to be able to pick it up in the table and just have that chemistry, like what we've been mentioning, that roster mania, yes, but I think they're pretty balanced now. Getting Raballo will definitely step up their S&D, but also having Jez and Forsaken will definitely be so good when it comes to those respawns as well.
I think it's definitely a team everyone's going to be keeping their eyes on. Quite a few heavy hitters here in the region. Like you guys said, a region that has obviously the champions from last time around. So we'll have to see how NA can really kind of stand up here in this next challenge season. Like I said, this is just the first week of 4 weeks straight of competition. So they are going to be having to deal with some serious competition. So you guys are going to have to be here the entire time. This leaderboard's going to get crazy the second we start diving into it. We saw it in EU as well, Bobby. The first week is always a little bit uncertain for some teams because everyone's trying to get a feel for the overall playing field.
Yeah, week 1 is ultimately just the litmus test for the rest of the season. I think especially for North America, we talked about they're likely going to be top heavy, and I feel like there are a pretty definitive top 5 teams, I would say right now. The order of those top 5 teams could be jumbled any number of ways, I think, outside of that Luminosity squad. So I think especially keeping eyes on DICE, they picked up 2 really solid players in Size and Aerith. Obviously, Size being removed from that Simplicity roster in order to pick up Blur. There's also opportunity for some great storylines and some revenge for some of these players.
All right, now the surprise that I was talking about, I think that we might have that ready if I've heard that correctly. We have an interview to kick off the entire new season in a minute here. So start prepping your questions because we're going to be playing, we're going to be bringing a player in to chat with us from Tribe before they end up going into their match later on today. If you guys are just joining us, we saw that schedule just a few moments ago. Match number 2 on the day will be Tribe versus Simplicity. So if you guys are trying to pay attention when your favorite teams are jumping in and getting their games on, make sure you reference that schedule so you know exactly what's happening throughout the entire competition, because we are about to get into all of that action. Like I said, before we do that, we're going to just be doing a quick interview with Space from Tribe, so that's going to be super fun. And then we'll start talking about that first matchup because it's going to be a great way to kick off the day with LG and ARP. So before we get into interview, anything you guys want to touch on before we dive into it?
This will be the first time in Tribe history they're not the favorite. That's, I think, the biggest point. And they were bold on Twitter. They were saying, what would COD Mobile Esports be without Tribe? And Luminosity says, we're fine. No worries. So I think there's something to be said about, you know, the ego and the reputation for Tribe as an organization and not being the current favorites. They're going to have to prove themselves, and that's no better time to do it than their opening match today.
All right. I love that. I love that. Honestly, sometimes it alleviates a little bit of the pressure if you're not the favorites too, though, even if you were previously, because there is a massive target on your back with very high expectations if people expect you to come in and just kind of sweep the competition. So it's that double-edged sword. You have to prove yourself all over again, but also it's a little bit less pressure, right, Mommy?
Definitely. I feel like for this side, like actually, Shift already mentioned it, it is absolute pressure right now for Tribe because it's a question of which members from last year and the previous years are actually the better ones because they're split into 2 at the moment. So let's see, is it going to be Luminosity having those 3 players? And it's basically been Tribe on top of NA, and now I feel like Luminosity was so close last year into beating Tribe. I feel like if they just started out on the defense in that control game, things would have been so different now. So that's one thing that I'm really thinking of.
I mean, we had talked about a lot of those roster shakeups, even going into the open finals when we were trying to determine which teams were going to even be making it here to the challenge season. We're following that overarching story of the former champions and kind of getting shuffled around. And I think that what it's going to do is potentially, like you said, there's a more teams fighting for that top spot now. Leveling the playing field is massive for this region.
Yeah, no question about it. I think that's the best case scenario for North America with how top heavy they've been in past years. It's been fairly predictable what the outcome's going to be, what teams are making it out on top. A little bit of a battle for that 3rd spot in North America last year, but ultimately the top 2 were decided probably 6 months before we even saw any action in Stage 5. So the fact that we have a real battle right now, I'm excited to see how these teams shape up. Obviously, there's no way of knowing how chemistry is going to be affected, and a lot of times people look at these different roster changes and they can look at the KDs, they're like, oh, this is a good pickup, this is a bad pickup, but ultimately, team chemistry is the most important factor in any of those changes, and I think there's going to be a lot of changes that have a bigger impact than people expect.
All right, well, I think we have the interview ready to go. Like I said, we have Space standing by to chat with us. Very excited to have you on the show here, Space. Let's get you out.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
All right, perfect. Yeah, I can hear y'all.
Fantastic. Well, welcome to the show. First question right out the gate. How are you guys feeling heading into week 1 of the challenge season?
Honestly, I'm feeling pretty confident. We definitely had a rough, like I'm sure everyone knows in North America at least, that we had a rough past few months. We haven't been playing a lot. Our practice has been bad. But after these recent roster changes and everything has just kind of come along, we've practiced really, really well for the past 2 weeks. So I'm actually feeling really confident. Little bit of a slow start, but we're going to make the best of it.
All right. Obviously, one of the big things on everybody's mind, especially heading into Stage 4, is Roster Mania, which in North America was especially crazy. How do you guys feel like your team has changed with the addition of Robalo, and what kind of role does he play?
Robalo is really a flex role, even though he prioritizes SMG, so he's kind of playing SMG AR. But I think it's improved a lot because whenever me and Blur were both playing at the same time, we were lacking on engagement rates, and Robalo has always been notable as being a very, very high engagement player. So as long as he's getting those engagements and he's winning majority of his fights and he's on the hill, then it's definitely a step up as a team.
Definitely. And for now, like, this is a question for you. You've been blue for a majority of the time, and I remember you tweeted that. And so now, how does it feel like wearing that red, the confidence in the team and just the organization in general?
Obviously Tribe, like they've won the past 3 years in a row, so you'd kind of think that it's like a lot to uphold. Maybe the pressure would get to you, but I'm feeling really confident this year. I'm glad to be representing Tribe this year, and I really think we have a chance of taking it all.
Space, brother, look, I gotta pick a ball with you real quick because you started this whole thing talking about your practice hasn't been good so far this year. You guys said the exact same thing last year going into Stage 4 as NYSL Mayhem. What is the different approach coming into the group stage this time with a more long-form competitive season?
Last year, a lot of what we said was very much optimistic and just praying for the best. Faking it till you make it somewhat, but this year is actually I really do feel confident, and I think we'll do well. I know it's been rough, but I'm telling you, the past 2 weeks this team has come along a lot, and I know we have a lot of potential.
Perfect. Expectations are high for you, bro. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, I think everybody has very high expectations for you, so I'm excited to see what you guys in match number 2. We won't keep you much longer though, so you can go prep and get ready for the competition. Thank you for jumping on and chatting with us.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you for having me.
All right, we'll see you soon.
Bye.
All right, like I said, match number 1 right around the corner. Let's start talking about it, okay? Let's get this whole competition rolling. It's time to dive into it. LG versus ARP. What can we expect out of this one, Bobby?
Obviously, we got to lean toward LG, and we're going to lean toward LG in every single match that we have for the entirety of the season. There's no surprises there. I will say the one pickup that we talked about, Yawn moving on over to ARP after his departure from DICE. There was that whole shakeup, and nearly pretty much every single roster was affected by it, with the exception of Luminosity. So I think this is a really solid pickup in Yawn, and I think he can play a really big impact for them. I think, to be honest, it's a big loss for DICE as well. I think he's an incredibly underrated player and a solid anchor, so I'm excited to see what role he plays. Obviously, Mago departing from this ARP roster and moving over to Ryzen, I believe. It's just chaos all over the place, but I'm excited to see what he can do to help elevate this team.
All right, well, as we take a look into their specific rosters, let's talk about LG a little bit here, Mommy.
And, I mean, these boys need no introduction because of how well they are known into the scene, not just in North America, but obviously the world, because you can see that Tectonic, Vague, Marshy already representing Tribe last year. But it's not just that. You see that band also being that Eastern Championship as well. I mean, these boys definitely know how to be those MVPs. Like what I mentioned, band already having that SMG role. I feel like there are such a good balanced team. You have your SMG roles, you have your AR roles fulfilled, even the snipers as well. So that's the reason why that this team has been feared, because of how well they've performed all throughout the years.
All right, well, the team that has to go up against the LG squad is ARP. Shift, talk to me about them.
Yeah, I think the thing about it, and maybe the best way to put a categorical nomenclature over it, was ARP was the last domino in a train of dominoes that were falling in the roster mania. There wasn't a lot of options because they were the ones kind of getting picked apart a little bit. So now you all of a sudden look to players like Yawn, Veteran, and Carlinos, I think, in particular to be the maybe catalysts for this team. Not a great opening matchup on the schedule, obviously, but definitely one where you could start kind of feeling the momentum build towards the rest of this long-form round-robin schedule. Get those guys set up, build a little bit of trust with the newer players that don't have the same kind of competitive experience, and maybe there is a chance still for this ARP team to find their way into the top 4.
All right. Well, we're going to get the picks and bans up here on the screen in just a second. Start talking about these, Bobby.
Obviously, Summit Hardpoint, great place for Luminosity to start. Vega is one of the few players in North America that you'll see pull out a shotgun, and he is an absolute nightmare with it on Summit, so that's something I'm fully expecting to see. To be honest, one good thing for ARP is that Express Search and Destroy, one of the weakest performances that I've seen all year out of Luminosity, was them getting, I believe, 7-1 on Express Search and Destroy. It was really surprising to just about anybody that saw it, so that is absolutely going to be ARP's best chance at taking the map.
All right. Do you guys agree over there on the sofa before I send you away?
Yeah, definitely. That Search and Destroy Express, I said already. I mean, even with Bobby mentioning it, ARP, that is their best shot at getting this map off of Luminosity. And looking at Raid being crossed off, that's going to be really huge for them, the fact that they were able to take it off, because we saw that Luminosity is just so good at Raid, and the fact that it's taken off, that's going to be huge for them. Crossroads Strike, they lost it just by a margin up against DICE, and I feel like that is the reason why that they started on the defense first. So let's see who's going to be starting on which side later on. But yeah, I feel like it could be a 3-1 at this point just because of that Express S&D.
Okay, we'll have to see if you're correct. It's time for me to send you to the other half of the studio while you give us your thoughts on the same stuff on the walkover shift.
Walkover, come with us, friends. Join us. Yeah, I think Crossroads as the map 3 control is an interesting one because it's kind of a wild card. It's a little bit harder, I think, to dominate control. It's really just down to can you just make sure you're not getting heavily outslayed, I think, throughout the entirety of it, whether you're on offense or defense. So that's the biggest thing for ARP when it comes down to both respawns. They have to be able to shoot back. And I know it's easy for us to say, and it sounds like a very elementary way of putting the series, but this LG team is super Slayer heavy, so ARP is already under the gun, so to speak, when it comes to trying to match up face-to-face with this LG squad.
And what's interesting is the fact that with Crossroads Strike, just going back to that control game, is the fact you have to set up so early to stop that spawn trap. And it's such a small map, and obviously with the pickup, I think, of Yon could possibly be good for ARP because they have another long-range kind of player in their team. He loves to use the LK, he loves to use the Holger, so I'm excited to see how he'll deal because that's one thing I think ARP lacked, is the fact that they didn't have any kind of long-range kind of guy to stop the push.
Yeah, I think that's the thing about it is they need someone else who could step up besides the 3 players that we really, really know. So that's where I think most of the focus for me is going to go for ARP is, will there be maybe a sort of Cinderella in the midst of this roster that could help them bring a little bit more slaying presence into the map? Because, like we mentioned, both these 2 respawns are going to need it. And to be fair, Express, the way we've seen it play in 5v5 COD Mobile comparatively to 4v4 in titles past for COD, it's very aggressive. It's very in your face right off the get-go. So they also have to find a way to mitigate that, like the early pressure that LG will likely try to pull, because playbook number 1 for them is going to be, we're better than you. That has to be, I think, one of the biggest staples is we can run, we can gun, and you're not going to be able to beat us. That has to be, I think, the biggest vote of confidence for this LG team, no matter who they happen to play.
That's one thing that I'm kind of worried about because Summit already, we're starting things off very aggressively, and you already know that you have Band, you have Big. They like to go up in your face with those SMGs and like what Bobby already mentioned with a shotgun, and definitely this is a map that utilizes that and just abuses it. But also you mentioned it already that a lot of these COD mobile players are 5v5 obviously, and when you're studying Express map in the beginning, obviously we only just had it this year, it's going to be a 4v4 for COD in the past, but now you're going to be a little bit more aggressive and you have such aggressive players from Luminosity. I'm trying to figure out how can they play up against this team.
I think the biggest thing for me when it comes to this Luminosity team, last year they just happened to pick up a team. This year they built a team. And that is a huge difference for a team that went Game 7 in the World Championships and nearly still found a way to pull it out over the heavy favorites of Tribe. So with that in mind, now that you've got a team that's been constructed to win, You have to. So it's kind of one of those things that Luminosity feels like Tribe's storyline from last year. And not that it's important right now, but I guarantee you the first time that LG and Tribe play each other, it's going to get hot. There's going to be some body shooting going on. There's going to be a lot of tempers, I'm sure, flaring up. But the thing is, the expectations have immediately turned just due to the fact that LG has put together and well-constructed a great roster right from the get-go this year. It's not just like a, hey, look at us, we're in COD Mobile, we happen to pick up the #2 NA team. Now they've built a roster that should win a world championship in their mind.
And that is the difference between something that is very well thought compared to a team right now, ARP, looking like they're still trying to find their footing. For now, though, we still have to see how their performance is going to be here. Finally, in Summit Hardpoint, will Jan be able to finally find his place? But no, actually, you know what? I take it back. We're going back here in the studio. Hello there. Okay, go into the game. What are your thoughts here so far when it comes to ARP? What are their chances, to be honest?
They're not high. They're actually very low. I think this is the easiest way of putting it. If it were anybody else besides LG, I think we would get a true litmus test of where the strength actually lies for ARP. The thing about it is these first couple of weeks are going to be a lot of us figuring out where the strength in North America lies, because not a lot of teams are going to have a chance to get the practice and rehearsal that LG has been able to build because of the moves that have just recently been made. It happened almost within the period of about 48 hours of roster lock even happening for this event. So this first week is, I hate to call it kind of a throwaway for ARP, but you don't look at this match, circle it on the schedule, and say this is a must win. If it were an ARP versus DICE or versus Simplicity, that's a matchup where I think we're really going to be able to tell how good this ARP team could be. This, for me, is all about seeing what individuals are going to give ARP a fighting chance in the future. The end-all, be-all for this matchup, though, I don't think they have a chance.
I feel like this is just a practice range at this point, and you brought a really good point with the fact that they're going up against the #1 NA team, well, the peg #1, but for now, this is a really good way to kind of start off, because you'd want to go up against a really good team for now, which is a solid team, and then later on, find out where you went wrong all throughout. And that's why we have such a good time here in Stage 4, because we have double the numbers of the tournaments and the matches, and obviously we have like, what, 4 matches that we have in the span of this month.
Yeah, and the other thing about this, too, we haven't had a chance to talk about it. There's not going to be a situation like there was last year for Cold Showers, where they were in the midst of a really tough bracket, because you have to fight through everybody.
Yeah.
So, there are some moments here where ARP are going to be looking at LG and saying, oh, gosh, this is a tough opening matchup, but it's not the only matchup. You don't put yourself up against the wall immediately if you do lose this. So we'll find out. Here we go. We are out into the races now. Guaranteed. LG, first couple of kills. ARP trying to find their way on towards the zone, but R9 and shotguns in hand for LG, as both Vague and Tech will be pulling the shotties out early.
I mean, this is something that we already preempted before the broadcast even started. It's the fact that the shotguns definitely going to be so hard and very crucial right now. We've seen so far here in Stage 4, not just in NA, but also for EU. But Vague getting a triple kill already. He's having a really good time, flushing out a lot of the players in 2F, which is a power position for P1 and also for that rotation in P2.
Vague's on 6-0 start. So he's already built up 2 of his streaks. Tectonic just making sure no one comes down the staircase, and Luminosity is absolutely dominating the start. Nice bounce back here for ARP. Quick Predator Missile will come in. It does find 2 for Vague, so the hard point can now be contested, but that tree holding on for a time. Not enough assistance from Jan to get the full-on trade, but there is still a chance to contest. So 33 plays up against 8. Vague shut down, and ARP will have a chance to rotate over to New.
Not just that, they also have the more favorable side of the map, as you can see. I mean, they're going to be set up for P3. They need to find a way to stop the flank coming in from Luminosity later on, but it looks like Luminosity is actually going in more for that 2F control as they finally get a hold of a solid hardpoint so far. All 4 players going to be right there into the hardpoint.
Spawns will flip here, though, as Luminosity just kind of push through Catwalk, so now ARP have to kind of work back for it while also fighting for the hardpoint. And, well, they are fighting the war on 2 fronts, but neither are going all that well. Split spawn situation for both our 2 teams, but Luminosity cleaning up on the objective. Now they can start sending numbers to deal with the new side of the map. 30 seconds till the fight for here on P2.
Unfortunately, Jan and Camoax lose such an essential gunfight to fight for spawn for next. And not just that, Luminosity just having a trip here into P2, getting a lot of the points down, but it is still going to be ARP trying to go in there for that control. But Vague just causing chaos right there. And not just that, though, everyone else doing an amazing job outside of the hill. Tectonic getting kills from that war machine.
I love the timing of that from Tectonic. He can use that as a way to make sure that the play for objective is largely made easier. But Yawn starting to heat up just a touch, does get 3 in a row. Hardpoint will start to move over towards the gondola. Tectonic in the back just playing anchor. Rest of LG focused on the front, but the hit for ARP all coming through generator side. Veteran trying to find an entry, but look how deep Tectonic is. Talk about just wise awareness as an AR. It's making sure that no one gets behind the play. And LG will start to pull some operators in. You got the Sparrow out immediately. ARP getting a kill around the back. They should be able to flip things out. Just comes down to can they actually break the hard point itself, because LG are still holding. And Tectonic's going to call in a missile, but it's actually still enough for ARP to neutralize and get control of the hill.
ARP good for the break, and that is going to be really good situational awareness coming in from Chelsea. Getting rid of Tech first, and not just that, Detry right into cable car all the way, tries to get rid of the players from the outside, so that's going to be huge. Tectonic, though, unfortunately, does get taken out by Chelsea with that Sparrow. Beautifully timed, gets majority of the scrap points down, but unfortunately, Detry, you cannot make those mistakes.
This is perfectly fine for ARP. You got to be giving them a round of applause right now, because they get the break. They're able to at least neutralize and go about 50-50 on the hard point and look towards rotation. They are fully set up with Detry finding kills on the exit. So now a little bit labored. There's luminosity on the exit. ARP will give away a lot of space through the middle of the map in order to prefer these spawns to set up for new. Hardpoint will open. ARP will be in control. Lots of operators at the ready. Washington going to go first with the Annihilator out, while Veteran and Kim will do what they can to try to lock things by bunkering on the site itself. Claw in hand. Nice kills coming out for ARP. No trades for LG in any form, and how about the hold for ARP?
Ooh, here we go. Yawn in a really good spot as he's going to be anchoring down spawns. Actually able to get rid of Band that tried to go in for that spawn flip, but he will be greeted by a lot of players, and unfortunately goes in there. Not really a good sign as Washi gets an important kill. Band as well with the claw. And there you go. This is what we need to see from Luminosity Gaming to bring it back. But Chelsea with a beautiful 3-piece earns herself so much more utility.
That is huge. It's essentially 1v4s on top of the hard point. Now her friends are in the mix, and the kills are starting to come through. LG completely bounced out, and how about ARP? Okay. Eyes wide open right now as they will take the lead through the first set of hills. Not a huge lead to speak of, but a lead nonetheless, which was already a bit of a surprise. Moving back over towards computers, though. Luminosity with control, not just in the hard point. They've got the shotguns back out as well.
This is where they got majority of the points down in the first set of rotations, and they were able to have such a solid P2 hold, but looks like we have play number 3. That's Chelsea, a really big playmaker to try and get that, but unfortunately does go down.
LG, couple of kills, Predator missile spent in, but ARP can only find one with it. Veteran clearing out the outsides. Tectonic trying to lock things down, but he's going to be under threat from behind. Should be an easy pickup for Yawn, and it is. The kills all turning up. ARP, Luminosity not able to find a single trade. Kill feed goes purely yellow, and how about ARP? Another convincing break, and the kills, they don't stop coming, and they won't stop coming. A chance to start to make the rotation over to flip spawns around, and Luminosity can't find a single kill until it's a little bit too late.
Chelsea on an absolute rampage right now, 18 to her name. The closest one is going to be Tectonic with 21, but obviously those long-range engagements, I feel like for Luminosity, they're not able to sustain it super well, especially in this hill. And now, let's see. The battle for 2F is definitely going to ensue. That's going to be play number 4, Big, right under, on a really, really cheeky spot, trying to just clear those really tight angles.
Hardpoint will open up. Vague just going to finesse in and out with the shotgun. Veteran up top. Nice gunfight win versus Tectonic. Has a chance to possibly push forward, but the Sparrow's out for Envy. He clears out the second floor. Detry trying to follow up with the War Machine, but no real opponents for him to really make use of this. Only finds one up close, but now has to step into the action. Gloves out. Back to the LK. Completely mixed up as Washi starts to find a little bit of momentum here. A slow start for him, but now up to 14 kills, and Luminosity have a chance to still contest with numbers.
The good thing for ARP is the fact that that War Machine, even though he didn't really find so much kills, he was able to push back so many players coming in from Luminosity, funneling in through that other side. And now we do get to see it. It's still blue all over the feed. 140 and 145 and looking like another lead change. But we do get to see ARP going in for an early setup for P3.
But LG know this. It's just too early for ARP to make this play around the back. You have to find these kills. You have to find them convincingly. Trades across the board, not going to work out fully. Band on rotation will drop. So 3 seconds until this hard point expires. ARP now with numbers will have a chance to set up. But once again, Luminosity, a chance to threaten this early. 100 killer drones go out, and you also have a chance here for some operators to be pulled. Veteran will use the Purifier first and foremost. He's responsible for the front door. Around the back, LG finding a couple of kills, and look at the push coming through Snowside. Band opens up space through Forklift. Tectonic now pitching from the front, and ARP get completely demolished inside the hard point. A couple players will still spawn in, but ARP not inside the hill.
Man, that's such a good push coming in from Tech. He won that gunfight up against Detri, and he didn't even push into the back of the map. He went all the way around, instead going to the other entrance for that push, and now it's all blue, and even though they're going to be surrounded by ARP members, it's going to be huge. Veteran gets an essential two-piece. Kimwax brings out the claw.
What a pinch from Veteran. Finds a route through mid, hits Luminosity from behind, and ARP, who never lost control of spawns, do get the rebreak. Tight game, 175, 165. Scrap time looks good for ARP as Luminosity's on rotation. They have only just 2 operators to spend to try to hold this, whereas Jan has got one of his own. Everything may hinge on this break attempt for ARP.
That's going to be huge. If you're going to be ARP, you need to funnel out every single player, but it's a good thing that they're also going in for the scrap points as well. And now they need to win that player number 3. Envy is going to be in a really big fight.
Oh!
Unfortunately, loses it, and that will allow the players from ARP to possibly go and spawn, but no, that's going to be right there.
Washi, how big has he been in the last couple of lives? Now up to 17 kills. Luminosity hold on to the spawns and simultaneously still contain over towards the hard point. ARP setting up for their break. No operators, no streaks. It has to be done the hard way. On the opposite side, LG do have a Purifier out for Vague. Detri gets the first. Tectonic makes sure spawns are still good, but actually Band will spawn out here. ARP are starting to build up some numbers, but can they actually hold the hard point as they still do not have any operators to spend here? Band on the way in. He's going to be able to find the first. Can he double up? No. Kimwax there for her own double, and that's going to be enough for ARP to lock things in.
That's going to be a beautiful break. Again, coming in from ARP, and they've been so good at breaking the hill. We got Chelsea already on her 28th with the Switchblade, and there's a reason why she's so comfy and using this every single time. The rotation going to finally come through. We do get to see Luminosity staying there, and as per usual, they are very comfortable here in P1, getting majority of the points, but every single time we go in there for a reset, ARP just inching slowly.
Oh, wow. Great map control here from Luminosity. They are controlling every point of ingress. ARP need to stack up. 205 to 200, the current count. Envy's got the Sparrow out. Kim trying to do what they can to just clear out top floor. That will work. Envy spending a lot of the Sparrow bolts trying to get some damage, but not going to work out. ARP are finding the kills. 212 to 205. Veteran trying to find a way in. The rest of ARP hitting from the back door, but Luminosity, they're finding all the kills from inside the hard point. Detri shut down, and Luminosity still hold 35 seconds on the hard point.
It's just so huge. Vegas is just at the stopping force that ARP just cannot seem to get over, and right now with the 34K already, he kind of slowed down in that second set of rotations, but definitely right back into the game. And now with ARP just having such a difficult time, even though Veteran unfortunately not using that Purifier to his advantage.
Vague trying to shut things down through Cubby. Trade comes through. Luminosity still in control of the hard point. They can still win here. They will get the tick, but now a little bit of contest comes out. ARP trying to clear up this second floor. They're going to have to win this scrap and also win the rotation to do. Someone may have to touch this again. 249, do they get the final tick? No. It's all about can they set themselves up around Catwalk. A difficult hard point to get 45 straight seconds on, but it is doable with the convincing kill feed. Problem is, they're not finding the kills they need. Jan shut down. The early contest already in. Detri trying to find whatever he can with the War Machine. There will be a chance to clear, but this is everything right now for ARP. They're using every single one of the operators they have, and they're starting to get shut down. Vague trying to clear it out, do it all himself. Contest is through! Vague gets the snap, but they don't get the tick. ARP are still alive. Never mind.
Van gets the final blow, and it's just a combination of having so much firepower inside of the hill in the form of Vague, and on the outside you have Tectonic clearing those long angles, and also you got Washi just thinking about those anchoring points, and I feel like it was that P4 that just changed the tide for them.
Honestly speaking, it was this thin margins that they could hold on to, and a lot of it did come through this first and second hard point string. Did not do a good job on P3. Like at all. Even in the moments where they were locking things down around the back, ARP were still finding entryways. In fact, I think we can pretty much largely say both times that we were at that third hard point, it went 50-50. 30 seconds for you, 30 seconds for us, which is not often the case. That's probably one of our easier hard points across the board internationally that you'll see teams soak up time on, but that was not to be. It was largely Luminosity finding value here in these first two hills that ARP were having a little bit of struggle with kind of out-trading Luminosity. And even though ARP did a nice job kind of rotating around the map to try to mitigate some of the problems they had in the first 2 hard points, unfortunately, we never saw another 3rd hard point. So Luminosity get the job done. 38 total kills for Vague, a lot of it with the shotgun with over 2 minutes of hard point time. Yeah, he's the MVP for sure.
Definitely a solid and hopeful start, actually, for ARP. The fact that they were able to kind of go toe-to-toe, and there were so many lead changes that we couldn't even kind of keep track of it. And like what we mentioned, it was just that one heroic act from Washi and Band that just cleared out that P4, getting that anchor spot that ARP kind of had a difficult time when it comes to the flow. I feel like they should have probably rotated early enough and not go for the break every single time, but it's just so hard to tell.
Yeah, 6 of one, half a dozen of another, right? Like, you either are going to put a lot of value into soaking up every single second to scrap, and then you give up the initial, or you hopefully get a 50-50 gunfight towards the new hill. It's hard to really pick those things up, especially when spawns are literally on the opposite sides of the map. So for ARP, hopeful things like you mentioned, but the problem is LG still to find a way to win map number 1. That would have been a huge takeaway for ARP. Express, though, for the map number 2, search and destroy. Now all of a sudden we start to think about this maybe a little bit differently, largely off the fact that ARP are playing a good team game, which is, I think, the biggest X factor between both these two squads. Luminosity should be the more truly tested team with more reps, more rehearsal, and more time to playbook. But ARP looked solid on a very basic hardpoint map. This is a very basic search and destroy map as well, so their playbook should be decent, you would assume.
Definitely. And when it comes to the stats for now, I feel like they did go up against SXC 7-0, but SXC is a team that we don't even see. So maybe that's why we're kind of hopeful for ARP to kind of just bring the gunfight here and possibly slow things down for a possibly aggressive team like Luminosity.
It's apples and oranges when you're talking about a team like that versus a team like Luminosity. Snipe out for Detri, looking for a pixel peek through trains as the approach towards A is underway. Some trophies will be placed largely to make sure that nothing can hit around the flank, but how do you get this bomb down safely? Whoa, Kim gets so far forward. Vague does at least find one, and then the connection from Tectonic throws away the early threat. Sure, the bomb is collected, but LG do exactly what is required to clean up this A hit, and that's just a difference of not putting down a trophy system on top of the bomb site. Kim getting that far forward is key for the offense, but doesn't make a difference when nades are hitting you every single time.
Flawless round coming in from LG. That's going to be huge for them. Detri, though, still struggling to find that information. I feel like they probably should have waited for him to kind of give that go signal here in this A hit, but it seems like it's going to be the same thing. Tectonic and Detri, I thought they took each other out.
Well, it's just a 1-for-1 exchange. ARP still looking over towards A. Quick rotation from Washi, who will be sniping from backside crosswalk. Envy here as well, just to try to throw some early nades if needed, but no point of contact has been made yet, and LG are holding onto their resources with this heavy stack on A at the moment.
They're going to be a possible flank watch just in case ARP goes in for that Bravo hit, but they're just going to be staying put and just going in for that information from Kimwax. If anyone from LG is going to be overextending just a tiny bit. Still a stalemate, though. Y'all are going to be in a really good position to possibly spot 2 more players coming in from Luminosity, but still none.
LG's in the perfect spot. You don't have to move right now. You've got good contact for Vague, who's got a shotgun playing inside a ticket, and then Envy has an SMG watching up close and personal for a train cross. And will obviously also be able to kind of trust that Washi's watching over the top of him for any hit through lockers. Contact should have been made right there onto Chagaboot. Washi holding over towards locker side. There needs to be contact sooner or later as ARP are going to have to stick with this. There's all the utility. Washi will be smoked out. Yawn, first blood onto Envy, who is trying to contest this bomb site. Should lead to a plant here.
ARP throws a good smoke, and that just allows them to go and enter the site. But unfortunately, just go down one by one. Fake gets a beautiful 2-piece with the nade and also the R9, and Washi gets a pick as well. And just like that, even though it was a good push coming from ARP, not able to sustain.
Yawn going to try to stick for the plant. Does have just enough vacancy to get it down. Swaps over to a Fennec. Washi watching for the exit. First shot misses. Yawn just throwing shoulders. Help is on the way. Tectonic is coming and running over the top of the trains, but doesn't make a difference. Washi will get it done himself. And even though he's only got 2 kills, the 2 kills that Washi has had so far have been instrumental towards this A defense.
Now for ARP, it's just a matter of you need to find your utility up against a sniper like Washi that will always stop your push. And not just that, but Tectonic's also been doing an amazing job at getting those first bloods as well. And now A doesn't work. Try to go in for that Bravo push. I mean, you have to kind of worry about Vague with that shot. You having 4 kills already, but it looks like that B execute is finally going to happen.
Pretty heavy stack here for LG up close and personal. Vague does get pushed off, and that's a good follow-up on the veteran. Detri also getting a long-range shot over to Envy, and the approach towards B is flawless for ARP. just down to Tech and Washi, both sniping. Freebie picked up here. That could lead to an opportunity to maybe exchange one of the scopes out for a rifle. But as Detry walks over towards the rivals from playing elevator side, he will be trusted to lock down this entire backside lane, leaving not a lot of opportunities here for LG to work on it. Tech now the last player for a 1v4. Good luck, have fun.
Not really much you can do at this point. 24 seconds left on the clock, and the defense from ARP is just going to be so solid. Jan going to have that information down, but he does get spotted by Tectonic. He goes down. And now with 14 seconds, it's just, you're just going to have to, you're just going to have to open for the Ninja Defuse, but that's not going to happen for sure. And now as LG, I feel like this Bravo push just kind of caught them off guard with the fact that it was so aggressive. They didn't really put as much bodies there, but I feel like now that it was a really successful A-B execute for ARP, Luminosity is going to be fighting back mano y mano.
This comes down to what do you want to do with these two sniper rifles. We've seen Washi lean heavy towards A. Tech has been playing through mid. Those are your key pivot points here for LG defensively. ARP, based on the X-ray, looked like they're at least threatening over towards B again. Would love to see the action as Detry gets the first. Trades come through. LG able to at least get two more in response in that position through top trades. So difficult to work through if you control Ticket, which is indeed the case. Detry fighting back, but now is the last one standing for a 1v3. Has plenty of time, but no bomb to work with. Shot would have to land, and it does. Tech will drop. Now to the 1v2. Band's nade not quite going to land. Still playing over the top of the jump, but looks like he'll back away, and they're going to try to likely get together here to play this out as a duo.
Detry is in a really good position to retrieve the bomb and also has enough time to do so. Looking like he wants to go. Oh, I thought he was going to go in for a long wraparound, but he needs to go and retrieve the bomb. The good thing that Luminosity did is the fact that they played numbers to their advantage and just waited, because if you saw Detry push, that 1v1 inside, that's definitely not going to be good. As you get to see, Detry's in a really good spot to go for Band.
Contact made, first kill in, follow up, oh, okay! That is a tough second gunfight. The transfer perfect for Detry, and you gotta kind of wonder what Band is even looking at right there. He's prone in a corner looking at a single direction, and he's the second member to the gunfight. I don't know if he's put his phone down or what, but Band gets smoked and no chance at the follow-up. Detry gets ARP to a 2-2 count. Another early hit, this time ARP very aware that LG are leaning towards mid, so they're throwing a lot of utility and putting a couple of the numbers here to try to respond to it, and yep, Detry continues into this fifth round, as he takes down Washi at range.
Kimwax is still at a 0, but Detry is just stepping it up. It doesn't really matter, but he needs to step on the pedal. But right now, bomb holder veteran is in a really bad spot if he does get spotted by Vega at the moment. And speaking of, preempted. And now the bomb's going to be down in a really bad spot, and that's why you don't leave your bomb holder all alone.
I still think they got, I mean, there's a handful of nades that jumped up top into that top tower position, and Vague didn't get hit by any of it. So his position must have been pretty darn concealed. Vague this time, though, will not be able to get anything more. Kim's able to get on the board. And a long wrap on the way here for ARP. It's a tough call to commit to playing towards overpass like this, but number 5 in yellow, Detry's going to give it a go. And yeah, the timing is actually exquisite. Envy drops trying to reposition. Now all of a sudden ARP have the last two defenders completely trapped in front of A.
Oh, the best part here is the fact that they can go in for a distraction gameplay and make him think that they're actually going for that Bravo side. But now they're going to be going in for the kill, and Detry gets that snipe. Band, though, on the other hand, brings it down into a 1v2 situation.
He's predicted this, though. The route is good. Just comes down to how much does Band trust that he can hold this position through mid-cross. Bomb will make its way over towards B. Frag cooked out. That should land right on top of A. No hit marker means no one's home. Band should be thinking he needs to lean towards B here, and he does get ticket control. Bomb gets planted. Band around the back may have an opportunity to isolate, but no, Detry not gonna miss. Goodness, how good has Detry been? Already on 11 kills through 5 rounds.
He's been so good at the flank every single time, and Luminosity just doesn't have an answer back to him. That was a good push, and even though they were down by the numbers, the bomb was down. They were able to kind of reroute, rewrap into the back end and possibly go in for the push. And now we're going in for a 3-2 split for Luminosity.
Little flick through the smoke, not quite gonna land. ARP will gain control around B, but Band is in their way. Envy following up. Oh, but Detry with the pistol. Now to the quick scope. Oh my goodness, Detry. Veteran cleans up mid-map. It's just down to Vague for a 1v2, and he's carrying a shotgun. not the weapon you want. Gets tagged up, but he's on the hunt for Veteran, who will not give him a chance to stay in range of the R9.
Oh, Veteran is just so good when it comes to that engagement. But unfortunately, Detry's going to be in a really bad spot. Big, able to get that 1v1. Picks him out one by one. And now as we go in there very quietly, 1 minute on the clock. It's still a lot of time for ARP to try and go in there, get that information, try to figure out where everyone is. But Veteran able to go and spot him, but obviously with R9 in hand, the range is not going to be in your favor.
Veteran doesn't know if he wants to trust the rifle or the sniper rifle. Doesn't make a difference. There's just no chance for the R9 to get into kill range. And ARP will take a 4-2 offensive half. And honestly, there are rounds in there that it could have been a 5-1 if we're being candid. So a lot of requirement here for Luminosity to establish a good offense of their own, and their first attempts will be a 5-man stack over towards A. ARP have 4 members here to try to defend against this. Opening snipe, pixel peek is good, but Detry gets a collapse. Uh-oh, not good news, and all of a sudden LG are a bit stuck as Veteran gets forward in the lockers.
15 for this guy, absolutely nuts. Tectonic though, able to get rid of Veteran even though he got some shots down. Vig in a really good spot, and obviously you need to be in those tight corners. He does get tagged up with that nade, so that's going to be information for ARP. It's going to be a stalemate. 3 versus 3. Bomb still has yet to be planted, but still a lot of time. They'll probably be just waiting for Tectonic to get that information down first.
Yeah, this is one of those kill noise and create doubt situations for Luminosity, and ARP are heavy stacked over towards A, so the longer the wait goes, you have to think the more ARP start to feel a little bit feisty about rotating over towards B. Vig gets train control, checks for the shoulder, does not quite see Kim. Detry over the top also does not see the cross, so Vig will sneak on to get the plant off. Kim cannot challenge this as of yet. Can they find him on the exit? No, Vig gets free. Kim has a lot to check. Defensive nades coming back through. Envy not tagged up by that follow-up frag. First contact. Detry, what? How does he get that kill? Envy put on a mixtape, and now ARP hold the numbers. Just comes down to can they actually chow this together? Detry still getting the job done with the pistol. What can't he do? 1v1. Pistol upgraded to an SMG. Toggles. Sticks. Vague. Checking. Trying to create noise. But Detry will not be bluffed off the defuse. This guy's got some major cojones. Oh my goodness.
Bro, so fake. And Vague could have just hopped down. And that is the best situation that you could be in. Just capitalize on your player, just heating up, and Detry with 17. Kim Wax only has 1. Detry is doing everything for ARP at the moment.
Here we go, though. LG, no more nonsense, as Washi gets the first connection. Vague gets the shotgun to sing a song for him, and LG will quickly get a 3rd round. Unless Yawn can try to find a way to stack up some members, but no, not going to happen. Quick response from Luminosity, but boy, was it required.
We need to see his loadout for that pistol, man. I mean, he just got so many kills up against an SMG in that type of angle. Here we go. ARP going in there for a more heavy defense in Alpha, but unfortunately for them, it's going to be a B hit.
Still, though, quick opportunity to play this through top side of the overpass. Detry drops through mid-map. Vague looking for contact. Should see this, but no, just overwhelmed.
The bomb has been planted.
Bomb gets planted. Band still has control of Ticket. Envy holding on top the bomb site. Long wrap on the way from Chugaboo. But boy, she has got to go and commit to this sooner rather than later because ARP do not have an entry unless Tech gives them one. Yawn gets a freebie over through elevator side. And now this double stack should feel a little bit more free to hit this. Pre-fire through the smoke for Envy. Does connect, but doesn't keep Band safe. The kills all come through for ARP, and Envy will be traded. ARP on map point.
My goodness, that was so good. The fact that you mentioned it, Chelsea was already there for that wrap around the flank, and Washi was actually looking at that direction. But Tectonic going down and losing that gunfight just made him look the other way, and the fact that they just went down 1 by 1, that is just really good timing coming in from ARP.
Wow. This has been really good dynamic search for a team that just recently got put together. And Luminosity, I'm not going to lie to you, they are not impressing right now through these first 2 maps like you would expect them to. 5-man hit, flash up top just to make sure they get tower control. Late challenge from Chugaboo, ill-advised and put down quickly. 5v4 we go for LG, but a quick flank on the way from ARP.
Speaking of the flank, that's going to be Yawn with the LK, but unfortunately it does go down. Washi, again, big shots from him. Doesn't really quite get the... Washi gets that. Kim Wax had every opportunity, but unfortunately, Washi just a little bit too fast. A 3rd kill to his name. Now it's going to be sniper versus sniper. And Detry, what can you do up against a 5-man Luminosity Gaming?
There's no way, right? Like, He's done some unbelievable stuff, but there's simply no way. That is massive from Washi, the solo defender of that flank, to find all 3 kills coming his direction. And no, this time Detri, no heroics. LG staying alive. 4-6 we go.
Now we're at match point. One more win from ARP, and they're going to be taking this S&D. And now so far, Luminosity Gaming, the reasons why they won those particular rounds is they went in guns blazing here on that Bravo side, but they can't be doing the same case anymore. And now we do get to see ARP going in there aggressively. 3-man already. Going up against a 5-stack from Luminosity.
This is big. Yeah, I was going to say late stuns coming out for ARP. Allows them control of tower, but they don't keep watching the window. Vague just takes a late mantle, and the R9 takes down another double. Yawn slips through a little bit, but he's kind of caught in no man's land right now. Has to just kind of hug the trains and hope he can find good contact. There's Washi, hit marker comes out, pistol will finish it off, and Luminosity back to within, possibly sending us to an OT.
Ooh. Every single time that ARP tried to go in for that window control, it just didn't work out for them because obviously you're going up against a R9 right into your face, and Vague is just going in there slowly with 11 kills to his name. Now 2 rounds in a row they tried to go in for that control, didn't work out. And now for Luminosity, they just love going in for that A because it just works out.
That's fake.
But now we're going in for that defense.
Yeah, fake nades towards A. Luminosity delayed hitting over towards B. Look what it's done. ARP say these are the same nades. We have to rotate over, and they have no defenders over towards this B site. So this would be a quick plant. And now it's down to how do you retake this if you're ARP. Chagabu's just got a switchblade. You do not want her to be first contact, and nades coming her direction will back her off. You have to win mid-map if you're ARP. Detri sniping from train side. Band just very wisely keeps his life. Someone has to make a move for ARP. Time ticking. Washi finds first contact. Band, next one up, and no, Washi continues to dominate over through the crosswalks. This should be a 6-6 tally as Washi just not missing. All these individual challenges working out, and Washi very well, I was gonna say, may have a chance to find the ace, but Tectonic will steal it away. And that will be the only kill Washi doesn't get. Overtime we go.
Okay. Now we're going to be going in for a different approach if you're ARP. So now you don't have any kind of answer for the flanks because Luminosity Gaming already just put 2 players right there. They've already learned so far and adaptable in this game. ARP though, going in there, bomb in hand. They've been winning a lot of their attacking rounds, and so far they're going to be greeted by 3 players from Luminosity.
They don't have an entrance here. They have to hope that Detri can hit. And they do. Double stack coming over towards Band, but no, he deals with both of it, and LG will take this defense unless Detri once again could do something amazing. 1v4 situation, but thing is, LG know exactly where he's at, and they will not give him an exit. He's going to have 90 seconds to try to finesse this, but there's just no way LG overpeaked this.
Goes in there for that nade check, and he's going to be in a really good spot. Envy still not tagged, though. Still too far away for that nade, and he does get spotted so far, Detri. We do get to see that Envy is not going to be moving at all, and information already given to the rest of LG, and that's it. Now we get to see finally Luminosity with that lead.
And that's just simply put, our ARP just needed to get a better read on that. It's all a bunch of nades going over the top. Didn't look like a lot of it hit. The double chow over towards the front staircase onto Band did not work out. So now 7-6 we go. Luminosity on the offense. Nades going over the top of Info. Band still gets taken control for free. No one even checks this. If Band slides this corner, he may actually get a read that Detri's playing nearby, and yeah, sure does. Huge first blood for Band. Envy on for potentially a plant, but Chagabu does find a response. Vague will control the staircases, and this should still lead to a plant favoring ticket side.
We need to see Yon just absolutely step on it, as Chagabu's going to be in a really bad spot. And speaking of, Washi gets the tag. 18 kills to his name, but he does get traded out. Still very doable for this 3v3, but play number 4, that's Vague. Having that Fennec in hand is definitely going to be dangerous, especially if he still is holding that shoddy.
You have to get Vague out of the picture. Oh, and he's gotten an elimination and slid away. He wants the challenge at 1 HP. Trades are on the way, and LG survived through OT. But oh my goodness, that's now 2 back-to-back maps. I'm sitting here like, what's taking LG? I mean, there should be no reason that ARP is doing this to LG, and you have to walk away feeling really good about your chances if you're ARP to still have a chance to extend this series.
Imagine if you're doing that to the PEG #1 team in North America. You're giving them a hard time in that hard point response. And this is, yes, we kind of said that S&Ds are usually a better game mode to kind of pick things up if you are a fresh team, but that was just a really good display. But honestly, for me, it was just all the Detri show. Everyone else from ARP just struggled so much. You can't be relying on just one person, though.
Yeah, Detri definitely won a handful of rounds single-handedly, and you're going to look back at this if you're ARP, and you're going to look at the rounds in the very opening 30 to 45 seconds that you made mistakes. I think first and foremost, you look back to, it's actually, I think, a round coming up here in a moment, where Vague gets up top towards top tower, and it's a delayed challenge for ARP where Vague just essentially reaps them. Washi also through mid-map, I think, also had way too many solo challenges come his way. If you're going to chow out a sniper like Washi, you better do it together. And that's, I think, the only real thing that you could talk about for ARP. I think as a squad, the game plan is not terrible, but the individual trust in, you know, bait and switches, double chows, the timings aren't quite there yet. And that also kind of, for me, says that this is a newer team that still has to build that communication and that inherent subconscious level of, I know what you're going to do before you even do it, so I can play off of that perfectly. So some things that need to be cleaned up for ARP, but I don't think you can be mad about that result right now if you're ARP overall.
I mean, look at that scoreline. Detri having that 18, Washi on the other hand as well with the 18. So I feel like for me, the only reason why I think that LG has been doing an amazing job, and one thing is for sure, Washi, not only does he get those first bloods, but also he's so good at that flank watch. You already saw it in the other end where I feel like for ARP, having a flank watch that is a sniper is a huge deal, but you always have to rely on Detri to just go in for those entry frags.
Yeah, Washi, pretty good. Pretty good. So now we go over to Crossroads Strike for the control, and based off of what we had in Summit, I don't hate ARP's chances of still being able to put together a good result here. This is not a map that you're going to get necessarily fully outplayed on. You can get outgunned on this map, though. So that's the biggest thing, is can ARP actually hang in the individual 1v1s or team fights that we're likely going to see through mid-map, as Luminosity will start on defense. Opening spam from Kimwax does find a little bit of damage, but no eliminations as of yet, and both teams will kind of fight from opposite sides of the map against one another.
Two snipers coming in from ARP, that's Yon and Detri. Definitely going to be able to stop the push from far away, but I'm kind of concerned once everything does go in for that small ranges. Chelsea, though, gets an essential two-piece.
She doesn't have to overchow this. I was about to say, you've got focus on towards A right now, and it is a little bit overchowed. I think it's ARP trying to get a little bit too cute on both zones at the same time. It allows Luminosity a chance to trade back the kills, and with that, they also retake the map. Tough situations lie ahead now as Luminosity take the offensive side away from the offense itself. Yon still trying to get the sniper rifle to work out for him. He does at least preclude the ability for anyone to push through snow side, and Veteran will single-handedly regain top control of Garage.
That's going to be huge for them. They're winning a lot of the gunfights and just not allowing for Luminosity to try and go in for that spawn trap. So far, though, that's play number 5. Washi in a really good spot to try and just cancel out all the players, but he just loses that.
I mean, he gets 3, though, from barrel side with a sniper rifle. All of those were quick snipes. Unreal stuff. Yon puts the scope down at the exact wrong time, but still holds on towards the B zone. Big play here from Chelsea, getting one through mid. NV reclaims, though, and once again, ARP not quite able to stay on the zone. They will get out of spawn, but there's only 25 seconds remaining. They need to make a decision on which zone they want to try to commit to. Insinuation would be it's going to happen over towards A. Topside barrel, no! SMGs coming to life here for LG. Tack over the top, will drop, but the unfortunate thing is Detri really cannot commit to getting onto A by himself. He needs help.
So far, though, ARP just going into those split situations that they're just not winning a lot of the gunfights inside of the point. And so far, 3 seconds left and just 1 tick of progress here in Alpha and just 5 lives is definitely going to be so hard for them to go and get. There you go. Very convincing for Luminosity here in that defensive side.
Good stuff, and it all starts, I think, with their ability to bounce back after the first set of gunfights, because ARP did a really nice job of controlling mid lane. Offensively, you have to have it. If you want to have any success towards either of the 2 zones, A in particular, you have to control mid fences like that. Envy in the process of that defense did find a chance to get himself onto streaks. Opening first blood, good. Detri taken away with a little bit of elevation now all of a sudden, and the defense will absolutely dominate off the rip. LG still trying to hold their ground. Envy stunned up, but good assistance from Vague allows LG a chance to start to make a move.
Definitely, Detri's going to be a huge person to try to stop the push from that backside, and especially with the sniper. That's going to be a good setup. I think that double sniper's on the defense, but I think for the offense, they might have to swap out at least one of them going in for the LK. And Envy, though, does not find anyone with the Sparrow here in Catwalk, so that's going to be kind of a wasted opportunity for him to get those kills.
They still get fire control because of that, so now A will get the first tick of progress. NV still locking down top catwalk. Member still on for the second tick of progress. And a 7-life lead here for LG. ARP looking to flood this right from the front side of fire. Band holding topside boxes, but gets shut down. Now it's down to clearing off Vague, who's playing just behind the barrier, and no worries there for Kimwax. Took a little longer than we would have expected, but ARP do reclaim the A zone.
That's going to be huge for them. One more tick of progress here in Alpha, and you know, Bravo is definitely going to be a point that's going to be a little bit easier to get if you're going to be Luminosity, because you are going up against those two snipers where you just have to smoke them out and able to get that Bravo control down. So far, you get to see Veteran and Kimwax winning a lot of big gunfights here in this entire building, though.
That's huge. Detry was the only defender in position to stop that third tick of progress from coming through. It's still not out of the question yet, but Veteran started to take over space with the Purifier. Holding top garage, now makes his move down towards bottom containers. Tall ask for the Purifier to get in position for this, but does eventually collapse onto Washi. 10 plays 7. This could very well become a TDM, but the problem is LG need to stop this clock a little while longer. Only 15 seconds or so left. Third tick of progress will be contested over at A as Chagaboo does what she can, but Washi, big quick scope tectonic, pulls out the War Machine, and that may swing things just large enough. Kimwax, Yawn, trying to find a way to get these members off of A, but no, the extra 60 seconds will be added, and into 6v2, you like the chances for Luminosity, just down to Kim for the 1v5, and LG will just use this clock as a way to hunt him out. Info for Kim, isolates the first, steps away. Not impossible, but definitely improbable, and especially as LG jump on the zone, they will force Kimwax to come to them. Here's the play.
Kimwax, though, tries to go in there to stop the clock, gets the win. He stops the push coming in from Bravo from that far away, but obviously with just 1v3, 57 seconds left, and the clock being brought out, that is a power move. Okay, he possibly gets that one kill. Not just that, goes in that ready. He might get that double kill. Not just that, he's gonna bring in the space, but Envy is gonna be utilizing that catwalk and that clearance. Great effort, though.
It's a bold call, especially considering there's not a lot to bounce the claw off of there. To respect the play, but the 100 kilo drone never actually gets down because both players low and stacked. There was maybe a chance to get them both off before the B zone was captured, but the 1v5 does not come through. Now Luminosity enjoying a 2-0 lead on the control back towards the defensive side. Early Purifier from Vague. ARP also flashed and stunned as Vague gets to work controlling garage. Veteran will at least put a little bit of a line in the sand, but Vague will not be denied, and now Band will follow up. He's got the claw out, doesn't really find anything with it, but oh my goodness, final moment of the Purifier. Sees Vague just kamikaze his way in towards spawn, and he finds another double. 5 life advantage here for LG as ARP have yet to see a control zone.
Envy goes away with his life, and he does get spotted by Yawn and goes and takes him out. And that's going to be a huge kill coming in from ARP, just flushing out that one player that is just trying to go in for that spawn control, that spawn trap. But they still have to worry about Band. He does have a Fennec in hand, so that's going to be really hard for him to get those advantages.
First tick of progress, good on B. LG still holding on towards a lot of the mid-map control. Kimwax trying to change that. No turn and burn. Band able to secure the trade. And then the Sparrow will take Yawn off the second tick of progress, which was nearer to being captured. Band holding over to truck side. This will force ARP into a bit of a spawn trap, and yeah, Band is going to absolutely reap. 20 plays 11. Detry, War Machine out, clears off the spawn, allows an exit to occur for ARP's offense. Problem is, you have to commit to this B zone. Get the extra 60 to even have a chance at neutralizing this life lead that well, Luminosity have ran away with.
8 and 15 is going to be the life count at the moment with 24 seconds left on the clock, and with just so much progress in Bravo, you still have to secure that second tick. And so far, every single time Luminosity is winning those mid-range engagements, not just that, also the engagements inside the buildings as well. As we do get to see finally, as the clock winds down and still no progress whatsoever, LG seems like they're just so comfortable here in this control, especially here in Crossroads Strike. They're just winning every single gunfight, and when it comes to the score streaks as well, they're just so good at the operator timings.
LG, that's a little bit more like it, I think. 3-0 on the control. Really no sweat there whatsoever, but boy, I'll tell you, it took him a while to kind of get into this series, and ARP was making them pay for quite some time in those first 2 maps. Think about it is, Luminosity was just getting away, I think, with not too much, but they were a little bit more hard focused on what parts of the maps that they wanted, and they were investing the proper amount of resources, whether they're operators or just sheer numbers, to control that space. ARP on the offensive side, it looked like they didn't really know what exactly they wanted to do or where they wanted to go, and that little bit of lack of focus didn't quite allow them a chance to stay in it from the life count, really from the minute 0 from any of those 3 rounds. So tough scenes from ARP, but a hell of a showing nonetheless.
Something that we kind of mentioned already in the start of the broadcast is who is going to be shining in these teams that are kind of just new. And so far, we've seen it. We kind of saw Detri just shine to be that star player in that S&D. And it really is just those heroics that is just so important. We kind of saw it a while ago, and Kim actually tried to go in for that 1v3. Unfortunately, wasn't able to do so, even though that he actually was able to get those kills down, still not enough. Luminosity just so good when it comes to this control.
All right, we are back here on the sofa. Bobby, you got to watch it from the outside perspective as well, as we see some stats up here on the board. How'd you feel about that matchup?
It was way closer than I expected. Especially looking at the hard point. ARP looked phenomenal. Their teamwork looked so good, especially looking at how heavily they got outslaid in the hard point. The fact that they were able to keep it that close.
Good point.
That tells you how solid those team pushes are, and that gives you a taste of what North America is going to look like. Coming into this one, I think a lot of people expected them to be, what, number 5, number 6 in NA? Going up against number 1, keeping it that close, that makes me that much more excited for the rest of the competition.
We said it was going to be a good way to kick off the challenge. That's just the first match of the day. And we love a little bit of those unexpected results shift, because the competition's only going to get harder from here.
And that's just the first matchup for ARP. They still have to play another 6. By the end of this, I think this team could definitely become a threat for top 4, because the things that were plaguing them were not in the individual skill department. It was little mistakes as far as, I'm sliding, please bait and switch me, or double chow with me. Those things didn't quite line up from a timing perspective, but they have a second to kind of talk through that, look at the VOD, say, hey, this is when I said 3, 2, 1, go, I meant go on 1, not on go. Please come with me next time, because there were a couple of mistakes there where I think they maybe missed out on a couple of key rotations on Summit or in the Search and Destroy on some very winnable rounds that didn't quite go their way because of some small mistimings. So they get that locked up, this team is a major threat.
Yeah, because I mean, overall, Mommy, you had even said, before we even headed into the match, you guys had all mentioned that the S&D was going to be a huge opportunity for ARP, and that's exactly what it was.
They just let it go at the last few rounds. It really just was Washi popping off at those last rounds, and Detri kind of just slowing down. And obviously, like what he did already, he just had heroics. He had 18 kills. Everyone else in his team kind of lagged behind just a tiny bit. And obviously, when it comes to COD timing, it did favor ARP in some rounds. But again, it really is just those micro adjustments that they can definitely fix. Because imagine, this is their performance up against this top Luminosity Gaming team in the very first day.
All right, well, that's gotta feel good to start off the competition that way. Match number 1's in the books. We've got to get ready for match number 2, which means for us, it is time for a short break. When we return, it will be Simplicity versus Tribe, yet another matchup you're not going to want to miss, so don't go anywhere. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series. All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Today is day number 1 of the challenge season 4 NA COD Mobile. Match number 1 in the books. Now turning our attention to match number 2. Potential banger of a matchup, Mommy. So let's talk about it. Simplicity versus Tribe.
Ooh, here we go. I feel like a lot of people are kind of just waiting for this kind of who's going to be that number 3, top 2, top 3. And this is where we're seeing it. And I'm basing this off of our game a while ago with ARP, right? I mean, it's so close. It was too close for comfort. And now I think it's going to be close. I expect it to be a game 5. I know Bobby's probably not going to be agreeing with me right now, but I'm hoping for it.
All right. Well, then we'll start talking about their rosters. We'll do Simplicity first. So, Shift, talk to me about their players.
Bobby hit it perfectly. Everyone should be looking at Blur to see what he adds to this roster. I also have to say that I feel like we don't talk enough about Pepe. He had a great Stage 4 last year, but we're, again, part of that Cold Showers team that was in a very difficult bracket. So I'm really looking to see what those two in combination can do together, because that's, I think, where a lot of the strong side of the force comes through for the Simplicity team in the Slaying department.
All right, and then on the flip side of things, I didn't do this on purpose, but Bobby, talk to me about the Tribe roster.
I mean, you can tell how fresh the roster changes are based on the fact that Blur is wearing a Tribe on the screen right there. So this is definitely very fresh, but no question Tribe has an incredible amount of talent. You got Solo, who finished 2nd last year. Jez, who Shift talked about earlier, I would say he is probably one of the top 10 COD Mobile players in the world right now. Space, who I would say is very, very underrated, very solid main AR that I think, especially now that Blur is no longer on that roster, no longer having those double main ARs, I think he's going to be able to shine a little bit more. Forsaken, incredible underage talent, and Robalo, a monster on the OBJ.
All right, well, we're going to be getting the picks and bans up here in a moment, but while we do, I know, Mommy, you said you think it's going to go the full 5, but full 5 in what direction?
In Tribe's direction, because that team definitely is very solid, like what everyone has been mentioning here, and the fact that Blur is going to be dropped, yes, but the fact that we've seen teams just absolutely have a good time, no matter if a teammate is dropped. And there's a reason why that person is dropped. Maybe the team chemistry is not working out, but I'm hoping to see that it's going to be a close matchup, as we see that Hardpoint Hacienda is definitely going to be a spicy one.
Shift.
This is a difficult first map, I think, for both teams, if I'm being honest. Largely off the fact that I think this map and Arsenal are the two that require the most amount of rotational focus, and that usually requires a great IGL team leader to kind of put together a structure as far as, okay, we're at 15 seconds left of the old hard point. Are we going to commit for full time on the last 15, or are we fully going to commit to rotating? Because you really can't get away with doing both at the same time. So with two fresh rosters, this one very well may be dictated off the first 2 maps, Express being second, off of who has the better in-game direction here for these two 5v5 teams.
Who do you think's winning?
I'm going to go map 4 winner for Simplicity.
Okay, Bobby.
Ooh. I think I'm going to go map 4 winner for Simplicity as well. I think there is one caveat, and it's really the way that Blur plays. Obviously, he is the recent addition, and his change over to Simplicity, I think, is going to change the chemistry significantly, because he does, like we said, play that main AR role, which is what Kings has been playing for the entirety of the year for Simplicity. Now, that could pay off big time when it comes to Hacienda, could also be additionally punishing whenever it comes to Summit. We'll have to see how they make those adaptations, but I think the way that he plays will largely determine whether or not they can come out on top in this one.
All right, well, you both agree, and we'll have to see if you're right. It's time for me to send it over that way. You guys got to go other side of the studio. Match number 2 is about to get underway. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Is that a little bounce in your step right there, Bobby?
Dude, I'm always bouncing, you know?
Wait, what? Since when?
This
is news to me.
Basketball in me.
Bobby Buckets.
Hey. Oh, man, this is going to be a good one. Obviously, rematch of Stage 3. But
that's the big thing about it, isn't it?
Two very different rosters from what we saw in Stage 3 as well. Like Space said, they hadn't been able to get a ton of practice. That roster change, Bolu taken out. Getting a new player rotated in there, that's always going to change things in a big way as well. But what a lot of people don't know is Bolu had pretty much been gone for the entire 4 months of the year. He had not been practicing COD Mobile consistently, definitely hadn't been with the roster. So I think this change ultimately could work out for the better for them.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because it's always hard when you have to make the decision to put a world champion on the bench, right? But at the same rate, it's a different year, different game, and obviously there's a lot of new names here for I think the wide majority of viewers that are out there when it comes to kind of getting reestablished the North American region on broadcast again. So let's get it on. Tribe Gaming will be starting off in the blue, Simplicity in the, would you call that yellow or would you call that orange?
Oh, I call it yellow.
All right, sweet.
Yeah.
Sometimes I feel like I'm a little colorblind.
No, you're good. You're good. It's going to be spicy on the top side right here. ARs about to go crazy. In some cases, it's LMGs, but we still call them ARs because they play the same role. Early kills for Tribe. Solo going big. He's farming right now. A little three-piece up top for him. Does get blinded by the flashbangs and taken down by Blur, but the early hard point time occupied by Tribe Gaming.
Not bad though overall. Tribe Gaming not just on the hard point, but also controlling the windows, which is obviously huge. But big bounce back here for Simplicity, just making their way back through the cutout, and with that, a chance to play through stair side. Raballo under threat, very aware of where that threat came from, and Jez will kind of make an early play over towards Rock side. But honestly speaking, Simplicity are finding their way on top of a lot of the gunfights. Just comes down to they can't fully commit to getting out of the hard point itself. Tribe off the respawn, a chance to still fight for the hard point itself.
I think Kings is going to be one of those players that is key for Simplicity as well, finding a way to play alongside Blur, going to be huge. He has been phenomenal all day, no question. One of the top young talents, and many people have said probably a top 2, top 3 AR in all of North America. It is going to be Simplicity rotated out early, even despite the fact that they didn't find much success on P1. Solid setup right now, but smokes from Tribe going to make life difficult.
Big pickup here. Simplicity are absolutely reading this perfectly. You've got a long flank on the way from Blur, playing from the opposite side of this hit, and the rest of Simplicity hard focus on the back just to make sure they can hold off for mid lobby side. And oh my goodness, that's absolutely flawless from Simplicity. Really cool and unique look as far as how you set yourself up for P2, and it works out flawlessly. Space can only do so much, and Tribe are all of a sudden starting to kind of stagger themselves a little bit. Have to wait for some support if you're looking at Tribe, especially considering that you do have split spawn situations.
Ooh, and Forsaken gets a little bit overzealous, but Solo goes big again. He in Space, a two-man wrecking crew. They combine for 17. Rest of the squad lagging behind significantly. King's doing his best to continue to apply that pressure, but it looks like not really a position for Simplicity to try and find a break on through right here. They're going to go ahead, opt to rotate on over to P4. And big gunfights up ahead as each and every one going to be additionally more punishing.
And Tribe has every bit of awareness that Simplicity will still spawn behind the old hard point. So as they start to make their way across, they know that there are going to be a couple of members lurking behind. Blur will try to hold his life and set up a bit of a natural pinch with these split spawns, and it does allow an opportunity, at least for now, for Simplicity to work their way into the hard point. Patio control though for Tribe, trying to work their way into this. King shutting it down largely by himself. Space gets the first operator out as the cruise missile will also be dropped in response to this. And how about Simplicity? Really well done from the front. Tribe Gaming still spawning close, but not a full chance to really flip the hill yet.
And it just continues to be solely Solo in Space, doing the work for Tribe and keeping them in this one right now. We see the claw pop for Raph right there. He's going to be able to stay alive for the time being, but nobody in the hard point. He's got to get back to reinforce, and they're able to take down Forsaken as they continue to move upward. Raballo looking to connect. Not a whole lot of success for him off the start, but my God, what a tear Solo has been on this whole game.
Early pattern has Simplicity coming out playing the map better. Problem is, when the chaos starts to come through, Solo and Space are dominating in these individual 1v2s, 1v3s, finessing their lives and giving Tribe a chance to bounce back in. Very well done. Now we rotate over towards Rock. Last hard point of the rotation. Vortex gone out for Blur, trying to stop these choke points out. Pepe trying to clear stair side. Not 100% sure where this Tribe hit's going to come from, but as they start to get the operators out, once again, the Gravity Vortex gun does its job perfectly.
Well, Space looking to find a break in from the bottom side. Nobody looking to peek quite yet here. Blur, nice little setup in top of main building, and he's going to find a couple crucial ones. Cartels on the inside of the hard point should be able to keep things clear with the Purifier as well. looking to find the trade right there. He's going to find 2 before getting traded out, but Blur is there for another as well. And Simplicity have been absolutely clinical. Solid performances across the board for them.
So how do you stop the chaos getting out of hand? Pop operators. Use that as a chance to turn the tides, and so far it's worked out, but Solo's got some tricks of his own up his sleeve. Purifier allows them a double, but still not enough team focus for Tribe to break through the scrap time. We'll rotate back over towards New, looking at around a 97-76 game, and Simplicity a chance to actually work their way from office side, which is exactly where you would want to be to get some early control here over P1.
And it looks like the double AR setup has not hurt Simplicity at all. Blur and Kings leading the way, combined for 38 so far, and they continue to cook. Raph with the Fennec finds the 2Ps, had no business winning that gunfight either. Absolute movement god, and he shows it right there. Cartel's gonna farm another onto Forsaken, and it feels like the momentum starting to build here for Simplicity.
Yeah, and the trends of Simplicity playing the map better are going to inevitably let them continue to find advantages to where you just don't assume that Tribe are going to be able to just outslay them in 3v5 situations. So you need to see Tribe play the map overall in a more cohesive level. 115-81. Simplicity holding on to some second floor control while also into the hard point itself. Hunter Killer Drum takes Saken right out of his Annihilator. And Jez only getting one with the claw for now, is still trying to use this to win the spawns for New. So a lot of time given over, and for Tribe, they're still struggling to get over to this left side of the minimap.
Cartel's nice gunfight win on the outside. Crucial ones here for Raph as well. He does clear out the backside. And with Blur set up on the inside of the hard point already, Simplicity set up well once again. Rabalu caught out from behind. They continue to try to push through space. UL in hand looking to do some damage, but it's all yellow in the feed. Cartels has been so nasty on the inside of the hard point.
He's moving, my man. He's finessing. He's making his life almost untradeable every single time. Try to find him out. Solo getting a couple, allows an opportunity for Tribe to start to pinch this a little bit. Long hit through driveway side, starting to find some success, but Raph has got the claw. That may turn things back over to Simplicity's favor. 3 for him, 4th in his face, no worries there. Right back over to the Fennec. Tribe still on the way in, but the Hunter Killer Drone gets sent out, and the help and the reinforcements are here. Simplicity have blown the lid right off this game.
The difference is teamwork. It's all team chalice. It's all double peaks, and Simplicity at every turn have looked stronger. The AR play has been supreme out of Kings and Blur. And like you said, they've blown the doors off of this one. Beautiful setup heading toward next as well. You got Cartels on the top side. Has been so pesky trying to get him cleared out. Pepe is going to get spotted, but that's information for Cartels, and he's going to be able to sniff out Raballo. Raph going to drop the pred as well. He's still lurking. Out of position once again. Beautiful 2-piece, and Simplicity right back in the driver's seat.
Pinch opportunity though with Tribe. A couple of members did spawn behind this hard point, but the problem is Simplicity are also spawning right up in place around patio. Couple of desperate shots coming through with the War Machine, not going to find anything, and Tribe are getting picked apart one by one. Solo, Rabavo trying to find their way in from the front, Blur in their way, doesn't quite get the gun up. Oh, and all of a sudden, Raph in a little bit of trouble, and Tribe will find a little bit of a safety net here as they do work their way in from the front, but quick response from Simplicity, have them ready to break again.
Right now, Tribe, solid setup right here. You get that barn house control, you get Solo on the inside of the hard point. He has been the key for you so far. 28 kills, and he's got full streaks right now. Gonna be able to gun down another, and already looking to get pushed out toward next. Should be able to spot out one, but the flashbang connects, doesn't matter. Jez is there to find the kills, and all of a sudden Tribe starting to build steam right here is Solo. On an 8 spree, breaks on through, finally shut down. Pepe's got some big gunfights to win as he gets shut down.
This is how it can happen right here, right now. Solo does earn the pred. We'll call it in immediately. It does not land though. Cartels, Purifier out, trying to clear the front side of the hard point. Only gets one though. Tribe still have numbers nearby. Cartels does kind of get a post-mortem burn though on the Jez, leaving space as the last Tribe member alive. Kings does not want to challenge us with the UL, so he'll wait for Raph. And Raph almost takes down Raballo. Still a contest over the top of the hard point. Kings able to finally get involved, and as he does, he may turn the ties, but Tribe clean things up, and now they have an operator advantage.
Forsaken is heating up right now. They needed him to. Jez takes himself down. I don't know if that was an operator or a nade. Unfortunate loss, and all of a sudden 3 kills come through for Simplicity. Time and time again, when it seems like Tribe's gonna find their way back in, they fire back, and it's all down to Jez to win the gunfight right here. He's not gonna be able to make it happen. One more attempt, but Solo shut down as well. And Raph, so clean with the movement. He has been untouchable. And right now it looks like the bulk of the scrap time goes through. Tribe with a very late push over here on P4, and I can't imagine that's going to pay off as they now have no setup toward P1.
No, it's textbook. You get full control of stairs by making that hit through old. That is BO4 in a nutshell right there. Hit through old, flood through stairs, control both sets of high ground at the same time. Problem is, Blur's in position to respond to this, and he's found a couple eliminations. Forsaken going to try to deny that by using the Annihilator, and Tribe will use their numbers and the following positioning to make their way on towards point. If you can just chip away at this little by little and win rotation, Tribe have a chance, but they're spending everything right now, Bobby.
Right now, Blur's got to find one. He gets shut down, and it continues to be all Tribe in the feed. Jez popping that claw once again. Won't be able to find one through the smoke right there. He looks to come through finishing, but doesn't realize there's 2 down below, and the trade should be here. No finding the kills, but you got to get set up in the high ground. King's going to push down onto the objective. Little bit of a risky play, and right now all pressure on as it's once again Simplicity rotated out toward P2.
Keep number 5 in yellow undermined here. Claw is out. Raph is trying to use this to stop the play through staircase side. He's reading this perfectly. Last time he was here, he cleaned up everything by himself, but Tribe are still spawning close. Pepe trying to get the Sparrow out to turn the tides. Tribe still spawning close towards driveway spot. 2 players will spawn out towards Rock, but this could lead to a chance to pinch, and it will. Solo gets him with the Purifier. Tribe able to reclaim the lead, and they've got the hard point.
Wow, what a comeback out of this Tribe squad. Phenomenal resiliency, and Solo leading the way. Still locking in time of the hard point. Purifier is ready to go. And right now, Simplicity is scrambling. They are getting absolutely torched in the feed. And at this point, you got to question, do they have the resiliency to bounce back after getting punched in the face by Tribe? Right now, Cartels has got to make a push on through, but there is just non-existent map control. They're not winning the gunfights. They're scrambling, and you can see the teamwork is not what it was at the beginning of this one.
43 kills for Solo. No one else is even close. Tribe Gaming are going to get full scrap time. It'll put them above the 235 marker. They have just the 1 operator from space ready to go. But members are here on rotation, and Solo tries to cut things down through well. A chance for Simplicity to rotate through. 50-50 spawns behind 10. And the kills come out for Tribe Gaming. The streaks could turn the edge as they only need 10 more seconds to go.
Kills on kills. Simplicity fell apart at the end of this one. Just too much Solo, and he continues to push back toward those spawns as Tribe Gaming flip the switch. They take map number 1, and they do it in a shocking way.
Simplicity came out and played the map flawlessly in the first set of rotations. Flat out. That was perfect gameplay for them when it comes to playing textbook hardpoint. Problem was, even though they were playing and the patterns were favoring them, it was Solo in these tight, chaotic moments that was still able to, at worst, contest, if not eventually get the numbers advantage because he was finessing players left, right, and center. And initially, after Tribe's opening, it was like, okay, Tribe's still looking pretty solid, but the way Simplicity rotated between 2 and 3 really kind of stood out to me because it didn't just happen the first time, it happened the second time as well, where that was where I thought eventually Simplicity would be able to kind of end the game. Problem was, Tribe never went away, Solo never went away, and that hard stack when we got back to P1, hitting through old at Rock, calling 3 operators out to control the high ground, eventually allowed them a chance to not just get back into the game by soaking up contested time on P1, but they eventually were able to win the setup for P2 on top of that. That's the key moment for me for Tribe.
One roster change that I did not expect to see coming into this was Jesus Can Save You taking out of the starting roster for a Simplicity squad that has been so good with him all year, and anybody who's talked to this guy knows that he is a leader on any squad that he plays on, and you could see the lack of leadership toward the end of that one. As you can tell, the mental fell apart for this Simplicity squad, and they've got a big task to bounce back next in map 2.
It could be one of those things. We talked about this when Jesus was brought in as the 6th man to LG last year. It's just like his name literally is can save you. Like, let the man do what his name suggests in a certain way. But regardless, still great stuff for Simplicity. Just could not quite hang on to it by the end. Tribe, I think, as well. You got to talk about their operator usage. That was something that the old roster from last year was always so darn good at. They ended up finding a way to kind of find advantages throughout the late moments of that map to kind of keep building towards it. But now we talk about Express and the Search and Destroy. The question will be, can someone help Solo? Because you're going to need someone to help him out here. It can't just be him.
Yeah, it was absolute. It wasn't a one-man show all the way through. He had a little bit of help from Space, but toward the end of that one, it was him making every single big play. And like you said, you can't have a one-man crew in the Search and Destroy. We saw that from Detry. He tried to do it all by himself, and it just wasn't quite enough for ARP. So we'll see what he can do. But it is going to be interesting. I don't think there's going to be a main sniper presence. I do know Blur has been getting back into sniping, but it's something that he hasn't been in a solid role for the past year just because he was on that Luminosity squad where Washi was the main sniper. So looks like he's going to pull it out right here, see what he can do. Obviously, very sniper-dominated first map when we saw the Express Search and Destroy. We'll see if that continues to be the case as Space opens things up.
That's just through the pixel peek through train side. Rabalo, smoke will cover his plant. Kings thinking about the challenge, but no, denied by Solo. Does stop the plant from coming through, and this flank is on the way for Pepe and Cartels. Both subs trying to threaten around the flank, and they will find a couple eliminations. Blur from the front will be sniping. It's all about what happens here on the flank, and it looks like both players will try to hit this together through mid-trains.
Pepe peeking over top, trying to get information. Eyes on Solo, needs to hit the last bullet, connects. He gets Space up top, but he seems to not be aware of Pepe's position. Maybe a communication issue there for Tribe. Rabalo going to be able to spot him out, though. Big kill, all down to Blur. 1v2, sniper in hand. But right now, too many positions to check, and seemingly not enough time to make it happen. Does connect, but it's a hit marker, and that should be the end of the round with Tribe stepping up. Blur, not quite enough time to get the final kill.
But for a second, he pulls that scope up, and I'm like, just he needs a little bit more thumb space. Get it over there and maybe a chance. But no, Tribe's post plant very wisely stays safe away from the scope, at least for just barely long enough. So the offense gets the first. Opening approach once again, happening over towards the A site. Defensively, all 5 members are here, though, for Simplicity. This might be a battle of nades.
Expect the shotgun to do damage in the close range right here. He's going to be able to spot out one. It's all right. Forsaken's already done the damage. He finds another right here, and the setup has not looked good over here on the A side for Simplicity. They're going to give up the plant here as well. Right now, King's looking to lurk on up. He just does not get eyes, and he's going to pay for it. All down to Blur right here, looking for a 1v4 on his former team. Actually, it would be a 1v5. Yeah. He's able to find those first 2, but still 32 seconds and a lot of angles to clear out. And if I had to guess, nobody going to be peeking anytime soon. Does get the next shot there. And the 1v5 is very much still in play, picking up the shotgun. He's going to have a tough time dealing with Space. And right now, time is his greatest enemy.
Blur gonna try to fake somebody out. Does bait out Jez. But no, you just peek this at 5 seconds and you have no worries. Small worries, but still overall, no worries. And that's just gotta be a hard lesson learned for Simplicity. You lose first blood, you cannot commit to getting into lockers like that. If your nades aren't hitting, you cannot push forward. You're gonna get punished every single time. So, Simplicity tried to do something different, but doesn't end up working out. And this time, offense will kind of delay a little bit. Fake nades towards B, heavy stack over towards A again for the defenders, but I think Tribe have gotten at least some information on this. They toss a lot of nades of their own, and they're rotating back over towards B where Blur has to back off.
He's going to relay the information, does not get spotted out on the rotation back, and Tribe getting really aggressive here over on the B side. Right now, opportunity for Blur to find a pick. Rabalo's got the bomb in hand, and it should be able to go down easily. Kings looking for information on the cross, but not in position to catch anybody out. Now on for the 5v5 retake for Simplicity.
Yeah, but this is smart. Kings did take a couple of the shots. He knows that he's got control of Ticket. So Pepe is going to try to follow up on this while there's a long flank from Wrath. The timing of this has to be exquisite, though, if you're looking at this from Simplicity's point of view, because it's still really tough to crack this code. And, well, Space, Forsaken, both getting a couple of kills. Pinstripe goes the kill feed, back and forth trade. Still allow a 3v2 retake in favor of Tribe. Wrath scouted out at range. Forsaken not going to give up the gunfight. Solo also pushing forward. Both will find the kills they need, and Tribe will clean up an easy third round.
Simplicity digging the hole deeper and deeper right now. They have got to find a way to regain. The kill disparity outside the near 1v5 for Blur has been absolutely massive. You got to put yourself in position to find some of these openers, find some of these first bloods. Blur gonna get in a cheeky spot with the sniper and a lot more pressure over toward the B side, but once again, Tribe reads it properly and they make the push back toward A.
Heavy defensive rehit though, coming over through mid-trains. This could provide them an opportunity to get a look at this bomb site, but actually nobody commits into the trains itself. Finally, looks like Pepe will make a route happen, but Jez has gotten first blood. And there's a long, long hit from Jez following up on that kill. So if you're Simplicity, you've got to retake this site. You've got to retake it quickly, because the longer this takes, the more Jez will be more impactful.
Right now, if you're Simplicity, you got to make a move. Blur's able to find one right there. Pepe another. Solo with trades, but Cartels is there ready to go. And oh my gosh, they're dropping like flies. 2 players remain right here for Simplicity. Solo, prime position. They have no opportunity. You got to get pushed up. And Blur, why are you so far from the bomb? If your teammate dies, there's no chance for you to get the defuse. Another misplay out of the Simplicity roster. And just like that, Tribe leads 4-0.
I don't know if they ever knew where Solo actually was throughout that retake. He was holding onto a shotgun back ladder, it looked like, for the majority of it. So even though the kills were coming through, Solo was kind of floating around, and it looked like Simplicity thought he may have bounced to mid, which would have been the only reason why Blur would have held that angle to kind of watch the defuse from train side. But they miscue it, and Tribe now find themselves up 4-0. Quick action right over to the face of space, and he will fall. Pepe for first blood, but the approach is over towards A. Delayed nade from Blur connects, though, and Tribe are in trouble in a 3v5.
First early round lead that we've seen out of Simplicity. They'll look to capitalize here, as right now the Tribe players very, very split. Jez looking to reunite, but Raph can be able to take down Forsaken just like that into a 5v2. Raballo, position's been given away. He's going to try to snake his way out of this, but right now, Simplicity just going to back up. You let Blur watch over the bomb site, and the rest of the players stack over toward B. They wait for Tribe to make the move.
You can just hold and play retake here at A if you're Simplicity. Problem is, Jez is getting a lot of space. No one's watching this, and he may line up a couple here. The first one's good, the second one not.
Finish the mission.
Missed opportunity for Jez to try to fight that back to more level terms. At least Raballo still has the bomb in hand. CBR at that range only going to tickle. And with 45 seconds, he's going to be feeling like he's completely trapped. Does have a little bit of space to work with, to be fair, but Simplicity, again, are just hard stacking to make sure there's no rotation towards B, and you assume that if there is a plan at A, it'll just be a 4-man retake.
And they've got eyes fully on both bomb sites. You got, I believe, Cartel set up in the top side. He's picked up that sniper that Blur dropped. And with Raballo all alone, all you can really do is hope you plant, and maybe Simplicity gets over-aggressive, but I don't anticipate that's going to be the case. The information is there. Train could play spoiler, but Kings is there to get the shutdown. Some body shots in the midst of a 4-0 lead for Tribe as they bounce back and take their first round. See if they can maintain.
And I like that idea for Simplicity of not necessarily trying to take the fight head-on towards tower, and instead use your resources to throw the same nades towards B, and then just control inner hallways to eventually rotate and through the trains to get towards A. A little bit safer of an approach. You won't get naded as often from that type of angle. As this time, Tribe once again aggressive and heavy-handed, make their way over. Raph gets one through mid-map, but Solo presence on towards the bomb site. They clear out Ticket. Kings also can snipe that range, and the last one standing is Blur, who will likely be finished off by Solo, and it's a very quick round that Tribe will finish off the half at a 5-1 tally.
Well, now Simplicity an opportunity to flip to the offensive side. Better late than never, but once again, a very large task up ahead. Very little margin for error either. Bomb is going to get picked up, and they're going to full send over toward the A side. Tribe is here with the defense on B, and it looks like the power advantage, at least for now, is going to go the way of Simplicity, but Solo in a perfect spot. Nobody rotating through that window, at least not successfully anytime soon.
Yeah, this is a pretty ideal setup overall. Forsaken's going to be sniping over the top. Solo will make sure nobody gets in the tower, and then Jez is making sure that train stays at least contested. So there is a bounce back kill, getting us to an early 4v4. And Simplicity will have to check this eventually. Nade is being cooked. Does that bounce perfectly? No, it doesn't. It goes to the opposite corner. And Solo will still have a chance to use this shotgun in a tight corner. Jez changes up the angle, gets aggressive. Blur not in a position to see him, and that leads to a huge Tribe defense.
Ooh, making that Deagle look strong. Blur with 10 kills on the board, but once again, Simplicity at the deficit. Still set up on the high ground. Looking to pick up another huge kill out of Kings. That equalizes now into the 2v2. Forsaken just sitting back, waiting for the plant over on A. Looks like the bomb is down. So he's going to be set up in a perfect spot, assuming nobody hits a flank. You have Kings on the top side. Big engagement right here. He shuts him down and now into the 1v1.
The pure definition of COD timing right there. I think for both those 1v1s, the one off screen goes against Jez. So now it's Forsaken on one side of this. Bomb collected. Look at the cross being watched on your right side monitor, though. Shot misses, though. Blur? I don't think he fully actually understood where the shot came from. Stuns and frags will come through. The stun will land. The frag is cooked. Blur gets away and also avoids the snipe. Advantage to Blur.
He's going to have that high ground position, but Forsaken should know. The question is, how will they play the time? It's going to be a game of cat and mouse. Who wants to make the first move? But he's going to actually wrap through Train. Blur's not going to read it right there. And Forsaken clutches the round again. Absolutely catches him off guard. Some additional body shots as Tribe Gaming, assuming Forsaken gets back to the bomb in time, will take map point.
Wow. That's a bold call. And honestly, I don't mind the way Blur played it. He plays top tower. He throws a couple of shots out. You know that Forsaken's sniping, so maybe you're thinking he's going to pre-scope that a little while longer. You try to bail out the backside of tower, re-wrap through lockers. Problem was, Forsaken guessed it the whole way. And then just ends up just out-pistoling, essentially. A tough gunfight. So now 6-1. As mentioned, like you said, map point. Blur gets first blood through mid. But you still have number 5 in Solo playing deep and upside in towards top tower. He will be stunned and flashed, has to back up to watch ladder, and he will be likely predicted. But Kings gets turned away, and now all of a sudden Tribe have a chance to kind of take over the outsides of the map.
That is the power of the Doof Blur trying to escape from Jez. He's going to be able to hop up on the train and find another kill. And now Tribe, a man advantage in a round where they can clutch up. Space finds another right there. Cartels controlling the train, but right now the pressure on for Wrath and Cartels. It is, oh my gosh, they're back-to-back right now. It's just a question of who's going to peek first. It looks like Wrath going to get the information, pick up the kill. Cartels finds another. The bomb down on the inside of train, just like that. Simplicity in a position where they can potentially extend this.
And they should know that Solo's still playing up top. Nade does land. It provides an opportunity for exit, but Space is quick to hit this. Simplicity have to make the decision. Do we play towards the shotgun side or play towards Space? And has Cartels seen the top of Space's head? Sure seems like it. And yeah, free kill here. What a bounce back. This would be a 2v4 situation. That now all of a sudden Solo finds himself on the opposite side in a 1v2. Bomb's going to get planted at B.
That's, I mean, that's the perfect play right now for Simplicity. Solo has no idea. I think he's starting to get an inkling, but with the bomb going down, he's going to have no information. Raph peeked around the corner, but he didn't see him. And just like that, Raph's got all the information he needs. He and Cartels can back up. They don't want to peek the shotgun. Train's going to come through, and Cartels may have gotten spotted out right there, but they can just kind of take turns peeking back and forth, and Cartels is going to get shut down. This should be winnable for Raph, but he doesn't find the trade right there. Does find it at the perfect time, but man, that was way closer than it needed to be.
Yeah. Two options there for Raph. You were either able to just finesse, use the clock as your biggest ally, or take the gunfight. I would have chosen the former, but he chooses the latter. Tribe setting themselves up for a bit of a split defense, 2-1-2. Snipe out for Forsaken watching through mid. Forward presence for Solo once again. But patience for Simplicity, avoiding the first set of nades. And Jez will also, kind of in the same regard, wait for the offensive nades to allow him a chance to get into top tower.
Lots of utility coming at Jez, nothing going to connect. Very passive setup out of Simplicity right here. Obviously, Blur looking for that peek out the window. Forsaken doing the same on the flip side, and Blur may get the poor end of this one, but he makes him pay. Huge shot to open things up. And now a lot of pressure on to Jez to win one of these opening gunfights.
And this defense at A is going to be second-guessing the flank the entire time because no one has a chance to see what's going on through the mid-train track section of this. You've got a shoulder from Raballo to make sure that no one crosses from trash cans, but they're not going to know 100% if the offense has snuck their way through the tracks themselves. And yeah, the position will start to move. Solo's going to back up, try to play inside the train, and trust that Jez can just hold his own from top tower.
You got space deep back toward
what a
B,
nade.
but a nade out of Raft connects onto Jez. That clears up the top tower. And that should open up a plant, but they're actually going to wrap back toward B. We'll see if Tribe reads this, but one player is going to cross through the top side. It's Rapallo, and he finds two. Those are going to be crucial. He gets the information that they're making the wrap back, but Space doesn't seem to know. Pepe's going to get shut down, but King's there for the trade, and now all down to Solo to make the hero play once again.
Yeah, I don't know if he knows the bomb's here. Oh my goodness. He's just going to pop, find Blur for free. Next point of contact is with Kings. Has the R9 out. Kings has got an AR trying to spam him down. Solo gives him a chance at it, though. Oh, tough decision on both sides, but this time, Kings is the one that prevails.
That is a ballsy challenge, knowing that he's got a shotgun in his hands, but you trust your gunny, and it pays off. Back-to-back rounds for Simplicity, as this one is not over yet. Two players still going to be there on the defensive side for Tribe. Solo hopped into that same spot once again, but playing a little bit of a different angle. Looking over the backside, trying to keep things clear on the rotation through. And it looks like right now, he's going to be the tough player to clear out, as it looks like Simplicity trying to get some information toward trains.
Yeah, this dynamic setup from Tribe has been really cool to see how Solo and Jez have played off one another. They've changed up the angle almost every single time, but Jez getting naded last round, he's saying, I'm not interested. I'll wait for those late offensive nades to hit and then maybe think about still playing for tower. He doesn't have to, though, is the great thing about this three-man setup over towards A. A lot of trust on Forsaken to watch through mid here. Same could be said for Space, who's essentially the solo defender at Elevator on the opposite side of the map. So Simplicity are trying to commit forward, and Solo off the cheeky position gets absolutely shredded. And Tribe have to move to try to assist this defense at A.
Beautiful read. And Simplicity have been sending utility into top tower the entire game, but haven't been able to connect. I don't know if they're going to make the read onto Jez. He peeks at what seemed like was the worst time possible, but gets the kill onto Cartels. That's the information for Simplicity. The question is, do they want to peek it?
Oh, man.
Right now, King's in a prime spot, but Space, huge kill onto Blur.
30 seconds on the clock. Raph falls. That's your bomb carrier down. And now all of a sudden, Simplicity are a bit stuck. Kings would have to try to clear out Space in close quarters, whether that's tower or locker. It doesn't make much of a difference. Pepe's trying to get there to assist, but he's a little bit too late. Space will clean it up, and Tribe Gaming will take the search 7-3 and go up 2-0 in the series.
Wow. This is not the start that we were expecting, but once again goes to show the difference that chemistry can make. I think a lot of people looked at that roster change. You drop Blur, you pick up Raballo. Blur's a good KD player. Why would you drop Blur? It all depends on how you play with your teammates, and right now this Tribe roster looking really, really strong and a lot of resiliency as well.
And I really have to take it again, I've said it a couple of times, but how dynamic the defense was for Tribe, changing up their setups between how Jez wanted to play alongside Solo. Really cool looks as far as, I'm going to play tower with a shotgun. Next round, you're going to play it with a Fennec. Other round, neither of us are going to play it. We're going to watch each other's crosses. And at no point did it really feel like Simplicity could fully figure out what the defense was for Tribe over towards A because of how dynamic it was. So a lot of issues were created by sheer variety from Tribe's standpoint, and that is something that, again, qualitatively comes in that you can't put a number on. I will say, though, we've seen a lot of Deagle kills today. And it's making me really kind of open-eyed towards what these sniper rifles could do, not just with their ability of quick scoping, of course, but the presence of the Deagle has been nuts today.
Yeah, the adjustments, just non-stop different looks at a Tribe. I think ultimately Simplicity did not know how to adjust, and even when Simplicity looked like they were going to start to bounce back, Tribe, big round, solid defensive setups, and they stuck with what their game plan was going to be. It was just different variations of that every single time.
Yeah.
And Simplicity simply did not know how to read it. Blur, 13 kills. But I don't know how high impact those kills were. We saw, what, 4 at the end of a 1v5 that
True.
could have turned into something crazy. But across the board. Tribe just looking so solid, and they could shut this down in 3.
Another important statistic, again, we don't get like deaths on this leaderboard, so it's hard for us to kind of rationalize kills to deaths and how impactful the players are being. But Rabalo gets 5 plants in the 6 offensive rounds for Tribe. So you want to talk about good objective focus and making sure that you're putting the map into your favor, creating a short timeline for the defense to find a way to retake. Really good stuff for Tribe as well. So kind of adding into those elements of team play, still coming together for Tribe. Now we go to Crossroads Strike, though. And after a tight Hacienda where Simplicity were up, kind of dropped the ball strategically, maybe more than anything else. They kind of got lost track of where their monikers of success were. Outplayed a little bit by a team in the Search and Destroy. Any chance of them being able to outgun Tribe here on a map that's largely determined by the kill feed?
I mean, based on what we've seen out of Tribe, I'm fully expecting them to force the issue in the mid-map and try to stay away from those edges as much as possible. You've got those 2 dominant ARs in Kings and Blur that can absolutely cause issues. But as long as you've got the mid-map control, if your Tribe, you don't really need to worry about playing those outskirts. You can try to force back the spawns and make your way into the objective that way. And once you get into that position, you throw down your smokes, you get the objectives captured. So I think a lot of pressure on Simplicity to fire back right here. But once again, lacking that leadership, not having Jesus Can Save You on the roster, are they going to have that same resiliency?
That's the big question. I mean, we've already kind of seen how much that IGLing can make a difference in key moments. Some teams have had it, some teams haven't. That also dates to what we've seen so far in Europe. But for North America at the moment, Tribe, do we sleep on them a little bit too much? I mean, they're looking a lot cleaner than I think maybe both of us expected them to here in these first 2 maps.
To be fair, they're looking a lot cleaner than they looked in the previous matches that we saw. This is definitely not the same Tribe that we watched a few weeks ago, and they have, Space was right. Like, you can tell they've been putting in the work, and the practice has definitely paid off for them. So, obviously, the series not over quite yet, but no question, this roster looks completely different from what we saw the first time around.
Revitalized, I think, is probably a good word to use for it. I think a lot of times when you see this many amount of roster changes happen where the dice kind of get rolled in a certain regard and the dominoes start to topple, one team loses a perimeter, they get picked up from somebody else, and sometimes it feels like, is the formula going to stick? Have you found the right formula? Sometimes yes, sometimes no across Call of Duty history, but right now it definitely feels like they found the right recipe, at least for success in this particular matchup. That said, though, this is still not a series that's over by any stretch of the imagination. You find a way to kind of turn the momentum here in Crossroads Strike. You've got Summit also behind it, which can snowball very, very quickly. So those are the things to look forward to. We will be stepping away for just a brief break before we jump into Crossroads for map number 3. Don't go too far. We'll be right back with the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Welcome back, everybody. We are ready to go for map number 3. And hey, how about Tribe Gaming right now? They're looking hot, they're looking saucy, and they're putting a lot of the doubters to rest, maybe including you and I, Bobby.
Yeah, I mean, I got to give them credit where credit is due. They've absolutely bounced back, and it seems like the roster changes definitely working in a positive direction in a way that I think when the roster changes were announced publicly, there was a lot of negativity toward Tribe, and I think just showing that it doesn't necessarily all come down to what people's perception of a player is. Obviously, this team looking very solid right now.
Wait, so you're trying to tell me that the COD community may not know what's best?
I know, it's hard to believe, but
never.
Every once in a while, you know, they may actually be wrong about something. So.
I don't believe you. I'm sending you to Reddit. That's where the truth always lies. Here we jump, though, right into the crossroads. A little bit of a fail on the opening trophy from Tribe. And wouldn't you know it, Kings actually does find first blood by way of a nade right over the top. Doesn't make much of a difference. The bounce back perfect. And how about this as far as the start is concerned? Full stack on top of A. And even if you got number 4 and Jez clearing out space through spawn, holy cannoli.
I don't know how Solo got out of that engagement alive, but he just continues to farm, and he is going to be an absolute nightmare in the mid-map for Simplicity, who have no map control right now. Blur making his way on over to B. A has been fully captured already. That is one of the faster A caps that you will see, and just like that, they are stacking the point. Solo continues to be an absolute menace, and right now, Raf's got to go big to get things cleared off. Takes down Jez, but doesn't realize there is a second player on that objective, and Space is going to continue to lock in progress here for Tribe.
The only way they could contest is by hitting from the front, collapsing through bunker side, but that's not going to work out at all, and the second tick of progress is already in. This is a speed run from Tribe. Third tick being worked on. Couple of kills here for Simplicity, but they're still having a hard time even seeing the zone, and the capture comes through. There's still 2 minutes and 14 seconds on the clock, and Tribe only lost 7 lives.
That was the fastest objective round win that we have seen this year by like
miles,
5 times whatever the next closest was. That was absolute dominance, and not necessarily. I mean, they were winning their gunfights, but they just outplayed at every possible turn. Simplicity had no response, even down to not checking to see that the objective time's no longer going through on B. You clear one out, and you don't get everything just like that. Solo's got some streaks to work with. He drops a Pred, and that's going to be lots of information now for Tribe.
Hello? Is this game on right now? Simplicity is in a blender. 26 plays 23. The only bit of good news right now for Simplicity is that they have not been spawn trapped in the midst of a lot of streaks being used. Specialists, though, are the next thing up, as both Space and Jez have operators at the ready if they want to try to use them. First tick of progress to Simplicity, locked in at A. Second on the way as Rabalo tries the challenge on the backside of Tank, and the help through mid-map flawless as Tribe reclaim possession of the A zone.
And Rabalo is going to have to get cleared out for Simplicity to have any chance. Once again, just looking to escape your spawn. You've got Jez set up on the outside of one of those containers, and until you get him cleared, you can't really find any type of map control. Pepe is going to be able to win that gunfight. And one player looking to get pushed through that catwalk, but Cartel's going to get shut down by Forsaken. And just like that, Tribe fully in control of this one. King's going to get shut down. Pepe able to find a trade, but it is a whole lot of Tribe in the feed as well, with 5-man advantage and no objectives captured so far for Simplicity. They have got to get a stack on here quick.
They will get a couple of members on. Second tick of progress will be locked. Third will shortly follow, unless Solo from behind can start to clear things out, and he sure will. Couple on the feed there for Solo. Second tick was all that would be gained, and a 15-play-7 now ensues with only 20 seconds on the clock. And Simplicity have to commit to getting onto A here. You just have no options of going towards B. The problem is Tribe Gaming have garage control. A couple of the trades will allow another exit to come through, but it's a 12v5, and Tribe Gaming can either kill off the last 5 lives or the last 9 seconds, whatever's more convenient.
With only 4 lives remaining, I think if you're Simplicity, your main goal is just to not try to feed too many streaks over to the opposition. You get one player on the objective. Blur's going to lock in a little bit, but the rest of the players shut down, and now Tribe on a match point and a matchup that we felt like they would likely be the underdog coming into this one. It has been everybody's in single digits for Simplicity, and nobody's close to escaping that. Tribe's map control has been phenomenal. The mid map has been absolutely dominated by Solo.
Oh, God.
Right now, Jez is going to tear through with the claw. Communication just looks non-existent.
I love that break off for Tribe. It kind of makes you wonder why no one else has even tried this. A 2-man hit over towards backside barrels, over towards the outside of A, 3-man over towards catwalk. Control the opening gunfight by way of numbers and then take over mid-map. It allows the stack to come through so comfortably. And Tribe Gaming will see success come not once but twice on the offensive side at A. 3-man stack on will get them the extra 60 seconds. They've done it faster than the first time around. 2 minutes and 22 seconds on the clock for them to go for B.
And they've still got 3 operators ready to go. It looks like Simplicity have been saving them, but it's now or never if you're Simplicity. I don't know what exactly you're saving for. They make a way out of spawn, but Space is there to try to spawn trap with the Sparrow as well, and he continues to cook. Now sitting on 14, the War Machine's going to come out as well, and Blur sitting way in the back, but you've got to find a way to have an impact, and he's going to drop to the War Machine anyway.
Dude.
Just sitting back playing for KD, and you can't do that in the situation you're in right now.
Just a masterclass from Tribe. Straight up perfection in 2 straight offenses. 19 plays 8, second tick locked. Kings will be actually part of the second tick, does not fully get locked in, but it may not make much of a difference. Small footnote in what has been a story dominated by Yep. GG.
No, I saw Robalo getting cooked online when Tribe picked him up. Only fitting that he leads the way in that final game. 23 kills and a 3-0 for Tribe Gaming. We said coming into this, they weren't the favorites, but you got to feel like the odds have changed a little bit after that one.
Straight up, knocked expectations out of the park. Huge stuff. Wow. I have never been at a loss for words more in my broadcasting career than right here, right now. Because when we watched the first 2 days of EU, largely on this map for Control, it was just like offense is not able to get to zones, at least not with stacks. Maybe one player would survive and finesse here and there, but that was a masterclass in every form of the word by Tribe offensively. The break off, perfect. The opening kills, allow them to get multiple members on, and that stack just had the zone going so darn rapidly that there wasn't even a chance for Simplicity to even attempt to fight back over towards the A zone. I mean, wow, that is exquisite.
About as well as they could have played it. You got to give them credit. The practice has paid off, and you look at the scoreboard, and it's not a pretty one. Robalo, 23-7, definitely showing out in his debut on Tribe.
That is a very, very strong start for Tribe here, Mommy. I mean, give me your thoughts on this.
I mean, it was kind of shaky in that Hacienda game, obviously, with Simplicity just doing an amazing job in the first half, but then Tribe just doing so well under that pressure, able to go adapt so well, getting that Hacienda map, not just at an Express, showed a masterclass. And we keep talking about Robalo. He's so good at that OBJ, but he also proves in that Control that he's also really good at that Slay.
All right, well, talk about a strong start for the first 2 matches of the day between LG and Tribe, both of them getting those 3-0 sweeps. That's got to feel good, but we still have 2 more matches left on the day, which means it's time for another short break, and when we return this time, it will be Devious versus Limited. So trust me, you want to be here to watch that one. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. It's almost time for match number 3. And as you can see on the beautiful screen behind us, it is Devious versus Limited up next. Shift, what can we expect from these two teams?
Well, Devious, I think, is one of those squads coming into stage 3. We weren't sure what we were going to get. We thought that there could be a pretty high ceiling as far as their potential. And boy, they proved it pretty quickly with the 3-0 they took versus that Drama Z squad. I think that they're going to be looking like a team that could sneak in as a maybe, I won't say unexpected top 4, but based on how they played in stage 3, I'm hoping that they're able to carry that same type of play style here into stage 4. Because watching back on their VOD, they were playing some good team COD, which is a bit surprising considering that this is kind of the biggest spotlight that all of these guys have had to this point.
All right, well, talk to me a little bit about this roster here, Mommy.
Well, we always said that S-Thug is probably one of the best slayers that we've seen here in North America. I'm pretty sure Bobby was actually saying that when we were casting. Rihan is also a name that has been in the scene for quite a while, so it's going to be so hard for a really new squad like Limited to go up against a pretty solid team right now.
All right, and then on the flip side of things, like you mentioned, might be a little bit more difficult for them here, but Bobby, talk to us about the Limited roster.
Well, Limited, they snuck their way into stage 4. I think it's a squad that a lot of people didn't expect to see, but they lost their star player in Aerith, which puts them in a really difficult spot. Now, I will say they've got some really, really solid young talent. Proxy, Bright, Claps. We saw Attack A go absolutely crazy with the sniper in stage 3, so especially in the search and destroy. He's one player you got to keep your eyes on, but I feel like the experience for that Devious squad is just going to be a little too much.
All right, well, we'll have to see how things go for them. And we'll see if the picks and bans that come up on the screen here in just a moment will play a factor in how you guys think that this performance may go as we see them pop up here on the screen, Shift.
Yeah, takeoff for the opener I don't think is necessarily great news for Limited. I feel like the overall pressure from the ARs that we've seen from Devious are going to dominate this map. And then if they even gets to 4, I expect them to kind of do something similar, try to build down rotations on Hacienda. I will say, though, Slums as a search and destroy can sometimes just be a wild card. Toss a couple of good nades, you get a couple of free opening picks, you can win a couple of rounds even just single-handedly off of that. And then Standoff for the Control is a map that can get out of hand very quickly as well, depending on how the slaying is going. So Limited just have to hang around. I think that's the biggest thing. Don't get demoralized off of map number 1. Put some good pressure onto the search and destroy, and maybe you have a chance to steal a map here or there in the first 3 somewhere.
How do you think it's going to turn out?
I think this is still going to be a 3-0, personally.
Mommy?
I mean, the fact that Aerith is probably one of the best slayers in that team, and the fact that she actually moved teams. She dropped the 54 in that Hacienda hardpoint, and the fact that they now have lost in an essential player. But I'm excited to see how Claps and Bright are actually going to be stepping it up for this matchup. And like just mirroring what Shift said, it really is that Slums S&D that'll be that playmaker for most of the teams that are having a difficult time when it comes to new team chemistry.
All right, well, I'm going to send you guys on over to the other side of the studio. And Bobby, you can tell us your thoughts as you mosey on over there.
It's going to be another 3-0. I didn't think that we were going to have the same start that we had in EU, but it's starting to look that way as, I was fully expecting at least 4 maps out of Simplicity versus Tribe. So this is one I would like to see Limited make something happen, but Devious, you got S-Thug, who's one player that I think is just incredibly underrated, phenomenal AR, and he plays an AR role, but he moves like an SMG, so he is very difficult to kill. Rihan, streaky player, but when he's on, he is one of the best players in COD Mobile, and his snipes are the same across the board. A lot of talent here for a Devious squad that has not had the same level of success as I've expected to see out of them, but hopefully this is a good first step for them up against Limited. And
it's something that we're seeing here today, where the teams that we kind of expect to lose actually bring a really good fight. Keep it close, but obviously there's 3 O's here for a reason. Like what you mentioned, it is going to be that experience that will come into play, especially in a map like Takeoff, where it's just so huge and where you have to go in for that P2 to P3 rotation super perfectly. But here we go. Smokes right down very early on, just blocking the sights right now. People coming in from Limited.
Oh, that's a strong start for Limited right there. 3 opening kills. Scott, the only one to find one for that Devious squad. He's a player that I think is going to play a much bigger role than a lot of people expect. Definitely a strong leader, and somebody who, even though he hasn't gotten a lot of shots in the competitive scene, I think has an opportunity to play a big role on this Devious squad. So it's pretty solid upper map control right now for Limited. 2Red going to be able to hop down into the objective and lock in some time right here. But you got to get those high ground positions locked down, and Limited pretty solidly locked in over on the back side. They're going to be able to make their way back in and pick up some of this early time.
Attack A gets essential kills on the backside by generators, just dictating where everyone else is going to be spawning off the side of Devious. So that's going to be huge kills for them. Essential time at the hardpoint being taken though by S-Thug, but he does get taken down. So far though, rotation already there by Limited, and so far it's actually a really impressive kind of fight, and they're really anchoring down those power positions.
Right now, Attack A is getting pushed way back out. Clap's going to cut off one player on rotation of P2 as well. Now all the pressure onto 2Red to win these opening gunfights. He's able to slide through and at least get the contest on right there. Clap's going to double peek with his teammate Bright, and just like that, they get the hard point cleared out and Limited. Moving upward with an early lead. Not expected in this one.
Oh, you know what? That setup coming in from Special Forces base, it could have been huge for Limited, but it just kind of lacked when it comes to that defense here in P2. They were kind of trying to anchor down the spawns a little bit more compared to trying to go in for that P2 control. Unfortunately for them, Devious is going to be going in for that break, but this is going to be that one last push before that rotation here in P3.
Zolt does get taken down, as do the rest of the Devious players. Limited back in position. Looks like Devious going to opt to rotate largely right here. One player going to get set up on the high ground. They will get shut down on their final push here toward P2, and now 2Red waiting for players to hop out the top side. He's going to be able to find one, make it 2 right there, one more right around the corner. Not going to be able to sniff him out. Fortunately for him, his teammates already set up and ready to go, including S-Thug holding down this high ground control.
Oh, here we go. That's going to be really good control for Scott to try and break, and they just basically go in there for that rotational gunfight, and he wins those. Obviously, that's going to have that 2F control. Going to be important to try and get that generator spawn. So far, he was able to break that. Still alive, though. I'm surprised that the comps from Limited is just not going to be there to take him out.
Attack A, as slow as can be, trying to make his way through the backside. Not going to be able to win that gunfight, though. The lead starting to open up a little bit. Rihan's going to pop the Annihilator. Can he go big with it? Does find the opener. Right now, you got Claps pushing the backside. Purifiers come out for both teams as well. Zolt's going to be able to find a couple. Does get taken down right there as Claps does the same for his squad. Just like that, Limited's able to break through. But with only 11 seconds remaining, you already need to start moving toward that P4. And unfortunately for them, it is already Devious set up and ready to go.
And I feel like there's just lapses of communication coming in from Limited, because for the longest time, Scott was there in 2F in control room, and also S-Thug was right there as well in 2F and P3. And so even though that Limited was kind of trying to set up, they're just not able to get those gunfights down in those power positions. Red, though, being able to get rid of some players right there with the War Machine, going to be able to be that stopping force for Devious.
Limited doing everything they can to break back in, but since P2 have not seen much success, Proxy applying pressure from the front side. More operators invested. Skizzle able to find one with the Sparrow, but does get shut down. 2Red doesn't read it correctly, but it doesn't matter. Claps can't connect, and he takes one to the face right there. Staying alive, Devious continue to farm these kills, and this lead is building quickly.
Finally, Attack is able to get rid of 2Red. He's not supposed to win those gunfights, but he's still very much able to do so. Limited getting those scrap points down, and I feel like it is a pretty back and forth type of situation here in these hard points, but it's always Devious always getting that upper hand by winning those essential rotational gunfights inside of the point. Still blue though, and Limited always just stepping on the hard point just for a few seconds, but not able to sustain.
S-Thug starting to heat up, but it's Rihan leading the way. 20 kills on the board. Scott going to slide down, picks up another one. Able to maintain this high ground position, one of the key factors for getting any amount of time here on P1, and he's not letting anybody through uncontested. Attack A going to have to find a different route. Right now, Limited just don't want to take the gunfights, but you got to be able to find some map control. Attack A doing everything he can on the inside of the hard point, but with an LMG, it's not easy to change those directions. Scott not able to get the last bullet, but the major assist comes through anyway, and once again, Devious make their way up.
I mean, when you're looking at the amount of kills, it's actually kind of even, with Devious just a little bit slaying out, but that just a tiny bit, but not completely by a lot. I feel like for Devious, the fact that they're just winning those power positions and getting those high impact kills is definitely one of the reasons why the lead is slowly just building up in Limited right now. Always going in for that early control here in P2. Getting that Special Forces base definitely going to be huge for them, but like what we saw a while ago, they're just trying to go in more for that anchoring spot here instead of actually just defending this point.
It's a nice setup on the inside for Limited right here, but they're getting picked apart. Collapse is going to get spotted out just like that. Rihan on the inside of the objective, and he's going to look to lock down the stairs and push out to the mid-map as well. 2Red pushing all the way back. Attack A, trying to find some of those kills on Scott, who's been in a pesky spot. Does manage to take him down, but now the operators come out. 2Red finds one, Rihan finds two more. And every time it looks like this Limited squad is going to find a break on in, Devious fire back and take the hard point back into their control.
Skizzle was actually right there for the flank, but I feel like his rotation was just a little bit too slow when his team kind of needed that pinch the most, but they're still getting some time on there, but just not a lot as what they wanted. The setup going to be great now for that scrap time, but they do need to go in for the rotation, so that one last push needs to go now and needs to send the rest of their team off into that P3 rotation, which Devious already has.
Once again, Limited just getting caught on the back foot. They're fighting for scrap time right here, and what you need is a chain of 60s. They are going to be playing catch up once again, as Scott now on the high ground, trying to at least get information for his squad. He gets cleared out, but 2Red is there and spawns right on top of the remaining Limited player. It is once again going to be Devious picking up the hard point time. Skizzle, couple of big kills, Proxity there too, and now the operators pop. Limited need to go big here on P3 to have a chance in this one.
Here we go though, we get to see it. A Signs of Life for Limited. Able to capitalize on that Sparrow, but unfortunately for them, Devious is going to be right there. Obviously, they will be having the more favorable spawn. Generator side definitely going to be a little bit better, especially going in for that control into P4 for that obvious rotation. That's going to be super near. So far though, still going to be yellow, as Limited going to be getting a lot of the points down here, but they're going to be investing a lot of those operators. And on the side of Devious, on the other hand, you're not going to be having a lot with just Rihan having that Annihilator.
It is the battle of the pre-fires right now, but Devious are the ones that come out on top to pick up the scrap time. It is going to be Collapse with a nice setup over here on P4, but you got to deal with Rihan. He's going to earn full streaks. We'll see what Collapse can do with the early setup, and right now you got one to deal with, but Rihan finds two, and Zolf finds another just like that. What looked like it was going to be a man advantage disappears, and the Purifier gone as well. Disaster strikes for Limited, and somehow they still break into the hard point.
That's huge. They're still winning a lot of their gunfights, even though you got Rihan with a double kill with the Preddy, and not just that, being able to just lose your operators, still winning it when it comes to the gunfights. And so far, we already know that they're winning when it comes to those mechanical skills. And what they lacked in the previous hills is the fact that they just rotated super late. And now it seems like it's kind of paying off. Collapse with 19 kills, CBR4 in hand. Pre-fire, like what you mentioned, is definitely going to be the battle for the pre-fire.
Right now, Devious trying to break their way back in, and I feel like a lot of this has come down to solo play for them. Teamwork has not looked phenomenal. A lot of individual chows. S-Thug finds a couple right there, but 2Red gonna get shut down, and it's another full feed for Limited as they are somehow staying in this one. And once again, it's just all individual gunfights for this Devious squad, and they're not setting themselves up for success. S-Thug's gonna get shut down. You got Rihan, who's close to double positive, but hasn't converted it into a whole lot as far as hardpoint time, and Limited slowly making their way back into this. Collapse earns a pred as well, and they have an opportunity to take the lead here.
They need to get rid of Scott coming in from Lounge. He's always been here in these high positions. The verticality always in Devious side. And so far, it does pay off as they are finally able to get here in P1. A while ago, we actually saw Limited up in scaffolding, and now they're trying to battle for that power position, and Bright wins those gunfights, and it's going to be yellow all across the board. It really is just a matter of who's going to be winning the gunfights up top, and that's where they always have that control.
Wow, big gunfight win for Collapse from the low ground. Gonna spot out Rihan, not able to get the kill, and it looks like Devious gonna have an opportunity to pick up the scrap time right here. See if they can make their way up through that mid hop-up. Rihan trying to clear out the backside, and that's going to be crucial. Opportunity for them to flip out the small ones right here. Collapse trying to sniff out that one lone player attack A. They're reinforced as well, and they will be able to win that one, but Collapse doesn't realize there's another Devious player on the flank, and just like that, they're in position to lock in a big chunk of time here on P2.
Operators coming out from the side of Devious. They also have one more to play with, and speaking of, Collapse brings out of an operator of his own Purifier, frying people from across the board, but Scott takes out that Hunter-Killer drone, takes out an essential operator that Limited could have had for a more solid defense, but even though they don't have it, it's still an open hardpoint so far. Skizzle with a Sparrow, though, able to possibly get rid of everyone else flushing into the hardpoint.
He uses the entire thing. It does not pay off. Somehow Zolf has an angle for the Renetti to connect right there. And still Limited. Find at least 50% of the time, and Bright gets a triple kill on the inside of the hard point. Doesn't quite have the bullets for 2Red, but Collapse is there once again. It's been the story of the game. The teamwork for Limited has just looked stronger across the board. You look at the kills, and they're getting pretty much completely cooked, and somehow finding a way to stay in this right now. Rihan, Annihilator in hand. You've got to go big. You got to get players stacked up together, especially in a team-oriented map like Takeoff. He is going to be able to win that one. It started earning Devious time again, but these holds have not lasted very long at all.
Rotational gunfights being won by Devious. The fact that they stopped the pinch coming in from Healthcare Center and also from Generator is going to be huge for them. 232 and 187 is going to be your scoreline. Rihan just playing his operators to perfection, just stopping the push every single time. Already having another Hunter-Killer drone and also a Freddy in hand. 51 kills to his name. No, make that 52 as the point still going to be contested, though.
If you're Devious, how do you let him single-handedly break in right there? Once again, too much teamwork, too many team gunfights, and Limited find a way to break back in, but Devious are not letting them in that easily. Only 2 more seconds needed. Zolf, Purifier does come out, and they find a way to win, but it was not a pretty one, especially looking at the kill disparity.
Kind of streaky, if you're asking me. And if Rihan did not pop off, my goodness, this guy had 55 kills, the most out of Stage 3, Stage 4 that it has been televised so far. So, Aerith, you had 54, but Rihan is right there for the taking. But let's talk about what happened when it comes to the rotational gunfights. I feel like Devious won majority of that. But actually, when it comes to the other side of things, Limited was really good at breaking the hill.
Yeah, and once again, it all came down to teamwork. There was just so much individual play, and I understand, like, if you're Devious, you need those AR set up in the high ground for map control, but there was just no help. I don't know if you need a change in roles, whatever it is. Rihan was doing a phenomenal job getting kills, but at some point, you got to look at what your team needs, and if you don't have the reinforcements that you need on the hard point to be able to maintain that control, find a way to make those adjustments. 55 kills looks nice, but that is not something that's going to work against the top teams in North America.
You mentioned it really well. I feel like the OBJ was kind of a little bit thought in the back end, because a lot of the time we were seeing the hard point so open. Majority of the time you saw engagements outside of the hard point, and that's the reason why the score was actually really close. And even though, yes, we did get to see Rihan absolutely pop off with the 50, but Zolf also doing a phenomenal job with 50 and 2 minutes and 37 on the clock.
I feel like we didn't really talk about him a whole lot, but no question, he was the biggest contributor. I'll take that stat line any day of the week. And you got to give credit to Limited. Even when they're getting completely cooked on the scoreboard, they still find a way to keep that one close. And I feel like with the way they played that, absolutely a chance for them to take a map here in the Search and Destroy.
I feel like it was just like those late rotations going into P3 was the biggest one, because that just allowed Devious to kind of set up their counter attack when it comes to that rotation into P3. But as we're heading off into that Search and Destroy, I'm really interested to see how a team like Devious, knowing very well they can slay, I feel like Rihan could possibly be another type of wall that we still need to see them overcome when it comes to Limited.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting map pick with the slums. Will be Devious on the defensive side. We've seen a lot of inexperienced teams struggle on the offense trying to clear out any type of mad control in the mid-map, and it looks like Limited not going to look to do that to open things up, sending the LMGs up to just check for information. They're forced way back, and the players for Devious pushed all the way up into some nasty positions.
This is a really good defensive setup as every lane is actually going to be crossed. And Rihan, speaking of, gets that first pick. Attack A goes down, and you already know that Attack A is a really good sniper. And now with Limited, one sniper down. You have two left, though. It's a triple sniper setup for Limited. Woo, spicy.
I think that was, I think Proxy actually picked up the sniper from Attack A.
Oh, okay. Oh,
yeah,
I was just like, wait, what?
He can only have two of those. But right now, once again, the setup for Devious remains. Rihan is going to get sniffed out. Maybe a little bit overzealous, a little bit impatient. Forces him back, still into the 4v4 right here. And S-Thug not going anywhere anytime soon. Just going to continue to look for information over on the A side. And Limited just playing the waiting game. You got to make a first move right here, making it too easy for Devious to stay in their spots. The LMG through the wall, he's going to be able to connect one trade through, but Devious gets the better of it, and now all down to Claps in 1v3.
Bomb down in a very bad spot. And so far, Devious going in there aggressively when it comes to their angles, but enough to actually just cover all of their bases definitely was a great defensive setup for them. All three lanes covered. And now if you're going to be the only one left, S-Thug can definitely try to pick him off if you try to go in for that alpha flag. And speaking of, Clap's going to try to go in there, but S-Thug's going to be right there tagging him. He does go away with his life, though, allows the plant to happen.
Yeah, not going to allow the plant to happen. They're going to pick up the kill right there. Devious take round one. Wait a little bit too long to make the play, and Devious able to make him pay. We'll see if Limited allow them to get that much early mid-map control. Utility going to be absolutely crucial. As once again, Devious investing a heavy amount of manpower over toward B. We do see one player go toward mid, make it two right here. And once again, Limited throws 0 looks toward mid and allow these Devious players to get pushed up early.
And this is kind of similar to what we saw a while ago. The difference being play number 3, Rihan not going to be pushed up that deep into that area where obviously Skizzle's going to be in a really difficult position. But as we do see a little bit more of mid-map control for Devious, it's just Limited. You need to find a way to get those picks down. If you're going to be too passive, there's no information on your end, meaning you're going to have to see the clock wind down. And you don't want to get into the point where there's only 30 seconds left on the clock and you're just going to have to throw bodies.
Limited are just making it too easy right now. Like, Devious have their setup, they're sticking to it, and they have no reason to leave it. If you're not going to throw any looks, all you're doing is putting more pressure on yourself. Clap's not going to be able to connect on the snipe right there, the one opportunity that Devious give you, and you can't quite capitalize on it. And now players able to reposition, and once again, all down to the Limited players to make the opening play. Is what happens when you don't get any of that mid-map control early on, and Clap's going to find one onto Rihan. That's going to be a huge opener, but can they capitalize? Looks like they will as they find 2 to go with it.
Oh, that's going to be good. Limited goes in there for those trades. That's going to be huge for them. 3v2 situation as Bomb is going to go down. Player number 4, that's going to be S-Thug still sitting pretty here into Broken.
Bomb has been planted.
As you need to see where Red is going to be at. Need to find that information down. The pinch finally going to be coming through. S-Thug's having no information whatsoever, and 2 Red's going to be in a really good spot. But obviously, the heady from Bright is going to be a little bit too good. And yes, I feel like for Limited, it's good that they were waiting for that one pick off from Claps, and that's when they tried to go in there for that push into that site. That was really good.
I think if you're Devious, you just have to be patient. It seems like they are getting a little over-eager and want the kills and peak angles that they don't necessarily need to, and that's where they lost that round. 2 Red's going to be able to open up, takes down Claps. He's going to be able to slip through that brick building as well, and it is going to be Limited opening things up, but S-Thug is there. Pressure from 2 Red as well. He gets information on a couple of players. You got Zolf on the flank, and this should be exactly what Devious needs, but somehow they don't get the better of the trades, and now it's all down to S-Thug.
S-Thug still gets the kill, and Proxy goes down. 1 minute and 20 to play with, and S-Thug still gets the kill. You could have just played objective, brother. Still went for the kill instead, and should have been a different scoreline right now. And we're seeing kind of gaps in both of these teams' plays right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of mistakes being made, but fortunately for S-Thug, there were none in those couple of gunfights. Once again, limited. They're gonna full send it on over to the B side again. No mid-back. Well, I take it back. Skizzle gets pushed up all the way to Statue, but the flashbang's going to connect, and that's crucial information for Devious. The aggressive push does not pay off at all. They get picked to pieces, and Devious extend their lead.
Unfortunately, the Flashes were the winners of that round, as Limited actually had those headies to their advantage as well, but the Flashes just not able to get those, honestly, not sustainability when it comes to those pushes. And for now, Devious, though, getting 3 and 1. And so far, we get to see Limited kind of learning from their mistake, pushing back just a tiny bit, but we've seen Limited play being passive to their advantage.
Honestly, I didn't hate the push out of Limited, but you have to have the proper amount of trophy systems to be able to back it up. And you let that entire barrage of utility right on your head, you're going to lose that one every single time. It is going to be Limited finding one of the openers. Zolf taken down. Right now, Rehan pushed way up. Scott more of an info check than anything else as the flashbangs go over top once again, and now Limited gonna commit, but they don't spot out the second player inside the mid-map, and once again, they end up paying for it.
It's always that one little spot that Rehan actually always gets that kill down, and for Limited, there's just no flank watch whatsoever, or even if they do get that flank watch, it's just the timing is just a little bit too late. A 4v2 situation, and whatever advantage that they had a while ago is just non-existent now. But attacking, Skizzle is still able to get those kills, and like what you mentioned already, Devious isn't supposed to be pushing. I'm not quite sure why. They just have to wait and just go for the defense in the plant.
Well, right now, Rehan's got a nasty flank, and I'm not sure if Limited know. Scott's going to back up and should be there to give information as well. And if they commit for that plant over on the B side, he is absolutely going to make them pay. Peeks the corner. That's the opener. Can't find the second, but he's going to be forced out, and Scott knows exactly where to look. Rehan can't connect, though, but Scott there for the trade.
Big flank. That's good. Okay, for Limited, this is like always that flank watch. That's the only thing that you actually have to get, because so far when it comes to those engagements, they're able to actually kind of take advantage of the fact that Devious will overextend, will try to hunt for those kills down. And now so far, 5-man push going into Alpha, but they will be greeted by those 3 people.
Ooh, Bright doesn't read it right, but his teammates there. Trades do go through as he gets the assist and pushed up to the A site pretty quickly. Still a lot of utility for Devious. They do end up finding the kills anyway. Now the 2 remaining Limited players push way back. Zolf going to be able to take down one, S-Thug another, and Claps just didn't stand a chance as now Devious starting to snowball this one out of control.
It's hard when you're trying to go in for that site because you're always going to be greeted by S-Thug. And there you go. They're just so good at controlling at that side of the map. And Alpha seems to be like a difficult place to be. But now as we're going to be switching it up, Devious is going to be on the attacking side this time. Rehan's going to be able to possibly get that information down on who's going to be right there. But so far, still a stalemate.
And once again, Limited allow Devious all the mid-map control in the world, and they make them pay once again. 2Red is farming right now. 3 kills as free as can be. In the last one, Collapse gonna lurk back, able to find the snipe right there, but he's still got 3 Devious players to deal with. And with the bomb down over on B, a tough task ahead. He misses on that shot. And now Devious, 1 round away from the map.
Oh, this is looking so scary for Limited right now. And Devious, having that mid-map control is definitely going to be huge for them every single time. And not just on the defense, but on the attacking side as well. Limited need to try and not be so reluctant when it comes to being inside of that mid-map control. And so far, though, they're still allowing so much people from Devious to go in. But we do get to see Proxy getting that kill. S-Thug gets a trade.
Big trade right there. 2Red. Lurking over by the A side. Clap's going to take some shots, but will be able to get out with his life. But Rehan is there to find a pick, and he's been so good for them so far. Proxy doesn't time things right, but gets the better of the gunfight anyway. Limited, 2 players left alive, trying to make something out of nothing, but oh, S-Thug turns on to Proxy, and Devious take another map, 7-1.
I want to see the scoreboard. I was so focused on the minimap, I didn't know how many kills we actually saw Limited get, especially when it comes to those snipes. But S-Thugs for sure just turning it up here. Whew. It's that mid-map control that we always saw Devious actually have, not just on the defense, but also on the offense. The Limited was just so slow when it comes to their rotations.
Yeah, no question about it, and they seem timid more than anything, and that's something you cannot afford to be on the slum search and destroy. You got to commit to your positions, take it where you can, and if you want to play passive, you got to have a timer as to when you want to start making those plays, because the longer you wait, the more you end up paying, and Devious absolutely made them pay in that one.
And also having that flank control is something that we didn't get to see. Rihan getting those kills down, and speaking of, and they always, I feel like it was 3 rounds where they didn't even realize that there was going to be a flank coming in from Devious. So I feel like that is a really huge adjustment when it comes to those search and destroys, because you're always going to be expecting people on the back end, especially in such a small map like Slums.
Yep. Then I feel like once the slow pushes stopped from Limited and they started committing, that's where it snowballed out of control, and ultimately is because they didn't know the spots they needed to be in to capitalize on that early map control. So Tured goes big. We saw so many double, triple kills out of him. It was ridiculous. S-Thug, some beautiful snipes as well. No bad performances for that Devious squad.
Definitely. Speaking of performances, Attack A, the sniper that just absolutely popped off back in stage 3, unfortunately only has those 2 kills. So now I'm thinking we need to see some sort of consistency when it comes to these players, because so far, when you need to step it up the most, we already saw it in that matchup a while ago where a team could actually bring your win for the first time in S&D, but unfortunately now we don't really get to see it from Attack A.
Yeah, not the easiest map to snipe on, and I think on top of that, it's much different competition that you're going up against as well. So, welcome to the big leagues. It's not quite as easy here. Hopefully, we do see this Limited squad bounce back, but definitely not the start that they were looking to have. And this is not really a Devious squad that people would typically consider to be in the top half of the North American teams as well. So you got to think for both of these teams, this is a must-win matchup, and Devious looking like they are well on their way to a 1-0.
We always saw here in this competition that the hard points are a little bit shaky. It's a little bit more back and forth, but in the S&D for now, it's clear, night and day. Devious just comes out on top, but now we're going into control, where so far, if we're going to go in for whatever succession we had, it's control that's always going to be, okay, it's a fast 3-0. And let's see, it's going to be like that for now.
Yeah, it's Standoff and Devious are starting on defense. This one might get ugly quickly. Obviously, we saw some good teamwork out of Limited in the hard point, but when it comes to raw gun skill, this is one that can be incredibly punishing, and Tured getting pushed way up right here. Skizzle is going to be able to shut him down, but first couple of gunfights do go the way of Devious. Collapse there, able to trade and able to get some early control over on the A side.
A 2v1 situation happening here by Tractor, and it's just going to be Limited winning a lot of these gunfights down. And so far, second tick of progress here in Alpha. S-Thugs trying to go in for the LK24 by Granny. Spots 1, able to go in there for the kill, stops the push, and that second tick of progress here in Alpha as well. And so far, there's going to be that player number 3. Take a look at that mini-map, and that's going to be huge for Rihan if he's going to be able to win this essential gunfight, and he does.
Right now, if you are Limited, you cannot afford to get put in a spawn trap, and these Devious players are getting closer and closer to doing just that. Starting to farm the kills right now. Collapse trying his best to get things cleared out, but it looked like he just missed his shoot button right there.
Yeah, I was gonna
Rihan sitting on a 5 spree right now, and it's not looking great for Limited as they're just trying to escape spawn at this point.
I get it, Collapse. That happens to me too when, oh wait, why am I not shooting? Oh, and I just missed the shoot button. And there you go. They're finally able to get rid of Rihan on the back end, just kind of not allowing for that spawn trap to happen. But the live is still going to be into the favor of Devious with 26 seconds left on the clock, and you need to find some sort of progress here in Alpha. And it's supposed to be the easier one to get, and so far the defense of Devious is going to be really, really good.
Good read by Bright, but at the end of the day, it's an objective-based game mode, and you've got no map control and no objectives. Unfortunately, down 9 lives as well, and Looks like Devious going to be well on their way in this first one. Bright hops the objective, but they cannot afford to lose a single gunfight right here. Only 3 seconds. Couple of kills come through, and that should be enough for Devious to lock things down, but it looks like they get players on both of those objectives. Unfortunately, no lives to work with.
Got that second tick of progress in Alpha, but again, a 9v2 is definitely going to be so difficult. The UL in hand, Scott gets 1, gets 2. There you go. As we seal the deal for Devious in that first round. And a lot of really questionable pushes and just situations for the side of Limited, because we saw Proxity by Blue and was just staying there, and you're kind of expecting him to either spawn trap or get those kills, but a lot of the time there was no progress being there in A, and he was just standing there in Blue. So we need to see a different kind of setup for Limited.
Scott gonna be the lone player to push back alley off the start right here. He's gonna be able to open things up on the collapse. Right now, Skizzle, top grandmas, trying to stop these Devious players from pushing up, but he's gonna take a 100 killer to the face. Zolf getting pushed up in the mid-map as well. Collapse forced back. Right now, attack A with a big task, looking to clear out toward grandmas, but Limited nowhere to go right now as Devious just trying to get things cleared out, and that's going to be B now wide open.
Huge gunfight being won by Scott and just allows B to be open, but he will be greeted by those 3 players, and Rihan actually loses that gunfight as well to try to go in there for that flank. So get the setup, but 2 red coming in with a War Machine, gonna be huge, but it's gonna be Scott that tries to, Bright rather, to stop that push, and that's gonna be huge gunfights right now by Limited.
That was fantastic teamwork. Trophies perfectly positioned as well to mitigate the damage, and looks like they're gonna be able to take down all that progress. The offense not quite as easy as Devious had expected. You got to make a commit right here. 2 red just waiting mid-street. You got A right behind you. You got a player sneaking through as well. They do finally find that kill and hop on the objective. Nobody looking to stack, though. You got 1 player in Rihan flanking all the way through toward the spawn of Limited. Not going to be able to spot anybody out. Does he get caught out? Yes, he does. And once again, not a very convincing round, but Estha able to break through here on B as well.
Oh, that's going to be stunned out, though, as we do get to see some sort of stop coming in from the push. Estha goes down. 3 players. Very, very well done coming in from Limited. That defense in Bravo definitely going to be hard, as they're going to be giving away Alpha for free. And they always have a response going in from that flank from Rihan every single time. But now, speaking of, Rihan trying to apply that damage. Bright goes down. Switchblade in hand, but attack A. Winning that gunfight again here in through this backside push from Devious.
He's still got to deal with 2 red in the back alley. He does get shut down, but Devious still getting the better of the gunfights, and now Limited forced to invest some operators right here if they're going to have a chance. Skizzle needs to go big with the Sparrow in hand. Only 4 kills on the board for him. Bright and Proxity have them ready to go, but might not be worth the investment right now as Bright drops, as do Proxity and Skizzle. And now Devious on match point.
Man, you got to see some bright spots here from Limited, knowing very well that, okay, there's going to be a flank all the way here, and they're trying to go in more for that Bravo control, but unfortunately, they're just not winning when it comes to those gunfights, and Devious obviously outslaying them. Now we get to see a 3-man push coming in from Tractors, trying to get that power position of Statue, but they are going to be greeted by this 1 player, though. That's going to be Zolf with a Fennec.
Well, right now, if you're Limited, you've got to get max value on every operator, and that's just not happening. Zolf earns himself a Pred missile. Scott looking to spawn trap with the claw in hand as well. Skizzle able to finally shut him down, but they already find themselves down 4 lives, and that is a gunfight you've got to win if you're Limited. Just too many mistakes, and Devious making them pay. 2 red, able to find another. Plays his life so well, so tough to deal with. Attack A, you're respawn sniping. They need you on a different gun, my guy. You're down 8 lives now. Bright's got to go big. He doesn't.
Attack A is just basically going attack C, attack C. There's no C here. Yeah, just let go of the sniper, bud, because you're not going to be helping out when it comes to those slays. You're going to have a very hard time when it comes to the attack. So far, though, 21 and 14, there needs to be a miracle, and so far Proxy might be that player, especially if he brings out that operator. But so far, Rihan and Scott doing an amazing job as that defense. Still no ticks of progress from Bravo, but then the progress finally kind of starting at A, but just as I said that, they do lose that gunfight.
Give me back S-Thug POV. He is twisted with the Locust right now. Zolf getting pushed back toward that spawn trap once again and up 11 lives. Devious continue to pick up the kills right here. 5 remaining. Another gonna drop. Zolf been so huge for this Devious squad today. Only 1 life, make it 0. And Devious lock in the 3-0 as well. We are very much on the same track as EU day 1.
Yep. They were just day 1 things, you know, but just talking about the individual performances, especially from Limited, it's just the Signs of Life was supposed to be on that defensive setup, but unfortunately for them, not able to actually get those kills down. They were actually holding the fort when it comes to the defense and not letting them touch Bravo, but in return, they were actually just throwing their lives away. And for using that sniper on the attack, I feel like you need to do that on that defensive setup as well. So Take kind of struggling a little bit.
Yep. Esther was just doing whatever he wanted on that map as well. I think once they started to get things locked in, he's early on, it's like, yeah, I'll be the main AR that we need. And then once it was very much in control, he's like, you know what? I'll just pull out the sniper and run around and quickscope some guys because that sounds like a lot of fun. So map 1 for Devious. Limited, would have been nice to have that one. Much tougher opponents ahead as well. And yeah. It looks like it may be a long stage 4 for them.
Well, we've got Devious now joining the likes of LG and Tribe on the day so far with those 3-0 sweeps. Strong performance there, Shift. Takeaways for you.
Yeah, I actually want to piggyback off Bobby's most recent point. For a team like Limitless, these are matches that you kind of have to think must-win scenarios if you want to work your way to the top 4, mostly because we just didn't know what necessarily to expect strength-wise from Devious. And this definitely felt more like a series that was more controlled off of Limitless not hanging than Devious taking over, because it was a missed opportunity. Map number 1, they were in the midst of possibly being able to kind of make that late surge to get this thing closer towards maybe even a map 1 win, but after that, it was all Devious, and it wasn't for good news anywhere for Limited in my mind.
And we'll have to see if any of these teams have a little bit of a bounce back, but that's match number 3 now in the books. Match number 4, the last match on the day, has yet to happen. It's right around the corner, but not until after we take another short break to close the whole day out. When we return, Ryzen versus DICE to close the day out. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Snapdragon Pro Series. It's time for us to get into our final match of the day here today, and that one is going to be between Ryzen and DICE. Bobby, let's talk about this matchup.
Well, this is a DICE squad that had some solid pickups in the midst of roster mania, and I anticipate that this is a team that could potentially crack their way into the top 4. Ryzen with a solid pickup in Mago from ARP as well. I think they have a little to prove, but I think they've got some talent, no question.
All right, well, let's talk about the Ryzen roster here, Mommy. One of the last games before we close this out.
And like what Bobby already mentioned, I'm just going to mirror it. Mago being part of that team, knowing very well from ARP, he actually had a really good spot in stage 3 where he got, honestly, a lot of those kills, really high impact kills. So it really is the question of how is he going to fit well into this squad? And that is always going to be the question here in day number 1, especially after roster mania. And you're going up against a team like DICE that had really solid pickups this time.
All right, and speaking of DICE, we'll take a look at their roster as well. Shift, who do you want to touch on?
Yeah, I mean, we've already mentioned Aerith a handful of times, and it's very fair for us to take a lot of the focus towards her. But I also want to put a little bit of a spotlight on Awaken. You know, he missed out on champs last year. They finished 4th under team mobility, but he brings a lot of experience, and I think he's an all-around pretty solid player. So you've got another addition into Aerith who you're looking to help kind of boost up the kill potential of the squad, and you still have a lot of veterancy built into the rest of the roster in certain regards. So I think they kind of hit all the check boxes as far as things you want to see for them to be a major competitor, possibly.
All right, well, we'll get those picks and bans up here, and while they pop up, are we sticking with sweeps all day, Bobby?
Sticking with sweeps all day. Get the brooms out, DICE. 3-0, I think the addition of Shotzi, the addition of Size, that was his name last year, was definitely a really big one, and honestly, one that I kind of feel like Simplicity felt more than anything. So I'm curious to see how he fits into that roster, but no question he is a really talented player, and they already had a lot of talent to go around. I'm curious to see who the starting roster is as well.
Yeah.
Obviously, adding Aerith into that equation, fantastic Slayer. There's not really any point that you can go wrong with these players combined.
All right, anything jumping out at you with these picks and bans here, Mommy?
I'm looking at Tunisia, and because you already have such a talented S&D team, and the fact that a lot of these teams aren't actually familiar with this map. So far they haven't played both of these teams this particular map. So again, with it being a really sniper-heavy type of map, really interested to see how they're going to be dominating that mid-map control.
And do you agree on the sweep?
I think that there's a very good claim for a 3-0, but there's something in the water that makes me feel like Ryzen could steal a map somewhere. I don't know where, I don't know how, but I have a feeling that there's just enough potential for Ryzen to at least be competitive in this series. But it's just tough because Hacienda opening hardpoint, like all 3 of these maps require you to play good clinical Call of Duty. And I think that's the only major headache that could possibly come up to this Ryzen team that essentially, kind of like we talked about earlier in the day for a team like ARP, they were the ones getting like picked apart. You know, small pickups were being used. They're taking away their heaviest and best Slayers. That could be problematic unless they just find some sort of a honeymoon period right here to play really good clinical COD.
All right, I like it. I like it. Very thorough analysis to close out the day. Match number 4 is in the works and getting ready right now. So I think I can send you guys on over to the other half of the studio. Let's close this thing out.
Ooh, let's go, sir.
Oh, hi.
Hi there.
I don't know. It's just like, I know this Ryzen team kind of got beat up a little bit when they were playing through stage 3, but the players on paper, I think, could still be a very competitive squad. It just comes down to, will they be able to put it all together? Because it is a big ask. You lose out on some of your star potential. You lose out on some of the players that you're looking towards to maybe even carry certain moments, whether that be in hardpoint, search, or control. It could be takeover moments in any of those 3 modes. It just comes down to, can they kind of have a kumbaya and say, we have to make whatever we have work. Let's commit to that. Let's get to work on it and see maybe there's a chance that they can actually build some cohesion, because I think there's enough veteran experience on this Ryzen team to at least be competitive with the majority of teams in NA.
And that kind of situation that you brought a while ago, right? That one game, you had that inkling that it might not actually be a 3-0. And I'm thinking, just looking at the stats that we had back in stage 3, we were able to kind of see a little bit of Ryzen gameplay up against Destiny, where they won pretty convincingly 3-0 in a row. So we are going to be seeing that later on.
It's just tough because that was one of the maps, or probably one of the matchups that Aerith was really taking over in. So, you know, do you have the ability to kind of swallowing the tough pill to swallow and then get to work? Because players like Legacy, Vibin, you know, they all played on, you know, competitive teams last year, Losty as well. So you bring Mago into the mix, maybe there's a chance. But it starts off in a very difficult one. Hacienda for the opener. It will be Dice spawning over towards the office side of the map. Quick contest from Legacy as he actually kind of flips the script, and a perfect start here for Ryzen, controlling both the high ground and the hard point simultaneously.
Interesting push coming in from Mago and Vibin, because they're trying to go in for that rock control, but Hacks able to get in for those essential kill. A beautiful 2-piece to kind of stop the push from that top control. So that's going to be huge kills coming in from Dice so far.
See how things go. The bounce back from Dice, good, but they still have to work to make their way across the map. Size needs to kind of find some success through the top hallways. Legacy clearing out Awaken down low means that, again, Ryzen can continue to play in and around the hard point. Lethal also shutting down the opening route, but things do flip. Dice take a long route over through BS&D, and that allows them a chance to flip the spawns around with 15 seconds still in the first hard point.
And it's going to be Ryzen going in there for the points left here. The scrap going into their favor. And not just that, they need to go in for the control, because Dice already is in for that early rotation. But you do get to see that for Dice, Hacks is going to be very much aware that players are going to be coming in from the backside here in driveway.
Lethal has to keep his life, but oh, he drops. Fortunately, a couple of members do spawn behind that driveway side, but both of them get cleared out by Awaken. So yes, Ryzen currently hold a lead, but as we rotate over to Lambo, Dice are in a good position of control. Ryzen do have a chance to make their way around the back. Damage onto the car blows up Awaken. Hacks trying to pick things up as the spawns are still in for Dice, and the hit from the behind not going to work out for Ryzen. The follow-up from the front also dealt with, and Dice off to the races here at Lambo.
Huge kills coming in from Teabag. 2-piece to clear off the side. And now we need to see some sort of push, a pinch coming in from Ryzen, because so far they've been pushing in there. Yes, 3 at a time, but they're just losing a lot of the gunfights so far. Need to see some sort of utility coming in from him. Vibin, though, gets huge kills. A 2-piece for his own, and also being able to get these scrap points, really essential.
Yeah, Losty also takes care of the pinch from behind, so this scrap time looks pretty much guaranteed here for Ryzen. Dice trying to play for new. They will be tested, though, by number 2 in yellow. That's Lethal. And they actually do not know initially that Lethal gets behind, but he does get picked up. Say he's able to find the kill through office, and so even though the scrap time is guaranteed for Ryzen, once again we rotate defenses, and Dice is going to be here first. Ooh, spawn actually in for Legacy.
Oh, this is going to be difficult for Dice right now, because they're going to be going in for that pinch. And speaking of Legacy, not able to find anybody, as everyone else from Ryzen actually able to win that gunfight. Mago, what?
Now, Legacy found the kill from around the back, so Ryzen will actually break the spawns, and with that initial setup from behind, but Dice still fighting from inside the hard point. That's, wow, pretty heroic to say the least. That's a 3v5 situation. Dice still bunkering up. Smokes will encapsulate the front. Spawn still good for Dice as they try to reinforce this from the back. 56 plays 54. Contest on the hard point with 30 seconds to play. And Dice come out top the kill feed. One more to find. That was Legacy. He will drop. And Dice will also be aware that Ryzen spawn in.
So far, there's still no solid map control from both of these teams. They're going to be spawning off into different sides of the map, and the pinch not going to be happening right now. Ryzen, though, trying to go in for the contest, and so far, they're still going in for the contest, winning the gunfight. Essential 1v1 being won right now by Hacks, but it's just going to be going in there a little bit passively.
Contest is perfectly fine here for Ryzen. This is great finesse out of Mago. Even though he drops, he does stop Dice from getting kills. They also are a little bit pressed on trying to rotate over towards Rock because of it. Hacks drops the Pred missile in, it finds 2, clears out the hard point just before it opens. Play late from Lethal over towards Lambo's side. Does create some space here for Ryzen to get back into the hard point. Problem is, Dice have the numbers on their way back in through the Rock staircase. First operator's also getting pulled out. Both of them coming from Dice's perspective. It's the Annihilator and the Purifier, as the break is looking pretty imminent at the moment, especially as Saze clears out space with the Vortex.
Says gonna be smoked out though, but Lethal going in through the back end here into the shoreline. Lethal goes in there for the kills, but unfortunately not able to kind of sustain that Annihilator, not able to get a lot of these kills down. So far though, it's still going to be contested, and so far actually Ryzen's doing an amazing job at contesting these hard points.
They've got the numbers. Problem is smoke takes over the majority of the hard point. Says will drop. Purifier out for Legacy. He finds 2 with it. Hacks trying to do what he can, but Lethal shuts him down, finding the trade. 12 seconds of scrap time. Looking pretty decent for Ryzen. Dice will try to at least get a couple of members to hit the hop up and see if they can catch a couple of kills on exit, but how about that? Oh, Mago, he's gonna get both. That's gonna dominate control here for Ryzen as the new hardpoint opens up. So yeah, Dice are in the lead, but Ryzen have full control over new.
The control is going to be essential here, as you do need to have that verticality here. Looking over into P1, and so far it's still going to be Ryzen all over again. Mago with 18, going to be huge. And Aerith so far still trying to get those kills down, but only having 3, definitely going to be so hard for her because she's being a little bit of a difficult time right now for her team.
The SMGs for Ryzen are shredding right now. Legacy on 17, Mago on 19, Vibin rather on 14, and they are just getting it done up close and personal. 115 to 87 to count. Dice looking to contest and maybe even try to chew back into this lead a little bit of their own, but Lethal hits a perfect timing on the pinch, clears out the high ground, and then turns back for a third. Ryzen in control.
Could have been a huge win for T-Bag to try and contest this point, but it's definitely going to be huge for Lethal. The timing is going to be right for him. So far, though, rotation being won by Dice, and we actually saw a little bit of a back and forth here, but Dice getting majority of the points here in P2.
Friendly hunter-killer drone deployed.
Score streaks available for Ryzen on this break attempt. Lethal, try to play his life, claw is out. Awaken will make sure he cannot finesse for very long. Back play over towards Zig. No one contesting as of yet, but Ryzen are working on it. Little 2-2 split coming through, trying to hit from both the rock side and the side staircase simultaneously. Kills coming out on both sides. Dice still holding on towards spawns, but Legacy has a chance to pinch this from the backside of driveway. Dice need to win these eliminations quickly, and they do. Last players to find are all coming from the back. Save just one, but Vibin cannot contest this anytime soon.
T-Bag doing a phenomenal job here at the defense and driveway. And so far, Ryzen Gaming can't even touch the point. Looking like a full 60 here for Dice. They need to go in for that one big push. And if this push doesn't work out, they need to go in there for that rotation into P3. There you go. They finally are able to go in there for the break. This is essential scrap point for Ryzen Gaming every single time here in P2.
Even contest time right now for Mago is perfectly fine with only 10 seconds remaining. And he is so good at playing his life out. Eventually, he does get taken down, but it allows Ryzen a chance to rotate safely. So back to about a tie game. Says will have an operator and a potential score streak to spend, but on the other side, Ryzen have 4 operators at the ready to try to hold this. Play around the back from Dice. Hacks thinking about it early, but decides instead to wait for a little bit of help. Trophy system keeps this play safe. Also patio control here for our team in blue, but Mago, he gets the bow out, finds 2, make it 3 with it, and Mago will control 10. Ryzen open up the hard point with the first 20 seconds.
Speaking of, he's going to be greeted by so many players, and if he's still going to be having it, no, unfortunately, he doesn't have that Sparrow in control, but still able to just flush out all the players from Dice a while ago, but we do get to see it's still going to be blue control at the moment, but player number 4, Vibin, is able to get that patio control, though.
Has to hold his life a little while longer. Saves will not allow him to. Dice clearing out their zones very dictatedly. Dice in control. Losty working on it. Double from up high. Not going to find anything more, but the hit around the back now has to come to wave Awaken. Who gets 2? Well won by Awaken. Dice now in their first major lead since the early points of this game. It's going to be about 170 to 144, and rotation's already underway, but Legacy's trying to cut him down on the mid play through Fountain.
Early rotation coming in from Ryzen, and so far we saw that in P3, but they weren't able to really effectively defend it, where Dice was just so good. And even though we get to see that Mago brought out that Sparrow, not able to sustain, but so far so good. Speaking of Mago, does get an essential 2-piece that flushes out majority of the players from Dice.
D-bagger on the back, clears out Lambo. This will allow Dice to hold some control of their spawns. We'll play this from opposite sides. Hacks looking to break on him, but the Purifier snaps and finds 2. A nade will take him down, but the job may be done. And last, Vibin's able to keep his life a little while longer. Awaken trying to challenge him with the claw, and he gets shut down. T-Bag's on for the time being, but Ryzen will have numbers for this break. Mago in the contest. Vibin pulls out the claw. But again, the wall bangs that are coming through are so good. Hacks uses that as a chance to hit through the pinch. That'll work out for 3, and Dice are back in control of the OBJ.
Oh, the stun was just so good, especially at stopping that claw. As they're flushing in from mid, that's going to be huge for Dice, but Ryzen still get the scrap points. But once we do get to see what's happening here in the minimap, so far no control from both of these teams for that setup in P1, and so far it's going to be Dice.
Either team dominating the high ground at the moment. Dice still playing from the left side of the map. Ryzen doing the same thing from the opposite. You do have one member in Awaken who will be on the hard point to start for Dice. The same could be said, though, for Legacy on the other side. Trying to find the kill, not quite able to. AR's assisting from up top, but Dice still able to trade on back. And in the meantime, they're still holding on to the hard point. So eventually they will be contested and likely flushed out of this position. But Dice have definitely set the tone here on this fountain again.
196 and 177.
Lethal?
Second, oh, Lethal goes in there for the boxing
Reload,
gloves.
brother.
My gosh, the confidence in this guy right now. Not just that, he also has, he's fully loaded out. He has the score streaks, he has the operator skills, and for sure you're going to be seeing that later on here in P2. But we still need to see the same kind of gameplay from Ryzen Gaming the past 2 rounds, where they were able to get majority of P1 points, and now Vibin gets an essential kill, flushes out.
It's just one about 10 for 2 in the last 2 hard points. He has turned up in a major way. Those last couple eliminations allow Dice to rotate over to Lambo first. Ryzen will have a chance to threaten this from the front with numbers and operators at the ready. Pred missile called in first. Mago getting to work, trying to see if the Sparrow can connect off the rooftops. They don't check their right, though. T-Bag's going to work. And Says follows up with a Vortex gun. T-Bag's still alive. He's got an Annihilator out. He gets 3, and Dice will use it as a chance to hold T-Bag. Absolutely showing off the trigger discipline, and now he's absolutely teeing off with the Annihilator.
The counter operator skill was just absolutely finessed. And right now, Ryzen Gaming was actually able to, number one, get 3 operators in this. Not just that, it's just going to be that score streak wasted. And right now, it's still going to be T-Bag going in there for these kills. And everyone else from Ryzen Gaming so far away, they're just going to be coming in from Rock and Driveway at the same time.
Little pinch, starting to find some success. Aerith did have the Sparrow out, but she started to follow the pressure. Does turn her attention to the right spots at the right time. They can still win here, can Dice. You have to find this hit through side stairs. Kills start to come through. Losty vibing in the mix, but still on the hard point are Dice. They can still win here. They've got the final tick. There's the contest, and we will see another hard point. Over towards rotation. Legacy is here, but he's under pressure. He will find the first kill, but you have to get these other ones following up. Trades are in. And it's just down to this 1v1 on towards the hard point, which Ryzen survived through.
Vibin survived with just 1 HP left. Mago, though, trying to play the best hard point of his life. Possibility to get 3. No, gets shut down by hacks. And now it's still going to be a really heavily contested spot right now, as Ryzen going to be right there. And player number 2 is going to be huge, going in there for the flank.
Losty's still alive down low. The kills are starting to come through. Ryzen have the numbers, and they will find the kills. Mago saves it with the 3-piece. Split spot situation for Dice. The majority of it, and now all of it, coming from the front. Dice have to stay composed here. Ryzen cannot win on this hard point. The focus for Dice starting to come through, but the kills are again in. 3v2 on the hard point. Legacy cleans it up. Ryzen will see the scrap time go their way. And as we look to rotation, Dice are in the exact wrong spot, but nobody from Ryzen's rotating.
We need to see that rotation. You already know that Dice is going to be on it. So far, only going to be one player, Lethal. An essential player that could possibly stop the push as 6 seconds to just go in there for that defense. Everyone else, though, from Ryzen Gaming, really quick to go in there for the rotation.
No operators out for either side. You got to get in, you got to contest. They're able to get there, but hacks will shut them down. Goodness gracious. Ryzen stretched it as long as they possibly could, but Dice, they will get the numbers over towards New in time and win it off of just the sheer fact that they got there first.
Yep.
Wow. Wow. That's some good COD right there.
It's just so hard if you're Ryzen, because you don't want to leave that point, because 2 seconds is just a little bit too close for comfort, right? But they only just left one player to go in there for that rotation, which was probably the biggest fault here in this game.
It's tough. It's a tall ask in the heat of the moment in a game that's very winnable. With, again, like you mentioned, just enough time if Dice were to have committed to still win on that old time. But that is one of those moments that you go back, you VOD review, and somebody has to take control. They have to be the general and say, we've got 3 members that are here. We need to rotate more players over. Trust that at worst, you can at least contest those last couple of seconds. It's a tall ask. Again, it's a in the moment, chaos is going on. You assume the comms are crazy. To make a call like that is difficult to do, but when you retroactively go back and rewatch that, someone has to sit there and say, like, okay, we can't commit all 5 members to still staying here at Fences. We have to rotate some out early and trust that our members staying will get the job done if they have to.
But they held that P3 so well, got majority of the points. And when we're thinking about all these rotations, it's like you get to see Legacy with 2 minutes on the clock. But yes, he's going to be on the negative side right now, but I feel like it's just, it's the Mago game. He's doing such essential big hit kills on his side.
Hacks on the other side, when I mentioned that he had turned up at P5 and P1 again, he went up to 33 total kills. He finished with 45. So he got another 12 between the end of Fences, moving back over once again towards Rock. Tight stuff, but this Ryzen team is here to fight. We've seen that a couple of times now. ARP did the same thing versus Luminosity. So this North American region is deep when it comes to respawn potential, but now we have to transition over to the Search and Destroy. Tunisia's map number 2, a more recent map added to the pool, but it is a very straightforward map. 3 very easy to read lanes. It just comes down to where do you want to focus what. Sniper rifles can be played on either of the 3 lanes. SMGs can also tuck themselves into corners at any of the 3 lanes. Just comes down to what formula you've come up with earlier.
Definitely, and I feel like they're going to be adjusting their gameplay all throughout the rounds, right? And like what you mentioned, all 3 lanes can have such good sniper advantages, especially in through mid, because a lot of the time when you lose out in Tunisia, it's because you always just leave mid open or you always just lose those engagements in mid.
There's also the opportunity for some good preset nade planning to come through.
Oh, yeah.
Both bomb sites very open, and well, the places to hide in are not very common. Well, they are very common. They're not very numerous is what I meant to say. So this is all down to, I think, what the mentality is going to be for both these 2 teams in the Search and Destroy. And it's hard for us to make kind of a prediction. We know when we were looking through Stage 3 in the qualifier portion in particular, this Ryzen team, they got kind of embarrassed in their first matchup, dropping to the lower bracket, and then were the ones dishing out the embarrassment to actually qualify in the first place. So it's not really anything that you can look at and say, put your finger on this. This is for sure going to happen because the sample size is still really low.
Definitely. Actually, we just got word that I think it's going to be a DQ for that game because a legendary trophy system was used in that game. Is that right, production? Right, that was right. So it's going to be a switcheroo right now, and I can't believe this is also happening right now. My goodness. Day number 1 for North America.
What?
I know, right? Okay, unfortunately, that whole lead, we were just hyping it up, right? DICE definitely doing good. The last time we saw this was 31er and Panic, and 31er was able to capitalize on that DQ so well.
That can play with your mind.
Yep.
Wow.
These mistakes could not happen at this stage of the game. We already saw it time and time again in that EU region, and now we're seeing it here at NA, and that mistake can cost you the series.
Wow. Okay. So, still Tunisia, set up the same way, just the map count's a little bit different here, friends. Okay,
yes.
Wow. So Ryzen get away with one here. Man, what a call that was, though, for someone on Ryzen to say, hey, they put a legendary trophy system down in the heat of the moment, too.
That was fast.
That's pretty nuts. So that gives us Tunisia for sure. Raid, of course, will be map number 3, and pending that DICE can keep their composure and bounce back, important to note that takeoff would be map number 4. When I made a prediction that Ryzen was going to win a map, I did not mean by ways of DQ.
No one wants that. But here we go. That's still an advantage to your situation. That nade did not get anybody. So far, though, it's going to be... Oh, take a look at that. DICE is going to be going in there for that really fast rotation into Bravo, but that's going to be huge for them because T-Bag's going to be the only one left.
Ryzen is going to wait for a flank, though. Look at Losty's position, number 5 in yellow. He is still in spawn. They're hoping that DICE are going to push through this. Eventually, they're saying, nope, not going to happen. Let's commit forward. And as they do, T-Bag is the only one in their way. Says will drop at long range. But do they get the read on T-Bag holding in the corner? He's already executed on some good trigger discipline before. Finds the first, slides forward, almost breaks the camera. But no, he does get traded out. And now the threat towards B is imminent. But DICE have rotated over. They find a kill, and they stall out the plant for now.
And this is what I love about Tunisia is the fact that you can just play your corner so well, and he was able to get those kills down. And still, a 3v3 situation. Bomb still has to be planted so far, and a little bit of reluctance coming in from DICE. Obviously, you are going to be on that defense. You don't really have to push a little bit too far, and you just wait for the plant.
I like this as a very mature call. Just to kill noise, create doubt. DICE will have to recheck back over towards A at some point in time. There's still a lot of time on the clock here. And Ryzen actually may be considering a rotation of their own. Hax has made his way in towards A. Mid-map is wide open for the moment, but Losty has a chance to check this, and he will have an AR waiting for them if he does decide to give this a shoulder. Instead, not to happen. It's going to be Ryzen who will make their play on towards the cross. Now your attention has to go to number 1 in blue. Hax, the one in line, but Legacy gets the read. First shots are in. Quick rotation from Awaken, trying to get behind this play. And with not a lot of time on the clock, Legacy's not planning it in a good spot. He doesn't stay safe from it, and now Dice can back away. 5 in the last one left, and Awaken will get 2 of the final 3, and that can't happen. If you make a late rotation in, you have to plant that in a safe spot.
You need to plant safe. It's such an open spot where, like what you already saw, Tunisia could be a small map, especially when you're going through mid, and now they just paid the price, even though they did have the advantage right there. Fast push, though, coming in from Ryzen Gaming, going in from Bravo, no. They're going to be a little bit reluctant, as they're just going to be greeted by just that one player.
And is looking for opening information off the utility. Dice have fully loaded A. No contact there. We'll see them start to rotate back over towards the direction of Teabag, who's playing deep on site this time around. A lot of space for Ryzen to work with, and Losty makes good use of it. First blood tally, Lethal stepping into the mix, trying to cut off rotations, but does not expect saves to be there. Legacy will still stick for the plant. Hax on the cross, will deny the exit, and in the same breath, Saves finds another deep on the backside of the site. So a 4v2 retake comes underway. Mago and Vibin both holding from the front of the site.
Here we go, though. Player number 1, take a look at that. It's going to be their flank, and Hax will be able to deal with that damage as he's going to be going in there far enough. And Aerith does get that pick off. And speaking of, there you go. He's going to be getting an essential kill. No! Goes in for the boxing gloves instead, but Sai is right there for the trade.
Just a little wiggle and wag right there. Hit me if you can.
Hit me with your best shot.
Yep. Dice up 2-0. And this passive setup at B is something that Ryzen will have to consider from here on out, because it's been 2 rounds in a row that they've done this. Opening smoke over to the front of B. Focus comes through mid-map. Nothing here to check initially, but we know this rotation from Dice. They will rotate Hax back through mid, and he may get caught here. There are a lot of members nearby. Hax caught out just a touch, but very wisely backs off, just holds his life, and that will force Ryzen Gaming to respect the play and back up on their own.
Losty in a really bad spot as Hax not able to get the kill as Vibin goes in there for that. Yeah, he was going in for the kill, and there you go. That's why mid is just going to be so open, and so far trying to go in there, they're funneling in through, they're going to be going in for the pinch.
Aerith holds her life in the back side of the site, but does get overwhelmed. Saves over the top of the box, does find one, but the immediate trade from Vibin is in. Just down to Teabag, SMG in hand. Not the angle you want to be trying to spend it. Legacy will plant safely this time, lesson learned. And Teabag may have seen Vibin over the top, and he does find the shots. What? How does he get both of those?
Okay.
Holy smokes!
We didn't even see it.
Nope. Those, I mean, Vibin had him dead to rights at range. Teabag must have not missed a single shot.
And you can see the kill disparity. I mean, the mechanical skills just popping off right now for Dice and for Ryzen. You gotta... They did everything that they could. They planted safe. They even had the heady to their advantage, but it still doesn't work out for them. Heavy stack, though, coming in from Dice here in this alpha flag, as we do get to see that information down for play number 3 in Winery, but still...
Oh, Hax is changing it up. He's trying to play aggressive this time. Catches Lethal on the corner. Pre-fires for potentially more. Nade will be there to follow up. And Mago has given away his position over towards top Winery. So Ryzen now all of a sudden are a bit stuck. That's the first time that we've seen Dice use that same rollout, but send Hax forward, and it works out in spades.
So far, though, that player number 3 coming in from Dice is definitely going to be a huge deal, huge play here once they do rotate, if ever, going into that Bravo's side. But so far, though, from the blue side here in Alpha, it's going to be a little bit too dicey for them, and the rotation from mid is going to be imminent.
So many question marks right now for Ryzen. They should check every single corner here, having not sent anybody off the rip over towards B, but instead they throw a fake smoke, and it works. Dice pull 2 players off of A. Do they not trust that Teabag has the whole site locked? They're going to send a 4th over? This is such a big miscue from Dice. It's given Ryzen a chance. But the longer this takes towards B, the more the defense starts to think that this is all just a ruse. Hit on the way. First one in is Mago. Sniper rifle out, Aerith misses. No help nearby. Where's the help? How has nobody rotated over yet? Ryzen has a chance to plant. Legacy still playing the backside of the site. Mago will step forward and say, get the bomb down.
So far, bomb's going to be going down, and it's going to be a 3v4 situation, though. They're already waiting for that rotation from T-Bag to go in there for the pinch. And speaking of gets it, Legacy goes down. Awaken goes in there for that kill as well. And Viben, the only one left, not able to get those kills. And what a sketchy round from both of these teams.
Yeah, Mago was in a really good spot, just turned away at the exact wrong moment due to his teammate falling behind him. But boy, Dice got away with one right there.
Yeah.
I mean, you just have to trust that T-Bag is in a perfectly fine space. Because even if you let the offense rotate through mid to cross into B, they still can't set up their post plant with T-Bag playing the backside platform like that.
Just wait for that information. You got to wait for that check and it's a full send if it's going to be a full commit going through that Bravo. But they're going to be sending most of the players here through mid, but they're going to be greeted by T-Bag right now. He does get that kill, goes away with his life, but he does get traded out by Legacy.
Quick can rotate through this. Hacks still pushing through, catches one. And the offense feeling a bit trepidatious about their chances at actually freely getting into B here, and they are stuck in no man's land. Legacy gets one in return. Losty still kind of working with them, but you can see the chaos in their movement. They just don't know what to check or when to check it. And you have to make a commitment one way or the other. And it looks like they will try to back out. Hacks in their way. Pistol shots work. Goodness, the Deagle has come different in North America today.
And now it is going to be a 2v2 situation as they're trying to just check a lot of their angles down. Looking like they just want to be here in balcony and just checking mid if there's going to be any kind of rotation coming in from Dice. And so far, though, Aerith's going to be spotted. Legacy right there for the right time.
And Dice, it's early to say because it's search and destroy map number 1, but boy, do they need to start talking about what they want to do when they've got a numbers advantage because it's been very messy. Awaken may still save it. He'll be on your left screen. Legacy with the plant on your right screen.
Bomb has been planted.
Legacy will hold on top of the site. Awaken gives it the challenge. Easy peasy, no problems. Ryzen on the board.
I thought they were going to give away that man advantage again here for Ryzen Game. And so far, the heroics from Dice not going to be coming up this time. And a really shaky way of actually playing your numbers because you don't even have to go in there for the hunt. They're just giving away a lot of their lives. That could have easily been a Dice round.
Should have been. 4v2, I think it was what it was. Should have been their round for sure. Ryzen taking their time offensively. Different setup here for Dice. More focused through mid-map than there is on towards A like they've usually done. Deep player in Aerith will be defending from the backside of B with the sniper rifle, so she'll be point of contact defense towards B and then call for help if she needs it. Ryzen's going to have to execute with good utility, whether that's towards B, towards mid, or towards A, doesn't make a difference. You have to move this defense around with your nades.
Stun check coming in from the side of Ryzen. That would give that information to Aerith, though, but she's just going to be staying pretty right there. She's going to be staying right. Gets one kill, and there you go. The rotation coming in from Dice needs to come through. You need to go in for a faster rotation. Come on.
T-Bag's already there. He's fine. Dice are in a perfect spot to still read this. T-Bag's playing bottom side arch. No one's crossed into sight yet. A little bit of help from Saze. Tosses the nade over just to be sure of it. But Losty does take care of the sniper rifle threat. Now it's on a T-Bag on that rotation through mid. Double chow. Well won by Ryzen. Say's still playing close, but getting threatened by Losty. Tagged up. Deagle out. Switches back over to the UL. Little ring around the rosy. Says wins the gunfight. Pinch now on the way from Hacks. They're going to take down 2, and then the follow-up is there. Now it's just down to 1. It's Vibin with the scope. Connects onto the first. Good look over the top of the bomb, but the heady taken by Awaken, and Dice will go 5-1 of the defensive half.
Aerith did a phenomenal job at just relaying that information to her team, and if she only just saw those 3 players, so it still could have been a kind of hit from A, so that's still going to be a really good presence of mind on there. And so far, though, Ryzen just struggling when it comes to that attack, but now they're going to be on that defensive setup. Let's see what they have to offer.
A couple of missed chances for Ryzen, but they're definitely staying competitive in this map overall, regardless of what the scoreboard may say. 4-man stack defensively towards A. First nades for Dice do land, taking Losty out of the picture early. And because of that, Legacy is going to give up B and try to help this defense at A. Problem is, they've lost a second defender, and now they're just completely stretched out.
5 and 3. Life advantage coming in from Dice, and they're just winning a lot of their gunfights. And you can see that from player number 3, going in there for the back and a quick flush in the back, and everyone else from Ryzen not going to be able to get it. Vibin doesn't really quite get those shots down. You need to get those. Sayas gets a beautiful two-piece.
Legacy's still a part of this defense, though. Stuns up a couple, but cannot quite take all three down in the corner. So now map point for DICE. Definitely showing composure considering the rulebook breaking play in map number 1 that turned a 250 to 237 against them.
The enemy has the bomb.
Chance to go 7-1 here would definitely set the tone going into the control. And it looks like this time through, there will be a little bit more aggression here from Ryzen. They're trying to get number 5 in Losty on the close corner at A's choke point, and he may overstep his bounds here. He's got a KRM, that's why. Okay, so he's going to be stuck at
Yes.
Pallet in the corner. He's got a little bit of help from Mago looking over the top of him, but he just has a sub. So this is all about just winning your opening battles in close quarters. If Losty can go 1-for-1 here, that'd be fine.
And just in case he doesn't win that gunfight, there needs to be a trade coming in from Mago. And so far, he might be able to do so, but I feel like he needs to move just a tiny, tiny bit. And there you go. So far, though, DICE not moving a single bit. Hacks going in for that winery. And if you're going to be that deep into winery, you're just trying to know information whatsoever on your end.
T-Bag has seen nothing at B, although he has not peeked deep towards back stairs. He may actually catch Legacy here. No, Legacy goes prone, just kind of holds their ground. And Losty may be drawing the line in the sand here because he sees this trophy system down. Losty's getting spammed to the corner. Wait a second, was that his trophy? It very well may have been because the spam from DICE is perfect. Vibin, not going to hit. Looking for the box spam, and that's enough for Awaken to win the gunfight. Follow up from Mago again with a CBR at that range, just not dealing enough damage. Now he's under pressure from multiple angles. His teammate needs to come over to help. And it will be a 3v2 situation, but Awaken will get the bomb planted.
Now, Legacy picking up this look is definitely going to be huge for them, especially trying to clutch up this round. A 3v2 situation as Awaken able to get those shots down. A 1v3 and Mago only able to just create some noise, and this is going to be so difficult as it is going to be planted for safe. So for DICE, all you have to do is just to stay put, and so far Mago is just going to be staying, just kind of expecting that he's going to be hunted right now.
Time is an issue. Gonna have to go and have to go now. Awaken will throw the first shoulder. Shots are out. They know the threat is imminent. Aerith watching the cross. No worries. DICE clean. 7-1. Although, again, I think that there are some cool ideas from Ryzen in the mix. It just came down to some executable moments that didn't quite go their way. A lot of success, I think, defensively for players like Hacks, getting kind of a different look defensively with that Fennec multiple times, whether it was reinforcing A, pushing through, backing up and taking care of mid. He was all over the map, it felt like.
Yeah, and also, I feel like there were just moments that it could have gone well, especially in that last round where we saw Losty with the KRM on that corner and possibly Mago for the trade. So that's going to be a really good sign for them. But looking like DICE is just a little bit too good when it comes to their defensive side. And for the attack, Ryzen just looking really lost.
It's just one of those things. It's again, I think I give a lot more credit over towards DICE's SMGs necessarily than kind of painting a negative picture around Ryzen and their approaches, because I mean, they were just always being a pest somewhere, whether it was hitting off of a pinch, getting deep on a flank, breaking a timing somewhere somehow. Again, it's only 9 combined kills for them, and that's bested individually by both Awaken and Saves, but I still have to give a lot of credit to the subs for disturbing the offensive setup for Ryzen and allowing the ARs and snipers to connect.
Actually, their plays, especially on that offensive side, was pretty good. It's just there was a little bit of reluctancy, especially going in from the Bravo side every single time. And there were actually times that DICE was kind of slow when it comes to the rotation into that defense. But obviously, they're still winning a lot of those gunfights. Instead, obviously, having one player having just 1 kill is definitely going to be hard on your win here.
So now we look towards Raid, and again, kind of like the same sentiments that we were talking about for ARP when they're playing up against Luminosity. Yeah. Hey, you didn't get beat down at all, actually, in your opening hardpoint. In fact, you were playing really good Call of Duty, period. Now you're going over to Raid for the Control, a map that I would say is probably, out of the 3 that we've got, the most evenly balanced from both the defensive and offensive side. But what does the playbook look like? Do you know where the power positions lie? Because that is the entirety of this map. No matter what side of the control zone you spawn on, being able to control power points on this map is everything towards finding success, whether that is, again, capturing either of the 2 zones, or more importantly, kind of putting out a bit of a forward spawn trap. Not fully, but of course, trying to trap them towards garage side.
Also, when it comes to, let's say, trying to go in for that jungle control, I mean, you gotta stop the push, because that's one place from top laundry all the way down into special forces base where a lot lot of the time the spawn traps actually happen, you actually do get to see a lot of the teams go in there more for that cubby control. Usually you do get to see more of the ARs, the snipers, try to go in there and just stop the push.
We'll see what happens. It will be Dice spawning on the defensive side first. Ryzen will be coming into their opening offense with no operators, no score streaks initially. Talk about how big those advantages can be in a round 2 offense, having operators at the ready. So can they do this the hard way? 5-man stack through bedroom for this offense approaching on towards A. No one is looking towards mid-map though, and T-Bag has already gotten a read of this, and goodness, this guy is not afraid of a gunfight at any range with the SMG. Gets one for free, and now all of a sudden Ryzen are one-dimensional in this approach in towards A.
T-Bag is the one guy you could definitely just leave in a sight because of how good he actually does mechanically. But he does get a little bit of backup though. Air's going to be right there with the sniper, but unfortunately does get down with Legacy. T-Bag gets a kill, but he does get traded out by Losty. So far though, you do get to see that Dice is doing a pretty good job at just stopping the push coming in from Ryzen.
Wonder what's going on with Mago right now. He has not moved since the opening spawn. So we'll keep an eye on that as Dice continue to find the kills in and around A. And now they've got bedroom control as well as forward ring control at B, which is not good news. And yeah, something's wrong here with Mago. He has not moved and his teammates are all kind of huddled around him at the moment. So very well may be a tech issue on his side as Awaken continues to farm. Awaken's gonna be really upset if this ends up being a reset because he starts off 6-0 with potential streaks on the board early. Yeah.
Oh, that's just unfortunate. I hope there was going to be some sort of restart here. I'm pretty sure in the first few minutes, if you are going to be having a disconnect, there is a possibility to go in there for that restart. But so far, you got to wait for the call, though. Dice being able to capitalize on the fact that Ryzen's not going to be moving. You just got to wait. So far, 3 seconds on the clock, but Ryzen still not having any kind of presence, waiting for Mago to go and reconnect.
Not good news here. Again, the rules often say keep on playing. So not good news for Ryzen off the opener. Dice now moving into their offense. Awaken did get shut down off of finding the Predator missile, but he was very close. So I think he's carrying a Vortex gun. So if that's the case, that could be difficult scenes as Mago does reconnect. So I would have to imagine, I don't know, I just work here, but I have to imagine that this is going to stand as it is. So Ryzen not in a good spot, and off the rip here, Dice have already worked their way on towards B. The first tick of progress looking good.
There you go. That's going to be huge kills for them. Obviously, it's going to be play number 4, Vibin, winning that top laundry control. An essential power position that Shift was actually talking about a while ago to try and defend this spot. But with the CBR4, it's going to be so hard to beam up against Sayaz right now.
Yeah, not who you want in laundry window. Second tick locked, third on the way. Double stack going to be in. Awaken getting to work, playing through ring. Averth watching the cross with the scope, and yep, the extra 60 seconds will be tallied. 4 life lead as well for the offense as we start to make our rotations through. Mid-map control is good at the moment for Ryzen, and they're stopping a further push through the old captured side of B. Problem about it is Ryzen still are a bit individual on this approach, and Hax has started to get some work done here at mid.
Unfortunately, Vibin does go down. Top line control missed. But they are going to try in for the defense, though, here in Kitchen. But Mago is going to go down. And looking like if they allow these 2 players to go in through this spawn control, that's just not going to happen for them.
Not good. Operators are turning this into a bit of a snowball. 23 plays 11. Hax is getting to work, spamming things with the Holger. Yeah, not good news here. Looking like it's going to be a pretty quick 2-0 for Dice. 8 lives remaining. And, well, Mago, even though he has loaded in, he's only found a single kill since doing so. And Ryzen look pretty down and out here in this control.
Able to stop that push, though. Able to stop that spawn control. And so far, that battle through mid is definitely going to be important if they can try to just mitigate their lives. But unfortunately, even when it comes on the defense, which is supposedly the easier task to do, they're still losing when it comes to those gunfights with a minute on the clock. Dice still has a lot of chances to go and get this alpha flag.
Just one of those things with COD Mobile control compared to regular Call of Duty multiplayer control. If you get that zone capture right off the rip, you're likely in 5v5 like this going to just steamroll through. It's just so much time to pick apart what usually is about 20 more kills. So that much early success for Dice is often, I would imagine, going to lead to overall success in the round. As we have a 2-0 count, 4 operators at the ready. Hax is pretty much at one point in time fully streaked out. And the problem here for Ryzen is pretty much tenfold. You got to get it done here, plus the defense, plus another offense. Don't love the sound of that.
Oh, I love that player number 3 from Ryzen. Going to be pushing up right there. And going to be able to stop that push here in that spawn. So they tried to go in for that poolside push for Ryzen, and they were stopped by DICE just like that. They basically did the same push in that round number 1 and didn't really pull through for them.
Yeah, and these Hunter Killer drones are going to read where exactly this next offensive approach is going to be. It's all coming through Driveway and Art. Lethal does pull out the Annihilator, finding one. Saves, well done with the Vortex. Does only get 2 though, so the clock will stop. 26 playing 21. Operators at the ready here for Ryzen as well if they need it. Vibin trying to take away some space towards Laundry side. Gets 1. Can he get away? No. Aerith with the trade, but the first tick does get locked. Hax trying to find a way to recontest. Kind of goes in by himself here. He had Awaken behind him, but it's all down to what Hax can do. He does well to get the first 2 over the top of Ring. Aerith beats him to the punch. And then the follow-up over towards topside Art will keep this clock on ticking.
I feel like the moment that Vibin lost that gunfight in top laundry, they should have just sent someone else, because so far the push here, Bravo, was pretty good. They still had lives to manage, and now Aerith going in there with the Sparrow, definitely going to be hard for her, but Vibin is able to actually get rid of that essential operator for DICE.
Vibin's pretty good. Problem is, he was by himself.
Yeah.
And now the life count once again becomes a bit of an issue. Second tick of progress also being depleted by the defensive DICE. And the kills, well, they keep on coming. So Ryzen miss out on an opening first round, essentially. Mago in the last 2 rounds, though, has only found 3 kills. So whatever the issue was, he needs to figure it out quickly, as we will head to takeoff. Pending, of course, that Ryzen doesn't do something miraculous with these last 8 lives. They are on A to stop the clock at 18 seconds. And they're chipping away at this life lead a little bit, but this would be miraculous to say the least.
They need to pull out every single operator that they have right now. Vibin has the claw. Able to get that kill, though, and possibility to get that control here as well. But unfortunately, Aerith's going to be right there. And they're going to be getting that third tick of progress here in Bravo. The next step's going to be that alpha point. But let's see what they can do with 3 operators, which is still a pretty much ideal situation for them.
Problem is, DICE just has to trade. 11 plays 5. They've got full bedroom control, and they're actually pushed into garage. Teabag making sure that nothing happens in towards spawn. Mago is running out of charge on his Sparrow, and yeah, he will only shoot a couple of bolts out before it eventually goes away. No kills yet. Awaken, feeling like this could be the moment. Pops out the claw, make sure that no one hangs out through mid. Teabag makes his play deep, and the trades are going to be good enough. Unless Lethal can do it all himself, 1v8. Nope, not gonna happen. 3-0 in the control for DICE. And outside of the opening first round, call it what it is, that was straight domination from DICE in round 2 and round 3.
I mean, we kind of gave them a really good shot when it comes to that hard point. It seems like a really different team now for Control. Seems to be very lost when it comes to both the offensive side and the defensive side.
I think the biggest thing about it was there was a clear-cut plan for how DICE wanted to approach their offense, and it worked. I mean, easy, 2-bit analysis right there. This is a John Madden commentary. Well, I got the kills, and they won the round because of it. But I think overall the thing about it is, and we saw this earlier in the day when we were looking at a team like Tribe on Crossroads, if you know what your break-off is supposed to look like on no matter what the map is offensively, and you were able to find the first couple of kills, you know exactly where your advantages are, you can turn that into snowball moments. And when you give the offense, no matter who's on the other side, 2 minutes plus with an 8 life lead, you're likely going to come out on top every single time, and that was indeed the case here for DICE.
And also the fact that we saw moments where the gun usage was kind of questionable, like the SMGs were being used, and for the long range, we saw that top laundry versus gallery control where I forgot which player it was, but trying to go in for that CBR all the way into gallery, and you're going to be losing that. That was up against Sayaz, and for him, he was able to get that. So it really also is the fact that when it comes to the score streaks, DICE has always just been on it. Also, even for that hard point, they're so good when it comes to using the Hunter Killer drones, kind of using it as UAVs, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. And, again, that's what you're going to see from high-level teams. I mean, the level of Call of Duty being played today has been, I would say, higher than I think maybe all of us would have expected, considering the recent roster changes that have happened. So you can at least consider me a fan of what I'm seeing so far. But with that in mind, we have to start taking the conversation over to Takeoff. And I think the thing about this now, comparing Ryzen's play on Hacienda to a map like Takeoff, you assume that they should still have the same levels of focus when it comes to things like how we're rotating, when we're rotating, things like that, which is obviously super key on a map like Takeoff. In particular, you look at trying to break spawn setups for P2, and then also trying to win the top side of the map between 3 and 4. It's a pretty easy idea when it comes down to this is what we have to do to find success. It just comes down to can Ryzen actually find a way to continually come out on top with the execution to give themselves the advantages they need to win hardpoint, truthfully, not by technicality.
Yeah, and also try to just time your score streaks and your operators to either one. Do you want to use it to break the hill if you are going to be late on that rotation, or do you just want to go in for the early rotation and defend inside of the hard point and use all of your operators, which is something that a lot of these teams actually do. P3 control, definitely going to be something that these teams definitely want to have. But as we finally are starting off here, DICE already up 2, which it could have easily been a 3-0 for them, but Ryzen Gaming, a chance of possibly bringing this into a reverse sweep.
A good read here from Sias. Ooh, Legacy actually wins the key gunfight, doesn't make much of a difference though. DICE will find the kills needed. We'll get those overlays at the top flip to match the teams themselves. DICE controlling space, looking to try to break across to the P2 side of the map, but shut down off the respawn here from Ryzen. Although that said, Hax actually does find a bit of a blessed spawn. Ryzen cleaning up the hard point, but they are now starting to realize that they've lost control of the favorite side of the map.
Oh, there you go. You are going to be losing that favorable side, and so far we do get to see that player number 5 from Ryzen, that's Losty, trying to go in there for the control here into control, but unfortunately not able to win that gunfight, as 2 players from DICE are going to be well aware that you'd want to have that second floor control here.
Mago looking to hit a long route. Good timing for this as well, 10 seconds left. Lethal stopping any play further towards the top side of the map, does get traded, but Mago is who you're looking at right now for Ryzen to make a play. And he has gone unchecked so far through the launch bay. And he may actually be able to pinch this up, find a couple of kills. Problem is there's someone anchoring the back, that's Aerith. And she will see Awakened spawn right next to her, as well as the rest of the team. So there will be off spawns here for Ryzen. Mago doesn't quite get all the way around the back. He's still making himself a bit of a menace, though, around the back side of this hard point. Problem is he didn't have enough help, as everyone's still looking for Hacks around the back, and with that, DICE will control top side of P2.
And so far, the favorable spawn going to be into the favor of DICE at the moment, but Ryzen going to be quick to try and flip those, as player number 4, Vibin, unfortunately loses that gunfight deep in through launch center, and that's going to be huge kills for him. But here we go, Mago actually going to be getting an essential kill though.
Mago runs out of ammunition. I was about to say he's in a great spot to stop these reinforcements from DICE, but runs out of ammo, gets shut down. Vibin trying to step into the same position as the contest still stays alive by Legacy, and here comes the kill for Ryzen. Shot still landing on both sides, but Ryzen not giving up this back staircase control. They are the more proactive team right now throughout this second hill, and they're finding themselves in a really solid spot. Sure, they haven't won the hard point as of yet, and they technically don't really until the final 3 seconds, but you take that amount of contest time as a major W if you're Ryzen.
Yo, Mago just won such an essential gunfight here outside of the hard point, and he was able to get rid of one player, and one player was chasing him, and that just allowed player number 5, Losty, to actually spawn right there. But here's a kind of a double-edged sword, though. They were able to get a lot of the scrap points down here, but unfortunately for them, the setup is just going to be really good for DICE.
Ryzen are really taking their time to reclaim the top side of the map. Legacy by himself from the front has done well. Sparrow out for Mago gets 1. That'll neutralize the time on the hard point for now. Lethal trying to shut down the cross. Gets the first. Help from behind with the spawns are decent, but Awakened steps in with the claw and now steps forward as well, creating a bit of a buffer outside the hard point, and with that, DICE will have a really good look here at the back 20 seconds. Mago trying to work his way in with Legacy from opposite sides. Awakened a little bit caught at the moment, has to reload the kilo, but Teabag steps in, and with that, DICE will hold.
And now we do get to see an early rotation from both of these teams, and so far it's going to be the scrap points into the favor of DICE, and 6 seconds on the clock. You're not going to be stepping on it? That's going to be essential points for you later on, possibly, if it is going to be this close. And so far, Ryzen already going in there, losing a lot of the gunfights, though, trying to enter into the site.
Red Missile will come down, soften up this next setup for Ryzen. Vibin keeping his life for a little bit longer, as now operators are out for the Ryzen side of things. Use this as a chance to break, but the Gravity Vortex gun in response from Sayas. Does at least cut down 1, also stops any further approach from the front, but Ryzen still find a way in. And they completely overwhelm Sayas. Sure, he gets 1 post-mortem, but that's not enough to really influence the break attempt, so Ryzen will confirm the break, and now you look to DICE, who only have Hacks with an operator at the ready. Problem is, you've got an Annihilator and a Purifier to work through, and Ryzen are finding the kills they need to lock in this back 30.
And huge kills coming in from Vibin. He had the claw out to just flush and sneak himself inside the P4, go up the stairs, going to 2F, and just get rid of so many plays from DICE, trying to enter the side from far away. But break almost comes through from DICE, and
wow, that's too easy.
That's huge, but Mago on the back end gets an essential 3K with a nade.
Still leads it to a 1v1, though. That break really should not have happened for DICE. Ryzen gives away, I think, a little bit too much. They should have locked in that first 30, or that last 30, rather, without too much contest. But DICE break through by almost sheer force of will. And now as he rotate back over towards Fountain, DICE are trying to work their way around the back. Aerith with the heads-up rotation. Does the route man get paid here, though? 1v1 possibly to win the spawns. Aerith takes it, and yep, there's the flip. 84 plays 83, but Dice with the power position and the control over towards P2 side of the map.
Legacy in a really good spot right here in scaffolding. Does get taken out though really fast. Teabag with the Annihilator going to be really good from far, far away. He does get smoked out. And the information from Ryzen should be going in here that Teabag's going to be right there with the Annie. And so far though, so good. This play number 1. Teabag still gets those kills.
Picture perfect. I'm sorry, what? Ryzen spawned behind the play. They just get absolutely blessed. I don't know what sacrifices they made to the COD gods, but it's paying off in a major way right now. Losty still spawning behind, vibing with them, and Dice are kind of scrambling to figure out where exactly the Ryzen setup is going to be. The problem is there is no setup. It's all 1v1s all across the map. Couple of seconds still to fight for here on P1. Dice will get just about all of it. It's all about can they flush out Losty from the back, and they will. The kills are in. Mago trying to push his way forward, seeing if he could supplant this setup for Dice. Hax has pulled out the Purifier from the front. Spawns good for Dice on the left side of the minimap, and with Hax finding kills, that should absolutely secure it for Dice.
So far, both teams have just one operator to play with. So far, though, Hax brings it out, Purifier in hand, able to stop the push coming in from scaffolding, and that trophy system just saves his life so much. But it does get taken out, though. It's still, so far, Dice all over the board, and as Mago brings out the Sparrow, unfortunately, he does go down and just kind of wasting that operator.
30 seconds to play for Ryzen. Need a break. Legacy creates an opportunity to at least contest. Numbers are on the way. Zayas swapping over to weapons. Clears out the pinch just a touch, turns his focus. That's where Losty bests him. Keep your eye on Mago. Pinch coming through. Mago gets another, but problem is the success from the front is not there. So the last 13 seconds, pretty negligible here from Dice's perspective. Ryzen will feel like this is more of a necessity, which is why Vibin calls out the claw. He does take a couple with him, but that's essentially all just for 15 seconds with the time that Dice are fine conceding.
149 and 98, and it's just going so far ahead, and Dice is able to utilize all of their score streaks in that hill and able to stop the push from Ryzen as well. And now we do get to see 2 players from both teams trying to fight for this hill, and so far so good. Awaken going to be able to get these kills, 19 to his name, just spamming out that Kilo 141, and unfortunately for him, he does go down.
Mago is dominating right now. He's at 31 and he's hitting routes. The rest of the team needs to step up in a big way. Vibin's trying to hang on to this one. He's at 22 with score streaks at the ready, but Dice are still at the hard point. And as a team versus team environment, Dice is coming out on top of these plays more often than not. Killfeed continues to favor them time and time again. Good operator usage as well has helped them build this lead to now 170 to 109. And Ryzen will once again concede the scrap time in order to long rotate over towards new. Tough decision to make, and that now means that you have to pull 45 plus in this new hard point.
I feel like they probably should have stacked that generator area where we did get to see Awaken have so many kills trying to stop the push, trying to stop that pinch. But so far, though, Ryzen just wants to go in for that rotation instead, just trying not to go in for the contest here in P3. So far, though, almost one player, Hax, almost slips inside of the hard point, but a 3-piece possibly going in for that push. And so far, it's still a stalemate.
Losty trying to clear. Knows he's got a couple of weak players in front of him. Teabag trying to hit around the back with the Annihilator, but only finds the first 2. Cannot get this pinch underway. Spawns will flip. Dice will make the long play around the back and then hit this for multiple points. Trophy system down. Mago shut down. DC try to find a way to break and looking good for it. Fred Missile also called down to stop the reinforcements, and there's the break. Dice will surely get over 200 points, and now Ryzen have to scramble to get back into this game.
And now we do get to see everyone else from Ryzen just funnel in there one by one. Teabag gets a beautiful 2-piece. Player number 2, though, needs to go in there for the flank, and now the pinch finally ensues. Now this is going to be a great play coming in from Ryzen. The spawn's going to be right in their favor, and unfortunately for them, not able
winning
to
gunfights.
sustain.
It's not winning gunfights right now. Outside of Mago and Vibin, it's just been too individualistic from Ryzen's point of view. Dice continue to clean things up around the hard point, and they will get to 211, make it 212 technically, through the second set of hills. Back over towards Fountain. Dice in control of the favorable spawns. Ryzen do have the numbers over the top of Fountain, but I mean, they need to pull 30 seconds plus here if they want to have a chance, and then also win rotation anew.
Definitely. And the fact that they also have these 2 players here in control, that's going to be good for them because that's going to be a power position that you want. That's going to be player number 5, Losty, with 24 kills already to his name. And unfortunately, Mago does go down, not winning an essential gunfight. And I feel like kind of overpushed just a tiny bit where you did have that power position. So far, Dice has a really solid hold in P1. And so far, every single time we go in for new rotations, Dice always does a good job here here in P1.
Yeah, spawns will flip, but DICE put themselves well within the realm of possibility of winning on the next hardpoint.
Hardpoint is ours.
Ryzen doing what they can to stay in it, though. And Mago getting shut down means that now someone else, again, has to step up. Lethal dropping on in towards Fountain. DICE finding the kills around the zone. Lethal will drop this flat out overwhelmed, stunned beyond recognition. Vipe trying to follow his way in. Mago as well, trying to do the same, but it's Hack's bottom side scaffolding to find both. And now DICE will have numbers to try to make their play over towards the new side of the map, but good eliminations here for Ryzen. Will try to stabilize things a touch, but Hax does spawn in. Ryzen finding the kills on the old time, but they've lost track of spawns.
Ooh, that's going to be difficult. Ryzen, though, able to get that right side of the map by Health Center, and so far they're just losing a lot of that spawn that you definitely would want here instead, but Vibin going to be able to use the Claw really well, the defense that they needed, and so far it's going to be huge for them. Losty brings out the War Machine, and that's going to be huge, but DICE bring out also an Annihilator of their own.
And Mago almost had the timing on the route, but now that the operators have been expended, it's all about winning the gunfights. Legacy spams through, Vibin takes his place. Purifier now out for Legacy, trying to push through the smoke. He would have to pop up, but it's Teabag who finds it with the Annihilator. Trades back and forth. Chaotic gunfight inside the smoke. Ryzen coming out on top of it for now, but Adrith holding a bit of a heady, just spamming anybody who comes into her line of sight. And for Ryzen, you have to clear this out. 10 seconds of time means that DICE cannot technically win here, but not getting that time is pretty critical. Ryzen will clean things up, but they're going to be shorthanded on rotation.
You can see over here, Losty going to be in a really bad spot. Unfortunately, he did go in for the early rotation, which is good, but DICE going to be going in there for a heavier artillery 2v1, and he's going to be losing that gunfight, though. But it's a good thing that they bring out 3 players right there. Spawn's going to be right in their favor. That's going to be great timing on their end. Not just that, huge kills.
Lethal gets absolutely smoked. Awaken gets 2 with the claw, but it's not enough to break the hard point. Ryzen are still in this. A couple of the kills around the outside, though, does kind of influence the spawns just a touch. Ryzen have to win these 1v1s. Legacy's pulled out the Purifier. Things in, and they will for now. 30 seconds still to fight for. Ryzen had built themselves a bit of daylight here on the hard point. DICE looking to kind of hit this with a couple of remaining members on this backside of spawn, but the stuns come through. Lethal starting to wake up a touch here. Last contest coming out. That's from Hax, and he gets a double. Should be an opportunity to trade here. Ryzen all funneling from the front, but Hax holds down the trigger. Boxing gloves out, he eventually gets taken down, and Ryzen will stay alive and see another hill.
Hax with just 1 HP, able to get 4 off the grip, and now it's still going to be DICE. Not able to end it here, though, but they are set up so well when it comes to P4, and you're going to be Ryzen. Why aren't you right there, going in there for that control in P4? Just 1 more second, and there you go. DICE just shows everyone what they're made of, and even though when it comes to those kills, at some point, it was actually pretty even when it comes to the slaying power.
Yeah, it's... Someone needed to help Mago, flat out. Mago and Vibin, I think this whole series, you could categorize as just SOS. Bring aid. Bring some sort of help, because they were really playing lights out. It happened to map number 1 as well. Route taking, perfect. That level of awareness is something that, again, you look at this Ryzen team and you say, they've got the tools in the toolbox to make the job happen. Just comes down to using them properly. And I think at that point, you're trying to use a screwdriver to do a job of a hammer, because it was just Mago and Vibin fulfilling their roles. Everyone else kind of a little bit lacking, I think, there, especially map number 4.
Seems like the pickups for the side of Ryzen definitely going to be huge for them, but everyone else in their team needs to step it up, because so far, when it comes to DICE's gameplay, it was just so good. They were getting a lot of the power positions down, and it wasn't just in this particular game of Hardpoint, but also when it comes to that control round as well. So they're very knowledgeable when it comes to that.
It's just, it's hard to differentiate what we've seen today, because I don't think we saw, well, for 3 of our 4 games, we saw great COD.
Yeah.
It's just outside of, I think, Limited, who look a little bit behind the 8 ball right now, all the other 7 teams played some really solid mechanical Call of Duty today. There were some major differences, I think, in individual performers, for sure. There was a couple of spotlights that were, I think, very avidly taken. I mean, Mago drops 54 for the L. Like, that's not common. And to see that happen, you know that you have the potential for someone to take over and win a map. It just comes down to finding, you know, someone who doesn't go, was that 31 and 43 from Losty, 27 and 32 from Lethal, which isn't terrible. But when someone drops 54 and 38, you have to find a way to win games like that.
So some sparks of possibility there, Bobby. Takeaways on that last match of the day.
I mean, Mago's absolutely he's gonna be on a revenge tour for all of Stage 4. He was kind of the last domino to fall as far as the roster mania changes, and he got on the bad side of it with the ARP team picking up Yawn in his place, despite the fact that he was with them for a lot of time leading up to it. So he definitely feels like he's got a lot to prove. I'm excited to see what he can do through the rest of the tournament, but like you guys said, you got to get more out of your teammates, and unfortunately, one or two players popping off is not quite going to get the job done.
And I think the thing that's even more influential about that statement, it wasn't just the fact that Mago was finding 54 kills. He was also the route man. He was opening up space and spawns. He was trying to set up pinches on hard points. He was playing the map perfectly. It just came down to maybe at times he actually needs to be a little bit more selfless and say, I'm in a good spot. Someone come help me. Because we know how spawns are in COD Mobile. They're super sticky in 5v5, especially in a map like Takeoff. So you can't just single-handedly break spawns like that. And maybe there's a lesson learned there for Mago. It's like, yeah, you did great. You're making all the right plays. But someone needs to make the call saying, I'm coming with you. Wait for me. Because that, I think, would be the difference maker in a couple of different moments on that map in particular.
All right, well, first week done. All right, first day of competition is done. You can see a quick little recap here of how the day went if you're just tuning in right now. We had lots of sweeps here today to kick off the challenge season for NA, which means that our standings for this will, they'll be a little one-sided for now, but that will change as the competition progresses. Now we've got to close the whole day out, so we'll get a chance to see this here and how it all, pretty much what we expected?
Yeah. Well, with the exception of Tribe taking down Simplicity, obviously.
Convincingly.
That was no question the matchup of the night. I think everybody kind of agreed that should have gone more than 3 maps, so definitely some changes to be made for Simplicity. But outside that, yes, definitely what I was expecting to see.
All right, final thoughts for you two over on the couch.
Oh man, if we're already seeing this kind of gameplay in day number 1, there were matches that wasn't even supposed to be that close. And we keep saying that NA is going to be top heavy, right, for sure. But with these roster changes, it really is showing everyone that I feel like in the past next weeks that we have, I think we could see new teams finally get top spots that we otherwise haven't seen in the past few years.
I think my biggest takeaway from today was Luminosity did not look as good as we were expecting them to, and Tribe looked better than we expected them to. So in terms of kind of setting up an early power ranking, kind of tough to do. It's still, 3-0s, it still says a lot when it comes to map count overall and potential tiebreaker situations, but I still walk away not as impressed by Luminosity as I was hoping to be, and more impressed by Tribe than I was expecting to be, which is very pleasant.
All right, well, that's a pretty solid week if you ask me. Obviously, like we keep saying, we've got an entire month of action, so make sure you guys are following us on social media to stay up to date with everything that we've got going on. Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, all of our live streams, so you don't miss a single moment of COD Mobile action. And of course, we have that brand new Discord. If you're part of the community and you want to hang out with us some more, you can head on over to discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series to hang out, talk all things COD Mobile, and just spend some time with us over the summer while we're getting through the challenge season. Because for now, that is week 1 done and dusted for NA. Already some of our teams are rising to the top, and I'm sure it's going to be a very exciting season for the rest of it, so you're going to have to tune back in to catch what happens next. Of course, thank you to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, and the U.S. Air Force for helping to make this whole thing possible. And of course, to everybody at home, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next week.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
Another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.